Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hi, Donna.
Hi, Patricia, how do you say your last name?
Laria.
Laria. Okay, good. That's what I
Okay.
thought.
Great, Donna, can you hear me? It's
I can hear
Katie.
you, Katie.
Okay, super.
Okay, how are we doing? Dr. Smith, Lois. Patricia. Robin. So we'll give it a few more minutes just to see. Let's see. Valerie. See, I know Cormac's not going to be here. See if Anthony comes on.
Yeah, I got 9. We could just wait another minute here.
Yeah. Six, seven, eight. We do have 9. Who am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7. That's
Yeah.
right.
You'll
Carter
get
and
this.
Valerie don't count
Oh,
for-
right, okay.
for us. They count, but not.
Oh, I see Katie twice, that's why. Okay, you're right, there's only 7.
7. But are we
Let's just give it just a few
another
more.
minute or two?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just give it another minute and get started. And I'm going to let's see, Zella. No. To attendees. What do you think, Bob? Can I get started?
Yeah, I think we don't have a choice at this point.
Right. Okay. So welcome everybody to Community Board 2's SLA 1 committee meeting for March. My name is Donna Raftery, and I have with me my co-chair, Bob Ely. Right, I did that right. Okay, and then I'll go through the other members of the committee. We have Dr. Shirley Smith, Patricia Laria, Lois Rakoff. Let's see who else is here. Katie Bordenaro, Robin Rothstein, Carter Booth, Chair of CB2, Valerie Della Rosa, Chair of the Reopening Working Group, and I think I've got everybody. So the procedure for tonight will be, we will first hear from the applicants, and then the committee will ask questions, and then we will go to the public for questions and comments, and then after which the applicant may respond at one time, and then the committee can do some follow-up with that. I asked, when I'm calling up the applicants, if just the applicant could raise their hand, and then anybody from the public who wants to speak, once the applicants are up, you can, for each application, you can then raise your hand. If you're here for Pro Action New York at 195 Spring, or Some Yung Gai at 17 East 12th Street, they're laid over till April, so we will not be hearing them. And we're going to take things a little bit out of order. So the first one will be Simo Pizza at 75 University. And then I'm going to take EK1 New York Newsbar at 107 University. And then we'll do Bleecker Street Bar. And then I don't have the order in front of me, but we'll continue on from there. Pretty much in order. I think the Spot Barbershop, Bond and Bowery, will be a little bit further down than how it's listed. So the first one will be Simo Pizza, LLC at 75 University. If you could raise your hands. Okay. Is that it, Michael Kelly?
Hi, this is Simone Falco. This is the owner of the pizza place.
Okay,
How are you?
good. How are you?
Good, good.
So I think I'm going to start with the question of, didn't we hear you
Yes.
in
Yeah.
December? So has something changed? Why are you back?
No, we're just back because there was a delay. Actually, the liquor license was approved by the SLA, but because it was past the time, we want to make sure that you know and you're aware that we're still here, we're still opening. It's just been a delay in the opening, but all the process has been through. But we want to make sure that we communicate with the community so that
Great,
you're
thank
aware.
you. Okay, so why don't you just quickly go through the application for anybody who wasn't on our committee then or here that night?
Yeah, it's a I would say fairly simple application. We only do beer and wine.
Hold on a second, Donna. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do think that Michael Kelly did raise his hand.
Oh, he did? Well, okay.
Maybe that's wrong.
No, okay,
right,
there it is. Oh, all right, how did you, all right.
All right, yeah, the application was heard back in 2019 and approved. It's a specialty pizza place. There's no other changes from what we originally signed stipulations to. 3 tables, 24 seats and a service bar. There's 50 on the C of O. It's background music, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week.
Okay. Let's see. So, okay, 11:11, there's no backyard garden, you don't have any televisions, there's no
No.
sidewalk cafe. It's quiet background music. You'll close all doors by 9 p.m. every night. There are no French doors or operable windows.
No,
No unlimited drink or unlimited food and drink specials.
no.
No boozy brunches, no pitchers of beer. And no dancing, DJs, live music, promoted events, any event with a cover fee, scheduled performances, velvet ropes. So are you doing any pandemic, the temporary roadbed or sidewalk seating, or are you not planning on doing?
We
any?
haven't opened yet because we had a huge delay for the construction because we just started construction in March when everything hit. So we're not slowing starting. We expect the opening to be in the next 6 to 8 weeks. We will probably take advantage of the, the sidewalk that has the New York City is allowing us into the range, but we haven't planned that yet. So.
Okay, so we have additional stipulations from what you signed that we've been putting in place for that. That says any pandemic-related temporary sidewalk or roadbed seating ends by 11 p.m. All patrons will be cleared by this hour and the area is closed. No
Yeah.
Okay, no speakers or music outdoors, no interior speakers facing outside. And then that will be removed. All temporary sidewalk and roadbed will be removed when the program authorizing it expires, and you will come before CB2 Manhattan prior to submitting any plans for some permanent sidewalk or roadbed. Okay,
Yeah. Yeah,
okay, I
totally.
think we have Katie, do you have a question, Bordenaro?
Just a quick question. I didn't see any price points in the latest application. Just give me what's the average check going to be?
The pizza is priced between $10 and $14 per single pie, which is not a slice. It's a 13-inch round Neapolitan style thin crust pizza. And we always have a beer and wine. We'll have one beer on the menu actually, which is a Peroni in cans, which is $7 per cans.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have anything? Okay, I think you're done. Good
Okay,
luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good soon.
Work. Thank you
Okay.
so much for doing this.
Sure. Okay, the next application will be EK1 New York doing business as Newsbar at 107 University. If you could raise your hand. Ellen Lee, is there anybody else with you?
Hi, it's just me tonight. Hi, Donna.
Okay.
Because he's available after 8, so I said, I think we're very early in on the schedule, so I said, let me do the meeting tonight. on his
Okay,
behalf.
Do you want to wait till 8 then? I mean,
good.
But Newsbar has been around for almost 20 years. He's been operating since 2018, since 2002, and he's under the current ownership, Yan. It's been operating since 2018, and they open from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. They close very early in the evening, and they don't look to operate later than that. So if you can kindly allow us just present, and if you have any questions, I'll come back. I'll be here.
Okay, because this is a previously unlicensed space, so as much as they've been open that long, they haven't had a license before to serve.
Yes, because he didn't feel that it was needed, but as he's comfortable with the neighbors, and there are some requests for wine along with their sandwiches. That's the only reason why he's requesting this application and here.
So,
I mean, if he's coming in at 8 o'clock, I think we should wait
Wait.
until that person comes in and speaks to us. That's all.
That's, yes, okay. Would you
Yeah,
like
we
me
really,
to
we want
explain?
to, Ms. Lee, we want to be consistent. We do ask that everybody come in that's applying for a liquor license, that we get an opportunity to speak to them.
I see, understand.
Yeah. So if he or she, I'm sorry, is coming in
He,
Yeah. at 8 o'clock, then we would be very glad to wait till 8 o'clock and call it right back at 8 o'clock.
understood. So,
Or, you know, you could also just send it, if he comes in before 8 o'clock, you can hit us up with a chat and say, he's here.
He's here.
And we'll call him.
oh,
next.
okay, okay,
okay,
okay, understood.
okay,
Thank you.
great,
Thank
thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so the next one, I think what we'll do, because we were going to hear Bleecker Street Bar, but I think we have another member of the committee that might make it here sooner, right, Bob? Is that, you want to wait and do one more and see?
Yeah, why don't we can do Maman Washington Square.
Okay. So let me find that one. So Maman Washington Square will be next. If you could raise your hand. Okay. Of Donald Bernstein, and Benjamin Samante. Is Benjamin there? Yep, okay.
Yeah,
great.
sorry. So you have the whole family. We were feeding the kids.
Oh,
We thought we were going behind. So sorry about that.
Everybody, hi.
Everybody, hi guys. Sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Donna. I don't know why my picture is so dark. Sorry about that. So Ben is back with us with his whole family. We were here last month for his application at 375 Hudson Street. It's the same concept, same thing he's got on Center and that they have on Center Street and West Broadway. This one's on the corner of 10th and University Place. I think you just opened, what, about 3 weeks ago, Ben, right?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, so they just opened about 3 weeks ago, and we'll add when they were approved by the State Liquor Authority. It's been licensed for many years, alternately between beer and wine and liquor. I think the last iteration was just for beer and wine. It was a Chinese restaurant, very short-lived. I think in 2019, it was Patsy's Pizza with beer and wine from 1998 to 2019. Before that, from 1986 to 1997, it was an Indian restaurant that had full liquor. It's not large. The legal occupancy is only 50. It's got 11 tables with 32 seats, 1 point of sale. So it's referred to as a bar that doesn't have any seats. Same hours as the last one, I think 7:30 a.m. until 11 p.m. You're all familiar with it. The operation is the same as just what you heard last month.
Okay. I had a few little things. There are no patrons in the basement. It's background music only.
Right.
Will you be having private events at this one with the same type of thing, maybe the cake?
Yeah, we'll try, but it's a way smaller space, so it will be even more private than the other one. It'd be like really like a group of 20 max or so. We don't have the long table and communal table like the other space, unfortunately.
Okay. The one question I had was on the sidewalk. So I think you had 4 tables with 8 seats. And just when I'm looking at that, I don't know how you're getting the 4th table in there on I guess it's the north side of the entry, or to the left side of the entry.
There's one table on the north side of the entry. It's a small one. It's like a 2 top, 3 top. And then the other one are on the south side of the entry underneath the balcony that was there.
Okay. I guess if you can do it, you can do it. And that, and then are you doing any of the temporary roadbed or the sidewalk?
So we hope to do the roadwork one. We have couple courts coming in to build like everyone has done it on the stretch and everywhere in the city, where we'll build like a little outdoor dining area. We haven't made the decision because it's fairly expensive, but we hope to be able to do it for the spring. Yeah.
Okay, so with that, we have the stipulations I just read to the other applicant, which is that ends by 11 PM and everybody is cleared from there when you close anyway. There's speakers or music outside that will be removed once the program authorizing it expires. And you will come before our committee again prior to submitting any plans for a permanent sidewalk or a roadbed dining.
Sure, and we won't have any music outside, and yeah, like we close at 6-7 p.m. So we'll be out before 11 p.m. for sure.
Okay. Okay, does anybody from the committee have any questions? Robin?
First of all, I love your cookies. They're my favorite in the city.
Thank you.
But what is the menu other than the cookies? Just curious. So I didn't see a menu in your application.
Yeah, so it should all be there, Robin, but go ahead, Bob. It's all attached.
Yeah, sorry about that. We have quiches, we have salad, we have also sandwiches. Everything is made in-house. And we also have some brunchy item, like, we do have an avocado toast. We have egg ratatouille, looks like more like a shakshuka. We have omelette as well. So it's more like brunch, if you can, but we also have salad and sandwiches as well, and quiches. And
So
pastries.
what kind of pairings do you see people who are coming to your restaurant or cafe rather? What do you kind of expect the pairings to be with the food based on the liquor license?
Yeah, it's to be very transparent with you, it's more like for brunch purposes where people like, I like a mimosa or we have a Bloody Mary. We usually have about 4 cocktails. There's certain location, like our Tribeca location, I think, the moms of Tribeca a little bit more time. So sometime in the summer, they have a glass of rosé with a nice salad. But I'd say the bulk of our sales, alcohol sales, is definitely brunch.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Thank you.
Is that it? Is there anybody from the public that has any questions?
Yeah, I had a quick,
Oh, sorry, Bob. Go ahead.
so is this the location where Patsy's Pizza used to be?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's where Lucky's were the last. That was the last tenant in the space.
Okay.
Okay, I see Cheryl Grandfield. You should be able to speak.
Thank you. Former,
Your audio is breaking up. We can't hear you.
sorry. Try it. Hopefully that's a little bit.
That's a little better.
Yeah, apologies. This is the location of the neighborhood. There's been a fair amount of turnover, and it's been a very long time since we've had a full liquor license there, and I don't believe we've ever had a full liquor license with an outdoor. If the cafe is just during the city program and they come back with any permanent cafe application, no problem. If this approval is attached to a permanent cafe, that's a neighborhood property with the full. We had beer and wine with the balcony tables.
So because your audio is so bad, you're really break. So what you're saying is,
Donna, I don't think it's her audio. I think because there's other people that are not muted. in
okay,
that
so if everybody could mute.
Elsewhere. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, Cheryl, do you want to try that again?
Sure, happy to.
Yeah, that's better. You're right, Bob.
Yeah, feedback. The neighborhood is very familiar with this location. I live right around the corner from it on 11th Street between University Place and Fifth Avenue. The full liquor license has not been in place for a number of years. And I don't believe that there has ever been a full liquor license attached to a Sidewalk Cafe at this location. The outdoor tables previously, if my recollection is correct, were limited solely to a small table, maybe 2 out on that very narrow balcony that is about 6 or 8 feet above the sidewalk levels, not on the sidewalk. And so the only request from the neighborhood would be if there is going to be a permanent sidewalk cafe on the sidewalk with full liquor being served, that this come that be attached to a new application before your committee, before that becomes permanent, and that it not be attached to this application.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay?
I mean, yes, we heard you. Okay. Patricia,
Yes, hi. So this cafe will just serve beer and wine only, or is it a full liquor license that they're applying for?
it's a full liquor license.
Okay. And did you do any neighborhood outreach? That's my question.
I have to,
Sorry, yeah, I think, yes, we did a little bit, and also we had to, we got the chance to know some of the neighbors, so we talked about it as well. We're very surrounded by bars, you know, as well, on the street, like a block away from us. There's bar that open until midnight and so forth. So the neighborhood, that the people that I talked to were very receptive, in a sense that I think, you know, by closing at 7 p.m., they didn't see any nuisance there, especially, again, being surrounded by bars. But I know that Donald and his team has done a couple outreach as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Sorry.
Yeah, I just have a follow-up to that, Donna, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you're only going to be open till 7, but your application says 11 p.m.
Yes, that's correct, Bob. It's similar than the one from last month, you know, on King. It's just we want to be able to have a couple events there. Again, I think there will be very limited compared to King, like Hudson Street, because we have a little bit more room there and also long table. But let's say if there's, I don't know, a family wants to do a small birthday party, we want to be able to accommodate them because it's a pleasant space, I would say, for the neighborhood in terms of design and so forth. So we just want to be able to have a couple opportunities there for events.
yeah,
But
we talked about
intend
that last month as well. We said, as a matter of course, open to the public, it will not be open till 11.
Okay, so the hours will be 7 p.m., but you would like 11 p.m. in case you have something that you need to have take place at the location. That's correct? But your hours,
That's correct, yeah.
advertised hours will be till 7 p.m.
Yeah, and you can see on the website as well, all the different store closed. It used to be 7 and now it's actually 6 through the pandemic. But we used to be 7 to 7.
And in terms of Sidewalk Cafe, I don't ever believe there was ever a Sidewalk Cafe there. So what makes you think that you can have a Sidewalk Cafe there? Because that's on the application.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely based on the program itself right now. But I agree with everyone. If we were to have something permanent, we're more than happy to come back to you guys and apply for a Sidewalk Cafe through the DOT and through you guys, obviously, for sure.
Okay, so because I understand the application says licensed Sidewalk Cafe, but what you really want to do is you want to have roadbed, some sort of roadbed, temporary roadbed, or temporary sidewalk until that program is over.
Right.
Is that right?
I would have to,
Yeah, whatever DOT gives us, we'll take, and then when it reverts back to DCA, whenever that is, we can come back for something permanent.
for sure.
Okay, so now for my clarification, so you're willing to stipulate that the hours are like 7 to 7? Is that aside from if you're having a private?
But whatever we had in the stipulation on Hudson would be the
You know,
same.
Donald, the Hudson was different because when I asked this on Hudson, because it's a more commercial area, there's a lot of the offices there too, and you really didn't know how that was going to, like, you might get more late night, that you weren't willing to stipulate to that there. So that's why I'm asking that for this one.
So Ben, you have to understand when they talk about that, that's when all customers have to be out. So you got to give them the hour by which you'll know that when you're operating open to the public, everybody will be out.
Aside from a private
Other than
party.
staff cleaning.
Private party, yeah. I mean, you know, I have a tendency to say yes to that. I just feel like it's a little bit, I wish we had the flexibility because, again, I'm not sure about the neighborhood. I truly agree with you that I think King is a little bit more driven by the office population. But, you know, being like, I think will be more responsible than the bar that next to us. So I would have hoped that if we feel there's a demand for someone to have a cookie and and a glass of rosé at 8. I just wish we could do it where in front of us you have someone who's doing shots and tequila, you know.
Yeah, so you got to come up with something that you know is going to be fine, whether that's 9 o'clock or whatever that is. Doesn't mean you have to stay open that late.
My suggestion is that you just indicate the advertised hours are going to be till 7 p.m., but that you have, I think we can build in that you do have permission till 11. It's just that your advertised hours will be till 7. That's all.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's going to change. Ben, just so we're clear, if you say that, then that's what you got to do. And if you want to change that, you have to come back. So you got to build in something anticipating that if you want to extend it a little, you don't have to come back, because you don't have to come back for an extra hour. When you're talking about closing at 7, 8, I mean, this is beyond anything we ever, we never, I mean, come on, we never talk about it, whether you're closing at 7, 8, or 9. This should not be an issue. Even if we say 9 o'clock, it should not be an issue.
Right.
We're not saying it is.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you.
So where do we end up on that? 9 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the advertised hours will be till 7 p.m., but you'll have the opportunity to be open till 11 for the service of alcohol on when needed.
Okay.
But,
So or on occasion when needed, something to that,
But you say that, Bob, I just want to make sure that Ben is okay with that, because you're telling
Yes,
him
I do too.
to advertise only 7, and that would mean if you agree to that, you can't advertise you're open till 8. That's why I suggest
No.
making it at 9, so it builds in enough flexibility so that it's not an issue.
Yeah, I agree.
Because and I agree with you, Bob, and also Donald, because again, I will, as much as I love seeing you guys every month, it would be, I don't think, very constructive for me to come back just for an additional an hour, where I think the committee would be comfortable with 9, for example.
So we'll say will not be advertised no later than 9 p.m. Okay, that gives you the opportunity to be closing at 7 p.m.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that sounds good.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Thanks.
Okay.
You want to do Bleecker Bar now?
I think we'll do Bleecker Bar now. We have on let's see, both of you have Mark Fitzgerald has joined us, and Susan Wittenberg has joined us on our committee, and Anthony Wong has joined us. So yes, so we will do Bleecker Street Bar at, I just lost my piece of paper, 648 Broadway. So if everyone can raise their hands for that. Frank, Steve, James. Okay, so for right now, just the applicant, no one from the public. So let's see. Benjamin. Yeah. Okay, do I have everyone? Up here. Get Cheryl. Oh, Cheryl. Okay. Why is Cheryl there? Okay. So who wants to go ahead?
I can speak first.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. How are you?
So we've heard, Frank, I'll just, we have heard this once, and then you gave us an update last week. So if you can sort of, you don't have to run through every little detail, just give us an update and go through where things are at.
Briefly, you all know Bleecker Street Bar. It's at the same location for 30 years. You know the landlord has forced us out. We have been in very, very deep negotiations with a block association. We have agreed to certain things. Unfortunately, we cannot agree to some of the things they've asked us to do. So I want to try and keep it as brief as possible, Donna.
That was a little too brief. All right, fine. So
What are the things that are agreed
what
to?
have you agreed to? Let's
Rita,
start-
you want to go through that list of the things that we're comfortable with?
Yeah, where does the list come from? You could describe where you're talking about.
It's
The
list
MOU Zella
that
drafted.
came from the MOU from Zella and the group of other people in the neighborhood.
So it's the NoHo Bowery stakeholders, which
Correct.
is, just for anybody listening, I have the resident owners of 644 and 652 Broadway and 77 and 88 Bleecker. I think that covers it. And I'm sure Zella will speak later and will fill us in, but that, oh, and 1-5 Bond Street. So go ahead.
Yeah, do we want to just kind of go through this line by line, or how do you guys want to do this?
No, not line by line, but I think an overview of how you're operating, the hours.
Prior Bleecker Street Bar had no kitchen. The new location will have a strong food component. We'll be operating until 4 a.m. 7 days a week. The security team that we had previously, we will continue to use. The team that we had for years, actually, we will continue to use. There's certain items on that MOU.
I got it. So we have agreed to some things on here for sure that we came to a resolution on. We've agreed to no unlimited drink offers. We've agreed to no explicitly offer discounted shots, though we do still want to be able to offer specials for some of the events that we do, as well as a happy hour and some other just nice things
Right,
to do.
but we agreed to no discounted shots. That's
We
all.
agreed to that, yep. We agreed to no bottle service except bottles of wine, champagne, or obviously bottles of beer. With no pictures of cocktails, obviously, but we would like to have the option to do pictures of sangria and possibly pictures of beer, though it generally wasn't a big part of our operation in the past. We have agreed to not utilize lighted signage in the front windows on the interior or the exterior, or within 18 feet of the interior doorway. We have agreed to, we sent an updated detailed drawing of our kitchen equipment to just better flesh that out for everyone as well. Menus have been provided. We provided an updated floor plan that spelled out all of the tables that were lower and more the dining size tables, as well as where all of the seats and bar stools were. We have agreed to the security stipulations. Go ahead, Frank.
Rhea, can I just ask you a question on that with the seating, just to have clarity? So it's the 2 floors, it's 2,500 square feet on each floor. Is that correct?
Let me look at the exact square footage. I don't have it in front of me.
No, it's in the application.
I mean, that's what it says in the application, said roughly.
That's what it is.
But that's important because you can't have more than 5,000 square feet there for an eating and drinking establishment, I believe.
Yeah, no, the basement looks like less. The
And
first floor-
do patrons use the basement?
No.
No, they do
No
not.
patrons use in the basement. Okay, so then the next, then you had, I have 146 seats total. Is that correct? So that your occupancy, I believe you something down of around 160 for your occupancy with some standing people around the pool tables, dartboard.
Well, we have 146 seats that are on the floor plan, but our intention is to let the city of New York tell us what our capacity limit is. And our hope is to take advantage of whatever it is they offer us.
That's a
we know
reason.
that with 146 seats, there's plenty of other open space for standing room for guests. And while we haven't gotten to the point with our architect where he's gotten approval from the city yet on an occupancy, we're waiting to find out what that number will be.
What is he applying for? What's the number that they have told you, your architect?
He has estimated that we are in the ballpark of 250.
That's a lot different than what we're looking at on this application, I would say. Okay. All right.
So then your application is for 250 because, I mean, we don't have a limit at this point.
Yeah, I don't actually have the application in front of me, but I was hoping that maybe Frank could chime in on that.
My understanding was it was 146 plus around 20 employees, give or take. I don't know where the 250 number came from. I don't know if it's really possible in that location, have that many people, to be honest.
Yeah, we don't know either. We're willing to adhere to whatever the city imposes on us.
Right, but the state liquor authority can also impose limitations, and there can be an agreement here, and that's what I think we're getting at. Okay, so if you have 146 seats and you need a capacity for 160, you know, that's something you can present to us. But I mean, just saying, oh, I'm waiting for the city to tell me isn't going to work here. We need to have a set answer so that we can figure this out and then make a recommendation.
Well, I think where the issue lies is the application asks for the total number of seats, and we've told you it's 146 seats. There may be some room for standees also, but I don't think there's going to be another 100 standees.
Right. Well, that's why I'm saying 160. I think that was the number that was being proposed that I saw in the Bowery stakeholders letter.
Is that 160 include employees? That's kind of tight.
Yeah,
Well,
I think that you're right, Bob, that's what they proposed.
Yeah, that's we're talking about patrons. We're not talking about employees. And so that gives a little bit more room for people to be at pool tables and standing. If everybody in the whole place is seated, which we know is probably not going to happen, but you know, we got to live in that hypothetical.
Right. Our previous location, which was a smaller square footage footprint, we had a public assembly of 191. And we were occupying something less than 2,400 square feet on the ground floor then. I know that the document that was submitted in that MOU has a different figure, but it's not an accurate number in terms of the square footage. And our feeling is that with the square footage at the new location being somewhat larger than the previous, that we would probably come in around 200 to 250.
I was just looking at the 56 Bleecker C of O, and it says on that it's 152. So
Yeah, that did come up, and it was a little bit of a concern because we have paperwork that contradicts that, and I don't really have an answer to that, other than the paperwork that's sitting in a file cabinet, not anywhere near me at the moment. But for many years, we've been operating with that 191, and we have had visits from the city periodically over the years, and they confirmed that number when the fire marshal came in. They were always looking to do a head count and to confirm that we were under 191 every time the fire marshal made a visit to us for an inspection.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I'm in order to get that C of O though, which is what that number came from for the 152. Obviously, there was other paperwork filed, and I don't know if that superseded that place of assembly permit for whatever reason, but it's there. So that's Just, that's all that I see.
Understood.
So we need to know what the application, what's going to be the occupancy, the maximum occupancy in terms of patrons.
Well, I think that for the sake of wrapping this up, we would all be able to live with 190. That'll give us plenty of room for people to comfortably occupy the space with the standees, in addition to the seats that are provided. It is also my understanding that the number that we agree to will include all of our employees, and we would like to respectfully ask that 190 not include our employees, because we expect that our number of employees that are there on any given shift is going to go up dramatically from our previous location, as we are going to have a full kitchen and a full kitchen staff, as well as additional management and additional security people.
So would you say not to exceed 190 patrons?
I would say not to exceed 190.
That's the answer, Bob.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
The disconnect is the seating versus the dartboard, the pool tables, and the general standees.
Right.
And there are 2 pool tables, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the other issues on here that were the main issues, not? Were the hours? Go ahead. Bob, were you going to say something?
I think you could let other people, there are a lot of people that would
All right.
want to see this, and I
Okay,
think,
so we'll go.
yes, I think Lois has a question too, but
Okay, Lois, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. With the amount of people that you have, including staff, how are you going to handle, I call it dismissal, but like last call, if you're going to 4 a.m. in the morning, what is your security going to do? And how are you going to prevent the impact of the noise on the neighborhood who are sleeping?
Good question. It's been our experience for the last 10 plus years that the neighborhood has significantly shifted to not being such the late night place that it once was, that had large numbers of people, and that people tend to trickle out somewhere between 2 and 4 o'clock. And while we generally call last call, about 45 minutes before closing time, we have been experiencing the environment where it's a non-issue at night. We see that people disperse throughout the evening. Once it's 3 o'clock in the morning, it becomes a very manageable group of people, and those people just they don't all leave at once. They just leave in shifts, and the small groups that they came in, they leave in the same small groups. And it's really been quite a pleasant goodbye to the people that are our late night regulars. They are some of our better customers and clients, the late night people. So it's kind of an enjoyable way to end the evening.
When does your music stop?
Well,
what time?
We only have music through the speakers that is controlled by the bartender throughout the day, as well as the manager. And typically what they will do is when they call last call, they'll turn off the music.
Okay. And my last question, part of this is,
I'm sorry,
people
Lois.
come out to smoke. Yes, Frank?
Look, can I interrupt you just for a second? Acoustalog's recommendations, we're having a sound limiter, so it actually won't be up to the bartender. The bartender can play with the volume setting, as much as he likes, but the volume's not going to go beyond a certain level that we agreed to set it at with Mr. Fierstein.
But when is the music going to end?
At last call, he said.
last call.
Okay. Okay, that's great. And what I'd like to know is more about now about at least, I would say 30% to 40% of people smoke. And then their friends who don't smoke come out to be with them. So how are you going to handle the smoke and the noise pollution from the chatter?
Well, we plan to have security people outside on the sidewalk that are doing everything within their power to manage any gatherings of our customers and to encourage them to not be noisy and to move on and not to hang out and linger and just to keep moving along. And if they're coming out just for a cigarette, we have every intention of encouraging them to go a bit north of us, toward the Wendy's, where we know that that building is a commercial building as well as our building being a commercial building upstairs, so as to have the least amount of negative impact on any residential buildings.
What's your re-entry policy?
I'm sorry?
Your re-entry policy.
Re-entry policy is that we only let people, well, our re-entry policy is going to be that the people that were able to get outside to have a cigarette break will have to go through the same scrutinization from security to make sure that there's somebody that they want to let back into the bar. The trained security people have a keen eye of knowing that if somebody has had a drink or two too many, that they don't let them in the first place. It's one of the points that we make with all of our security meetings is to make sure that we don't let inebriated people in the door ever. We take our responsibility very seriously. The state of New York holds us to a very high standard about not serving people that have already had too much to drink. And we don't want to be the place that gives them that extra drink. We would prefer that they not patronize our establishment.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Susan?
Hi, I just have one short question. I feel like your explanation of how the crowds, or maybe people, I shouldn't say crowds, individuals leave the bar in the previous location, which is slowly, not in a mob scene. It's not like a concert letting out, obviously. But the thing I can't tell is like the goal of this location is to be bigger and better. So describing how people left in the old bar doesn't seem exactly applicable to this situation. And I feel like I'm not quite clear how you want more people, that's the idea. It is a bit of a different concept, but you talk about how quiet it was with the smaller, older location. So I'm just not clear on the new concept for those late hours.
Yeah, well, our expectation is that this new incarnation of us is actually going to make everything a little easier. The food component is going to be a significant part of our reopening, and we expect that we will see, as you would see people at a restaurant leave after they've finished their meal and paid their bill to just to go. And you are correct, Susan. It's not going to be like a concert, and it's not going to be like a nightclub where there's going to be some celebrity DJ that's playing music and everybody's there for the event until the event finishes, and then there's a mass exodus. Our intention is to be the neighborhood bar that we've wanted to be for quite some time, but had our hands tied quite a bit by our previous landlord, who wouldn't allow us to have a kitchen and serve food. And we are excited and eager to demonstrate to the neighborhood that we are going to be the neighborhood bar that the neighborhood deserves and will appreciate it and enjoy. We're looking forward to an incredibly long relationship to top the incredibly long relationship we've already had. And we just want to reinvent ourselves into a better version of what we were, because we've had the handcuffs taken off of us now. We don't have to be worried about making every penny we can to pay the rent, because we've worked out an arrangement with a landlord that's going to give us some breathing room. We're allowed to prepare food and attract a lot of the neighbors that we wanted to hold on to a lot tighter than we were able to in the past, because we were never able to be a place where some of our better customers could spend their evening. We were a place that they went to before they went to dinner, or a place they went to after dinner. And now they can come and have a before dinner drink, have dinner, have an after dinner drink, and it'll be what we've been hoping for a long, long time. And we are very excited and looking forward to this opportunity.
Jim, can I just add one thing?
Yes.
Lincoln Street Bar 2.0 is also going to feature interior vestibule doors. We will have the opportunity to have our security, if there happens to be a crowd at any particular time after midnight, let's say, our security will be able to decide how many people to let out at a time while keeping the rest in the vestibule area.
Absolutely.
I see.
Absolutely. The vestibule is part of our construction project. We need to have that for a lot of reasons. It's a climate control component, as well as a noise control component. And it offers the buffer to let the security people do their job without really interfering with the patrons that are inside already enjoying their time.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bob?
Yeah, just to follow up on that. So the vestibule that's shown in the diagram, you folks would agree that all IDs and everything that occurs, there'll be no lines on the sidewalk to get in. That the vestibule or the area interior is where all carting will take place, and people won't be hanging out on the street when it's really cold out with the heater out there IDing people, right?
Well, you are correct. That's 100% correct.
Okay, and just a follow up on the sound mitigation, the agreement, or at least the I have what 70 dBA. There's going to be a sound level meter located at the bar at 70 dBA, and that will be the limit.
Do you want to call one out for that?
I think that's a question for Alan Firestein, who's he's here to speak on our behalf.
Okay, because both sound guys seem to come up with the same number. But you're in agreement that there will be a sound limiter at the bar and that will be on at all times?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so there's some discussion here about special events that might take place. When those special events take place outside of your daily use as a bar, it's going to be the same thing. That meter, that level is going to stay the same.
Correct. We will never ever deviate from that maximum level of sound.
Okay, so the concept where there's somewhere in here about a DJ, you're talking about a DJ at that level.
Yes.
Okay.
And we've had lots of conversation about DJ and different ways of defining what a DJ is, but that is just a little precautionary language that we were negotiating with them to cover the possibility of us having some, fundraising event where there might be what's more of an MC than a DJ. You know someone with a PA system and a microphone.
I just want to make sure we're in agreement that limiter applies to every single event.
Every single day.
Okay.
No, we will never exceed that limit that we established with Mr. Firestein's help.
And no one can bring in their own speakers or anything like that. It's just through your sound system at all times at that level.
Correct.
Yes. Right. And you guys will agree not to install speakers, mount them right on the ceiling itself, that you'll suspend them?
Yes, we've actually painstakingly gone through the process of understanding how to install this sound system with the assistance of the acoustical engineer to make sure that we have protected any sound leaking into any building above or to the side of us.
Okay, that's it for me. Sorry.
Okay, does anybody else from the committee have anything before I go to the public?
Don, I think we have some people who want to speak.
Yep, I'm gonna go to them
Okay.
now. So Zella Jones, you should be able to speak.
If it pleases the committee, I would defer my time to speak.
You want me to come back to you?
Song, I think he should speak for 6:44 before I do.
Okay. I will go down the list. Anthony Meyer, would you like to speak?
I'm going to cede my time at this point to Jamie Ensord, who's counsel representing our building, if I may.
Okay. So I will go to Jamie. Would you like to speak?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. And good evening, members of Community Board 2. My name is Jamie Ansorge, and I'm here representing residents of 644 Broadway. 644 Broadway, their front door is only feet from the entrance to 648 Broadway, and their concerns about this application are significant. Over the past few weeks, representatives of 7 neighborhood buildings, including 644 Broadway, have sent letters of opposition to this application to the Community Board, citing serious quality of life concerns and a desire that the applicant find a different location for their business, especially given the late hours of operation and large capacity they seek. We'd also like to note that the location in question is a very strict zoning designation and currently no certificate of occupancy that would allow for the type of operation they're seeking support for today. While local residents would strongly prefer that Bleecker Street Bar find an alternate and more suitable location, they have engaged in active discussion and negotiation with BSB in partnership with Zella Jones and NOHO stakeholders. At this point, it seems that the community and BSB have reached an agreement on a range of issues, as the applicant has noted, and Zella, I'm sure, will explain in detail. However, major intractable issues remain around hours and capacity. The position of these residents is that the board should look to the hours set in January by this same committee for the Palms directly across the street, a subterranean lounge run by experienced operators that we believe was limited to 12 a.m. on Sunday, 1 a.m. Monday through Thursday, and 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday as an absolute maximum. For the sake of the community and fair competition, we hope that the board will not permit any hours beyond this recently set precedent for the block. Furthermore, the most recent certificate of occupancy for the ground floor space at this location lists a maximum occupancy of 74 persons. It's not yet clear what capacity will be allowed by the DOB or FDNY, but as you've heard tonight, BSB would like to have the maximum possible capacity, or it sounds like something close to 200 persons. Residents believe that such a large capacity would only deepen quality of life issues at a space that has never before been used for this purpose, and strongly request the community board consider pushing for further limitations on that capacity. Lastly, sidewalk management and noise issues are a paramount concern to these residents. In addition to the points agreed upon with Bleecker Street Bar regarding security and sanitation, we strongly encourage the community board to push for an internal decibel limit of 70 dBA, 83 dBc as recommended by Bleecker Street Bar's own engineer and confirmed by our own independently hired engineer, as well as ideally a double layered awning to limit the travel of both sound and smoke from patrons outside, a concern that you've heard from several committee members tonight. Ultimately, the residents of 644 Broadway understand and share a desire to help Bleecker Street Bar to reopen. However, they would strongly prefer that BSB find a more suitable location elsewhere. If the community board does act on this application tonight, we strongly recommend disapproval unless the strictest possible protections are in place for local residents. Thank you very much for your time and consideration tonight.
Can you just repeat the hours again that you're suggesting from across the street?
Sure. So, our understanding via the full board resolution regarding the Palms at 643 Broadway was 12 a.m. closure on Sunday nights, 1 a.m. closure Monday through Thursday nights, and then a 2 a.m. closure on Friday and Saturday nights. Again, that's what we believe would be a fair maximum, as opposed to 4 a.m. across the board, which is the current application.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, Jacqueline Margie. Jacqueline, you should be able to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for taking the time. I'm a resident at 88 Bleecker. We've moved into the neighborhood just a few years ago, just because of its, residential feel and because of its character. I'm a physician. I work long hours. I work weekends sometimes, so certainly being able to sleep at night and quality of life is paramount. So I just want to second what Jamie was saying prior to this message, just regarding, I strongly oppose the location. I think it's a great bar. I've been to Bleecker Street Bar, but I think the location is inappropriate. And just, want to voice my concern about my strong opposition to having that bar.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Edward Allen, you should be able to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to let me speak. I'm recently retired NYPD sergeant. I worked that area of Bleecker Street Bar. I worked 9th Precinct, 6th Precinct, and Emergency Service Unit. So I'm very familiar with, the area, the bar, and the new locations area. I just, as a character witness for the bar and for James, Pete, Rhea, I know them all over the years. I spoke with Jamie Hernandez, gave him a call before I came to the meeting, just to make sure that the bar is in good standing, as I know it to be. And he had told me, I don't know if you're familiar with Jamie, he's the community affairs officer from the 9th Precinct.
Mm-hmm.
He stated to me that, he looked through the files and he said there's no issues, no reports or any, bad conduct that he knows of. And another thing I'd like to say, that over the years, they, in the NYPD, what they usually do is they'll put bars that aren't in good standing for many reasons, drugs, prostitution, and whatnot. They'll put it on an off limits list for officers that they're not able to patronize. And the Bleecker Street Bar was always within good standings, never any issues. Also, what I wanted to say was, from working in the area, and also I've patronized the location many times, security. They run a good operation there. They always have a front security. They have security in the back room by the pool tables, and usually somebody in the middle, like a go-between. And as far as I was listening to, I believe it was Lois. She brought up a couple of good points, about the people out front, the smokers, and the atmosphere basically of the club, the dispersal at night. So from what I've seen from the security there, they will not let people get loud or boisterous or urinate or, basically loiter in front of the location. The dismissal, as Lois called it, at night, usually, like Jimmy said, by that time of the evening, it really pitters out. Like, there's not too many people there. So it's not like a club type of location from what I know it to be. It's more of a friendly, like a neighborhood bar. So I'm basically just here as a character witness to what I've seen over the years. And, I've wanted to let you know that it is in good standing within the police department and, from the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Marcella Caci, if that's how you pronounce your last name. I'm sorry if I mangled that.
No, you did a perfect job. Actually, I'm impressed. First of all, I want to say thank you to you guys for taking the time to go over this. I know, we had the call 2 months ago, and I was on that call as well. So I just want to thank you, the whole board, for your service. and taking the time to really think through these issues and listen to these issues. I've lived in NoHo on and off for the last 30 years, so I'm very familiar with the bar. You know, we respect that. I absolutely respect the applicants and this process, but I think here there's real concern over this bar in this location. I mean, as Jamie said earlier, we've had 7 buildings. I mean, I don't know what kind of, opposition you usually get to things, but this is 7 buildings, the presidents of the buildings, you know, sending letters that are in full opposition to this in this location. This is representing, we're probably talking over 600-700 residents in this area. I mean, this is a major amount of people who all feel the same. And it's for what the woman that spoke a little earlier said, we are all very, very worried about our quality of life. I think something that, you know, the BSB and the location it was before is very different. And I think there's a lot of people saying, oh, it's close, you know, it's close by. It's like, we're just going down the road. But the location was in before. And again, anybody who lives in NoHo knows this. We had you had Crosby Alley. So it's one of the things that keeps coming up in a lot of these conversations is where do all these people go? And I think in the previous location, there was a place for people to go. They went in Crosby Alley. And they would stay out there and they would loiter and they would smoke and they would make noise, but there was very few residential buildings right in direct vicinity. I think even Zella might have said there's about 45 units. You know, we're talking about now over 300 units are affected by this. There is no alley. There is no space on the sidewalk for control of the sidewalk and people and noise and smoking and vomit and urine. I mean, 644 is right next door. People are going to be urinating in that doorway 100%. This will happen. We've already had it happen. So I think that we really have to take into consideration, I really hope the board takes into consideration that this is not around the corner. This is a very, very different location for all kinds of reasons. You know, again, I just want to say that this, you know, a bar and establishment, again, I think, you know, we heard from Bleecker Street Bar saying that, you know, they want to be there, they want to be that neighborhood bar. But to me, any bar that's open till 4 a.m., it just brings a certain character of people with it. We know this. And as much as Bleecker Street Bar can try to control this with security, at 4 a.m. every night, this is a huge disturbance to the neighborhood. I mean, it just is. No matter what they want to do, it is going to be, it's just part of the animal of a bar. And I think really this is something that's just, you know, we have kids in our building. We don't want them being harassed. We have older people in our building. We have sanitation issues already on Broadway. We have issues with Wendy's already on our issue with the drug dealing of Wendy's. I think this is going to exacerbate it. I mean, we just feel like we don't, you know, I'm not against the Bleecker Street Bar. I go to Bleecker Street Bar, but I don't think it should be in this location. And I really think there's numerous other locations in NoHo where this bar could be. If there was no open locations, restaurants or bars, I'd say, okay, you know, we have to figure something out to help these guys. But there's numerous locations, vacant restaurants and bars all along. There's nightlife clusters. There's Bowery. There are nightlife clusters where this bar fits in and could actually probably do better business. Broadway is quiet at night. It's a pedestrian walkway. There's Best Buy. There's Gregory's Coffee. There's Barbara Sturm. There's no bars and restaurants on Broadway. So I just ask if you do, you know, the committee does decide to pass this, please, I literally beg on my knees that you please take into consideration the timing, the capacity, and also what we had talked about, the awning, to make sure that at least there's some quality of life for the people that are there. So thank you for listening.
I may have missed it. Do you live in 644 or where?
I do live in 644.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Sure. Adam Meshikow. I think I mangled that one. You should be able to speak.
Just grab something for yourself. It's on
Hi,
8 o'clock. Grab something.
Thanks, everyone, for your time. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I appreciate everyone's kind of view here. I'm joining on behalf of living in the neighborhood. I do live on 88 Bleecker, and I do not agree with kind of the group that was speaking before, because I actually have been I've been a patron of 88 of Bleecker Street Bar for a long time, and they do run a different type of operation, and I think it's important that everyone knows that. If you guys have ever walked down, you know, to go to the subway in the neighborhood, and look down the Crosby Alley in the hours where Bleecker Street Bar is not open and is not operating, you'll notice it brings riffraff, during the day. And that brings, whether that's drug addicts or homeless folks or things like that. And we see that quite often. Living at 88 Bleecker, I'm sure you see at all hours of the day kind of what happens at Wendy's. And, whether that's dealing drugs in broad daylight or kind of the things that it attracts late at night. For me, Bleecker Street Bar has always been a place for me to go unwind. I work in startups. I come home late. Sometimes I travel a lot for work and I fly in. I'll get home real late. And I'm always looking for somewhere where I can unwind. Bleecker Street Bar has kind of been the home for me of that place to unwind, whether it's 1 a.m. after flying from the West Coast or, being in the office late at night and coming there. And, from my perspective, I've never seen a fight there. I've always seen very top-notch security. I've never seen crazy amounts of loitering or people urinating in public or anything like that. And I've been going there for a long time. So, as much as I could say, I don't want there to be noise pollution and things of that nature, which everyone I think is in agreement on. At the same time, I also think that there are a lot of kind of illicit activities happening near the Wendy's, which is right next door, and in and around the vicinity. And I think having security is important. And I think we saw that by the Crosby Street Alley. And we saw that when Bleecker Street Bar was open, and at night there were never kind of those drug addicts, and there was never junkies in that alleyway going forward. And then when, I'm sure if you walk there in the morning on your way to work to the 6 train, you've seen that. I do believe that level of presence and open will bring more safety to the neighborhood. And look, my fiance, comes home late, as well. And I think safety is important with all the vacant storefronts that are available right now and all the vacancies that are happening on Broadway. I think having a little bit of light and life to the city, to that block, is going to be very important for the safety. So that's all I wanted to mention, but thank you very much for your time. And I hope you took my essence seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Vivian Sylvester, you should be able to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I live in the neighborhood. I've lived in the neighborhood for about 13 years now. And to me, NoHo is a very important area of the city. I moved there because of its historic nature. And I believe that in any community, this is the community board, the community, those of us who live in an area should come first versus a commercial entity and a landlord who are the ones who will make money out of this to the misery of the neighbors. So contrary to the last speaker and contrary to Edward, the police officer, and thank you, Edward, for your service, I have to disagree. I live at 644 and I have not only seen and heard the ramifications of people spilling out of the bar onto the street. Crosby Street, I walk down every day to go to the subway, and it stank of vomit and urine every night. It was disgusting. There were people spilling out onto the sidewalk. If Bleecker Street Bar is going to be what it purports to be, a quiet, elevated, neighborhood-friendly gastropub, that would be fantastic. But I do not believe that it's going to be that. It's going to be run in the same way as it has been before, even being a 2.0. First up on the menu is 3 different types of wings. Those are bar snacks. That is not dinner. It's going to be a sports bar. And it's not being very straightforward with regard to the capacity. I'm very, very grateful that you guys really asked to know what the capacity would be, because it's been very obscure by the bar. And lastly, I want to say that a 4 a.m. closure is really unthinkable for the neighborhood. We work hard, we work long hours. I agree with Jacqueline at 88 Bleecker. Those of us who live in the area and work long and hard hours would like to get a decent night's sleep. We are not going to get a decent night's sleep. We're going to be have noise of people spilling out onto the sidewalk. I've been in many, many bars in my life, and everybody knows when you've had a few drinks, you have no idea how loud you are. So when you come out onto the sidewalk, you have no idea how loud you are. And noise carries very much at night. Broadway is a quiet street at night. So it won't be a pleasant experience for those of us who are living there with people spilling out onto the sidewalk. There will be smoking, there will be noise pollution, and there will be sanitation issues. As I think I mentioned on our very first call, at 644 Broadway, we've already had issues for the last number of years that I've lived there with people, and it's people who've been drinking because the urine smells of beer. So it's people who've been drinking and piss in our doorway, to put it in a very New York, very unpolite way. So whilst I would like to have the Bleecker Street Bar continue in NoHo, I think a better location for it would be either on the Bowery or beyond LaGuardia Place on Bleecker, where that kind of bar open till 4 a.m. Is clustered and would be welcome in that area. It is not welcome in this particular area. It's an inappropriate location for it. This block is not the place for it. It's a highly residential block. There's residential across the street. The adjacent buildings, we have, I believe, 7 of them signed up around it, do not want this bar in this location. Thank you very much for listening. And I hope that you will take into account the wishes of the people who live in the area and who would have to put up on a daily and nightly basis with the downsides of having a 4 a.m. bar. So please, please, please consider the capacity. Please consider the hours if you are going to approve this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next I'm going to call on Emma Colonna, and I'm just going to ask, we've got a lot of speakers here, so if you're going to just try not to repeat what someone else has said and just say you agree or something, and make new points if you can. I don't want to stop anybody from talking, but I just want to keep it moving along.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, I will keep it short and sweet. I also live at 88 Bleecker. I'm a little bit frustrated by the Alliance's lack of representation of all of the voices of the people that live at 88 Bleecker. Over the past few months, we've received a lot of negative marketing about this whole situation, and I don't really feel like my voice has been fully heard. So thank you for taking the time to listen. I am a frequent patron of Bleecker Street Bar. I love the bar. My apartment will face the bar directly, and I'm really excited for them to come back. I'm really excited to support their efforts to reopen. This last year has just seen a number of closures in our neighborhood. I mean, every other building is a vacant spot right now. And so to bring back a local small business sense of personality, I think is a really exciting opportunity. I understand that there are some concerns around noise, but from my experience, the Bleecker Street Bar, as people have said, run a tight ship. I do not think that it is like every other bar in the city. And I just wanted to make sure that my voice of support as a resident of 88 Bleecker was heard. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Alex Sarosi.
Hi, thank you so much for having me speak today. I wanted to also speak in strong support of Bleecker Street Bar. Similar to what the previous commenter was saying, I just wanted to stress that some of the members of the community, I live at 88 Bleecker Street, which would be across the street from where the bar is proposed to be. And I've been a member there for 7+ years. I just want to say that this has not been a concerted opinion. I think a lot of us are in strong support of the bar. I've known the bar myself as an institution in the neighborhood. My brothers before me were frequent visitors. And while I myself am not a heavy drinker, really don't drink much at all, I really appreciate the presence of the bar in the neighborhood, and more than anything, the security that it has offered to me. I am a physician and often come home late at night, sometimes 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Getting off of the subway always felt very safe, knowing that there was a security guard, lights, and a presence on that corner where Bleecker Street Bar used to be, and knowing that that presence will be continued and carried forward at Broadway, where I particularly felt unsafe in the recent months with the people that have been outside Wendy's, knowing that somebody will be there and the bar will be there as a presence to deter that sort of act will make me feel a lot more comfortable. So knowing that it'll be open till 4 o'clock in the morning, would make me happy as a community member. And I also just want to point out some of the maybe bias against a certain kind of folk that might be at the bar at a certain hour, that's been expressed. And I just don't want to develop any kind of bias towards those people. So thank you so much for having me. I mean, the only other thing that I want to add that I think hasn't been touched upon that the bar owners mentioned earlier is that this establishment will feature food, which there's sort of a scarcity of in this area. So having a late night food option for myself, as I'm sure for many others, will be an added bonus on top of the security.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Caroline Maher. You should be able to speak. You may have to.
Yeah, hi. This is Ed Maher. My wife Caroline is next to me. I'm using her phone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Well, thanks for the.
You just cut off. Did I?
Might have muted himself by mistake.
I think, yeah, I don't even, oh, wait. Maybe I.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. My name is Ed Maher. I live at 77 Bleecker Street with my wife, my 2 young kids. People have always asked us, how do you live on Broadway? You're raising a family. And I tell them it's because it's a retail zone. It's all retail. It is loud during the day, but at night it shuts down 7, 8, 9 o'clock. Everything shuts down and it's nice and quiet. And because of that, it's not just my family, it's many other families and people living all around that whole corridor. And it's built that way, and that's become the precedent. I really agree with what a lot of these people said, where the clusters are set up for a reason. There are areas that have bars clustered together. Those communities, that neighborhood has been built to tolerate that. This is not that. And to think, to listen to a couple of the other speakers suggest that adding a bar is going to reduce crime. I don't think there's any data that would ever support that. And you know, I can appreciate the slant on it, but I think it's more than a reach to suggest that. So for quality of life issues, I'd ask the board to please decline this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up?
Yeah.
Yeah, so sir, 77 Bleecker, that's directly across from the location? Yes. Okay, all right, thank you.
My windows would be looking out at the bar, yes.
Gotcha, so you're on the same side of Bleecker Street as the bar, the proposed bar?
No, I'm on the west side of Broadway. And
yeah, but I guess I'm comparing the 88 Bleecker is on the other side of Bleecker Street.
Oh, Bleecker, yeah, 88 is south, correct. Yeah, we're on the north side, yes. And then I'm facing west, my window. I'm facing east from my windows.
Okay, John Nicolucci. You allowed to talk is not because John is using an older version. Okay, so yes, I have to promote him to a panelist. Okay. John, you should be able to speak.
It may take him a second to switch over.
John? Did I lose him? No, I don't see him. I'll go to Edwin Finn and Mr. Nicolucci. If I can find you, I'll try to get you back up.
Hello, my name is Ed Finn. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm a resident of 644 Broadway, and I just want to dispute something that Jim Abrams said earlier in this conversation, that there's these quiet partings at 4 a.m. I live about 100 feet from where the bar used to be, and I have been woken up, as I've told you, 2 nights a week for 20 years by this bar. That didn't happen to a lot of people because in the old location, there weren't so many apartments. They're going to be near 300 apartments. And believe me, the community board's going to hear about it if this thing opens. It's very loud at 4 a.m., very loud. The second point I want to make is about health. We're in the middle of a COVID crisis, and we're going to put 20, 30 smokers out on a 20 by 20 stretch of sidewalk in front of this place. That is not healthy. The other issue I want to make is about capacity. How can you vote on this thing when the current certificate of occupancy only allows 74 people? I've measured the size of the area they're going to be using, minus the pool tables, minus the dartboard. I've given a lot of parties. I've bought out a lot of restaurants in my life. If you have any more than 100 people in this space, it's going to be a fire hazard. If you look at the seats they have, the bar stools are almost touching each other. In the conversation we had last week in a meeting with Jim, he said he was going to apply for more than 200 because the city was going to might put another percentage limit on what bars and restaurants could use during COVID. I mean, that's like getting around the rules. Are you guys concerned at all about the fact that bars have been super spreaders? I understand there is a need to get back into business. The problem is with this bar where it's proposed to be located, you will stop dead in its tracks the expansion of upscale retail that's been coming up Broadway. You've got Crate and Barrel, you've got Adidas, you've got Best Buy, you've got Swatch. Down the other way, we've got Bandier, and they're moving in this direction. If this bar comes in, it's going to stop that dead in its tracks. So I think you have to take a bigger view of the intelligent economic development of the community. I think that's your responsibility. Lifestyle is important. This is going to be bad for lifestyle, but also it's going to keep these storefronts around here empty longer than they would otherwise be. I think Bleecker Street does run a good operation, but this is not the place to run it. There's clear areas like this kind of bar down at Bowery, end of Bleecker, down at LaGuardia, end of Bleecker. But representatives of Bleecker Street Bar have told us, oh, they're too expensive. Well, that's because they're in areas that have full kitchens, that are kitted out to accept people till 4 a.m. and that have higher capacity limits. What the board would be doing by approving this application is essentially changing the zoning of this area, which was zoned for a reason the way it is, much to the detriment of hundreds of the people that you support. So that is my belief. I would like to ask the board to not take any action on this tonight until you have approved occupancy and an actual license filed with the State Liquor Authority. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. William Watkins, you should be able to speak.
Okay, hi everybody. How are you doing? Thanks for listening. Thanks for taking time to listen to me. I'm a little late to the party regarding one issue, but I do take exception to people about the Bleecker Bar saying like, yeah, man, let's just put it on the Bowery. They're already totally screwed. So one more noisy bar won't matter over there. I really wish that they won't do that. But I mean, we do have a reputation now as being not a quiet country lane anymore, and justly deserved. I'm a little bit late to the party regarding 332 Bowery. I don't know, I'm sorry, I was in another meeting. I would like to object to that liquor license because I guess
we're not talking about that liquor license now. This is 648 Broadway.
Okay, so
that's what we're speaking to.
So what do I do since I got late? Do I just send a letter?
We haven't done that one yet, so you can hang out. Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry. I looked at I figured you were already there.
No, no, we're going out of order, and we haven't gotten there. So
okay, so I'll just wait. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. John Nicolucci, I will try this again.
How about now? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. You upgraded. Good.
Sorry about that. I apologize. Thank you for taking the time to hear us all and hold this. So I am an 88 Bleecker resident. I I do have some concerns about the hours. And one of the things, just to kind of call out something that's different from what we've been hearing, when the owners of Bleecker Street Bar met with 88 Bleecker, I guess a month or so back, one of the things that we openly talked about was, while they do have security on the street in front of the bar, making sure people move along, what that security is not going to be able to control is if those people go across the street and sit out front of 77 Bleecker or 88 Bleecker, even using that driveway that was a concern for us with the 88 Bleecker driveway, where that noise will carry. So that's my concern, is that, you know, even if they disperse people, they're going to disperse to other parts of the street, maybe while they're waiting for their Uber or to have a cigarette or just kind of hang out at some times of night that are really just not fit for the area for bars and loud noise. So for that, I am opposed to the location of the Bleecker Street Bar in this location, and I do appreciate you hearing my concerns. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Zella Jones.
I think I'm unmuted.
You're unmuted.
Okay. First, this committee is really familiar with the applications in NoHo for bars and restaurants. So I really take exception to all of the comments that refer to Bowery being a more a better location for another bar or restaurant. You're hearing one this evening that has 27 licenses within 500 feet. This particular location has 5. I'm not imposing unhappiness on Bleecker and Broadway, but it's inappropriate in the extreme to suggest that that this application ought to move to Bowery or to any other location in NoHo without similar scrutiny. You've heard everybody talk about how concerned they are. You've heard all the testimony and facts regarding how residential this particular location is, and in fact, it is densely residential. And so it does change the dynamics here of what's going on. It was my hope that there could be a double hung awning over this location on Broadway to help ameliorate some of the smoke and noise. There seems to be some question about whether the landlord would allow that. I am hoping that their objection would be overcome by Landmarks Commission, which allows this kind of accoutrement on a regular basis. I hark back to my days as sidewalk chair. Let's see, the capacity and hours. You know, this is a brand new enterprise, and we have this is the second application within 2 months that has decided that Broadway is a good spot for it. This is an inundation of, in total, potentially 400 patrons within feet of each other. I am truly hoping that that the applicant will consider a first license period in this location to consider the hours that are used by the Palm, and that for the first period of this license that they adhere to a maximum of 180 patrons. That would seem in keeping if they are. They behave as they feel that they want to. There's no reason why an alteration application can't be approved. We've done that with the Wren over on Bowery and Great Jones Street, which started off at midnight and has recently been granted a 4 a.m. license with the approval of all the tenants around them because their behavior has been so exemplary. That's the crux of the issue here. At the same time, I really have to compliment Frank Perillo. Palillo and the applicants for their openness to an enormous amount of discussion and a huge number of concessions, as you can see on the document that I gave you. They were willing to acquiesce to a lot of concerns. They were polite. They were not at all belligerent. I understand what it must be like to have a business these days, and for all of that, they have, in my estimation, having negotiated a whole lot of these, been very, very willing to be sensitive. That said, I really hope that the board will recommend the hours of the Palm and a somewhat lower occupancy, given that the city has not given any kind of certifying document, and that you would ask for a 500-foot rule hearing, and you would include the stipulations that at least have been thus far approved, and maybe a few that are still in blue ink on the paper you have going forward. And I can answer any questions if there are any left. I can't imagine there are any, but that's it.
Okay, thank you, Zella.
I got a quick follow-up question for Zella.
Oh, you do? Okay, sorry, Bob, go ahead.
Yeah.
And Zella, thank you very much for doing such a significant amount of work on this. I really appreciate it. My question to you is the awning. Okay, could you explain to me what's the issue with the awning?
Yeah.
The building where the bar is going to be located is refusing to have an awning.
I believe that there was paperwork that Frank sent a copy to you late this afternoon. You might not have had a chance to look at it. Steve, the Severi with the applicant inquired of the landlord about adding an awning on the front of the building. Their position at this point is that they would not allow it, largely because they are currently answering issues with the DOB and possibly also with the Landmarks Commission. In my experience with landmarks, they condone the use of double hung awnings. And it also provides signage at the front hangout of the awning, and also with awnings that have side curtains. In this particular situation, it would really help contain the people waiting out on the street. Excuse me, my phone is not. Particularly from moving into the vestibule, outer vestibule area of 644. This is currently out of the control of the Bleecker Street Bar, since they are negotiating a lease, and this is the landlord. But I'm hopeful that some mention can be made of that being a feature that would be further explored. It would make a significant difference. I know from my own past experience at CB2 that recommending those awnings really did make a big difference, particularly for people who are living above any kind of establishment, and particularly with sidewalk cafes, where people were out on the street for a really long time. And it also minimized smoke traveling and that kind of stuff.
Bob, if I may just add something on that.
Yeah, because I would appreciate that, because I'm reading the letter here, and I think the request was for a double awning, but they're saying no. Are they saying no to any awning whatsoever?
Currently, it's a no to any awning. I'm continuing to work with them on that as we're getting down to the final few little pieces of the lease. They have a lot of concerns, one of which is they have to do facade testing once a year, and they've spent a lot of money on the facade, but I'm continuing to ask them. And to the extent that the landlord will permit it, we will adopt it. I just can't consent to that if it's not permitted by the landlord.
Okay.
Well, we'll continue to use our best efforts, Stephen.
Yeah.
Because it is effective. Zella's right.
Yeah, they're putting you know, they're putting a squeeze on everyone, it seems to me, by not even agreeing to it. It doesn't sound, just from the letter, it doesn't seem like they're even listening to the concept. Or
Bob, if I can just chime in, we haven't really had the conversation that we really need to have with them. And Stephen and I plan to have that conversation tomorrow with them. I'm very confident that we will be able to make them understand the value and the necessity and get them on board with this. I can't guarantee it, but I have a lot of confidence that they are willing to hear what we have to say, and they are willing to work with us on all of the things that need to happen in order to make this relationship work. And we are going to, emphasize to them that this is a critically important issue that we need them to cooperate with.
Thank you.
Okay, George Osario. You should be able to speak.
Yeah, does everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to give some perspective here too. I am on board with, I'd like to oppose this, and I'll tell you why. One of the decisions that my wife and I made 9 years ago is that we wanted to live in this area. We used to live in Tribeca, which was, as most of you know, is pretty quiet. But we wanted a little bit, more accessibility to, as somebody stated, the sort of bars in the area. So we actually looked for a place just like this corner. And if you notice, most people say, visitors, guests, you go east or you go west, there's a lot of sound, a lot of bars, people out in the streets. This is the only real area where things are quiet. And so to actually move into an area that is residential was a key component of our decision because of the residential nature. Now we had to go, by the way, I'm the president of the 77 Bleecker Street building, president of the board. We have roughly 450 residents here, and a lot of kids and a lot of older people. And the last thing there's a large glass windows facing right up against where BSB is going to be. So, the sound, the capacity, and the hours especially is of grave concern for us, and we would oppose. As people have said, I don't want to be repetitive, but I wanted to give my perspective here. As many have said, there are many places and many empty storefronts, empty areas. Why don't if you go west, you go east, there are plenty of them. Why put it in the corner with a lot of residential units? So I'd just like to echo what 644 had said as well.
Okay, thank you. And Edwin Finn.
I'm fine. I don't need to say
You're
anything.
good? Okay,
Thanks.
your hand was up. Okay.
My mistake.
Hey, Donna, I just want to throw out, there's a lot of people who are getting the history wrong of this area. This area used to have 2 4 a.m. bars just on between Houston and Bleecker. Gonzalez and Louisiana Bar and Grill were both there for many, many years. And also even in the corner building at 644 Broadway, that's where Blue Willow was a long time ago. And most of these places had to leave because the rents got too high. And because the rents on Broadway, the square footage is so large. So just putting out there that there's a bit of history rewriting that's going on. This area did have late night bars and restaurants, albeit in the past, but just correcting the narrative here a little bit.
Thanks. Anthony Meyer, did you want to speak? Anthony, you may have to, yeah.
Yes, Donna, thank you, I did. I'm going to be very brief and not repeat many of the comments that have been made. I'm the president of the board at 644 Broadway. You've heard from many of my neighbors and residents. The basic comment, we're struggling. This is a good institution. It's a good neighborhood bar, but it's trying to go into a location where it can't go right now. It's not zoned. There's no capacity. This is a very tightly regulated commercial district. There are many locations where they could go as of right. There's so much work to go before they can open in this location. We're struggling with, we've had to do so much work and organize as a community not to oppose the Bleecker Street Bar. It's a good institution for NoHo, but to oppose the location. And given that the city has zoned this area, this particular storefront cannot accommodate their use. We're trying to understand why we're here. And I understand you all are trying to give the applicant a chance to understand whether or not there's support from the neighborhood or the state liquor authority, the community board for opening in concept. But we can't rezone this particular building. So the opposition you're hearing is not to the Bleecker Street Bar, it's to the fact that it's a hypothetical question. They're trying to negotiate a lease in a building that is not zoned by any stretch of the imagination for what they're trying to do. And I'm very uncomfortable that we're in a zoning meeting in effect, because implicit in any approval or recommendation would be the affirmation of a use that is not permitted. Thank you.
Mr. Meyer, I have a question for you. Have you guys offered to rent the space in your building that's vacant to them? It has a certificate of occupancy for an eating and drinking establishment.
We do not control the retail space in our building. It's controlled by an affiliate of now deceased Marty Fine.
And then secondly, the space there, the zoning, it is a use group 6 use, and that is allowed to have eating and drinking. It's not zoning. I think that what you're saying instead is that they don't have the proper permits in place yet.
Mr. Booth, I'm not an attorney. We do not believe it is zoned as use group 6. It is a zone group use 1 through 5. There's some sort of variance in place for the Mercado, the upscale deli that was there previously. But that also limited them to a capacity of 74. So I can't speak to it. We're just told as of right they can't locate there. By the way, in our building, it may be use group 6. There was a restaurant there, but we have a 6,000-foot foreplate. So I'm not sure exactly how that restaurant was there, could be there. But in any case, we don't control it. It's a 6,000-foot, and with sub-levels, it's about 12,000 feet.
So use group 6, Carter.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public?
Firestein.
Okay, wait a second. So now let me go back to Al Firestein. Would you like to go?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. First of all, I was not involved with the Bleecker Street Bar before this current location came up, but I'm seeing that they used to be halfway between Lafayette and Broadway at the corner of Crosby Street. Now, I seem to recall that Crosby Street ends in a stop sign. So there's probably no quieter place in that area than that corner where there used to be. Now, they're planning on moving to Broadway. Now at night, Broadway alternates between quiet and noisy because it is, after all, Broadway. The less traffic there is, the faster the cars go. There are quiet spots and there are noisy spots, but this is at the corner, well, one building up from the corner of Bleecker and Broadway, so you get traffic in both directions. It's important to realize that many of the apartments in this area, and I've been in a lot of them. I've done work for 77 Bleecker, for instance, several times. But many of the apartments, especially facing Broadway, are loft apartments. When I did my tests for the report, which I think you have, I tested in apartment 2W. Now, from what I'm seeing, 2W is a 2,900 square foot apartment with a great room, not a bedroom, a great room that faces Broadway. I could be wrong. I just happen to be looking on the Corcoran real estate website, but I was in that apartment testing, and I made recommendations in my report for an extremely low level of sound because the owners of Bleecker Street Bar auditioned sound that I produced from my test loudspeaker and agreed that these were levels they could live with. I tested at a much louder level, and in fact, no sound is coming through to 644 Broadway. My experience has shown that while it's a valid concern for people walking out of a bar, restaurant, nightclub, or especially a concert venue, could be a loud disturbance and all of the other problems that occur when people gather on sidewalks. Usually the noisiest customers are the ones that come out of the noisiest places. And with the limits that I've recommended, this will be anything but a noisy place. The 70 decibels on the A scale is roughly the sound level of someone, the loudest part of a person's voice talking normally, measured 3 feet away. So that's not really very loud. I've heard talk about the awning. I don't know about the zoning or the buildings department restrictions on that, but it's certainly feasible to do an awning that doesn't necessarily have to be a double awning, but one that can reduce sound for voices going straight up. I also want to mention a few people said it wouldn't be a great solution to ask the Bleecker Street Bar to move to another place such as the east end of Bleecker where it hits Bowery. And I, in fact, have a lot of experience with that corner because I represented residents at 199 Bowery, which was above a noisy nightclub. This place, it's not easy to find a place for a bar to be in. They don't have residents in the same building. And while the walls are so good, as the residents of 644 Broadway 2W pointed out to me, the walls are very, very solidly built in their building. But to prevent sound from going upstairs, as I'm sure you on the community board all know, that's very difficult and very expensive to do with these expensive ceilings. So they have found what I think is a good space. And I'll just leave it at that unless people have questions. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Smith?
Yes, thanks, Donna. I had my hand raised. You were asking people in the public though. I'll have a question for Edward Allen. Is he still on?
Yeah, let me see. Let's see. Edward. I don't see him, Dr. Smith.
Okay.
Oh, he's there. Wait. I just saw the hand go up. Hang on. Yes, he is. Okay, let me let him talk.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Edward?
Yes, I'm here. I was actually stepped away for a while, but I just came back.
No problem.
Might have
Did I
missed it.
understand you to say you are a retired policeman or an active policeman?
Yeah, no, I am recently retired. I retired last June as a sergeant.
Okay, my question to you is, will you have any personal, will you be working for this establishment or any close friends that you have in security for this group, for this particular business?
No, absolutely not. I have no affiliation with the business. I do know a few of the employees there over the years from working in that area and patronizing a few times.
I thank you.
But I did want to add one thing while I'm on here. I know a couple of people brought up the issue of Wendy.
We can't do the back and forth.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to add since I was back on. All right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Smith, you're done, right?
Thank you.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, Mike, I got a question, follow-up for Al.
Yeah.
Okay, just so we're clear, the sound level meter that the device you're looking to have installed in the bar would have a limit at 83 dBc or 70 dBA. Is that correct?
Well, that's measured.
Oh, no, I didn't.
If you look at the recommendations, they're on the fifth page of the report, and they continue on to the sixth page. So the sound level would be 86 decibels measured on C weighting, that includes bass, everything, measured 3 feet from the speaker. And on page 5,
I'm not looking for that, Al. I really want a solid answer on what the actual device is going to be set at. That's what I need to know.
I'm telling you exactly what it's going to be set at. 86 dBc measured 3 feet from any speaker. It's item letter D on page
That's 70
6.
dBA, right? 70 dBA?
No, on page 6, it's item, it's 4D. 4D is in Delta. Set the level.
How can we possibly set a machine for something that's 3 feet away? I mean, you explain to me how that's done.
Okay, what you do, first of all, I'll make this brief. The limiter allows the voltage going into the amplifier to be a fixed level and no greater. That amplifier feeds the sound to a speaker. With a sound level meter, I usually set these. I put the meter 3 feet, 1 arm's length away from a speaker. All of the speakers are set to the same level or lower. I set the limiter so that it does not exceed 86 dBc. Be happy to show it to you anytime you come to one of my installations.
So what's the stipulation going to say, Al? What's it going to say?
Typically what people do is the community board says you must follow all the recommendations as stipulations in the Acoustalog report.
Yeah, that Acoustalog report is a one-sided report. I'm looking for a specific stipulation for that sound meter. Okay, I'll be right to the point. The other gentleman who also did looked at your report, and it's the same expertise that you had, that was hired by the building, said a specific number. He agreed with you, and he said the specific number was 83 dBc or 70 dBA. Okay, and now you're saying, are you saying that there's something different there?
He's talking about in the middle of the bar. The sound level will actually be lower than that because this is the level 3 feet from the speaker. As you get further from the speaker, as you know, the sound level goes down. In fact, it drops 6 decibels every time you double the distance. It's 86.
You would agree with what that person's just stated, though, that if you placed it at the bar, which is what's going to be receiving the sound, that's it's not going to be 3 feet from the speaker. It's going to be at the bar where the bartender is going to have control over it, or some manager is going to have control over it. It's not going to be 3 feet from some speaker unless there's a speaker 3 feet from the bar.
The limiter is fixed and locked. It cannot be changed. All they can do with the volume control is to turn the level down from the maximum point. I'm telling you what the maximum is. The maximum is 86, measured right up against the speaker, 3 feet away. That's very quiet for a C level. I've also recommended rolling off the bass, which means reducing the booming sound. And that's also in the report. It's item 4A on the top of page 6.
And would you also agree that no speaker should be set up or attached to the ceiling and things of that sort?
That is item, yes, I agree. That is item 3A. Hang the speakers from the walls using bungee cords or vibration isolators. I'm reading right there.
Sounds good. Thank you, Al.
Sure.
James, did you want to chime in? You're muted. You need to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I took a couple of notes and would like the opportunity to just reply to some of the things that some of the other speakers said. I was shocked, actually, to hear the position from Marcella. The tone that she took and the position that she took is a 180 from the conversation we had last week when we were very methodically going through the MOU. This same is true, with the other members or the residents at 644. the tone has completely changed. And I just felt that it would be necessary to reply to some of the accusations that were made. For example, Marcella said that there's currently people urinating in front of their building. I don't have any way to dispute that, but I have a lot of experience with what goes on Broadway, as I live and my windows face Broadway on 9th Street. I walk up and down Broadway routinely, multiple times a day, multiple times a night. And the observations that I have about who's urinating or even defecating on Broadway are the drug addicts, junkies, and the homeless people. They wouldn't be any of the people that would come, that would be our patrons. Our patrons are going to have the benefit of having beautiful bathrooms made available to them, and they wouldn't need to urinate outside of the bar. So that was something that really kind of stuck with me, as well as Marcella, and maybe it was Vivian as well, or I think it was Marcella, making the statement that she represents 700 residents in the neighborhood, and she named a few of the building addresses. Last week when we spoke, she represented to us that she was speaking on behalf of 300. And somehow in the last week, that number doubled. And that just, it floors me. And furthermore, she has on multiple occasions said that she has the support of the residents at 652 Broadway. I happen to be closely acquainted with one of the residents at 652 Broadway, and he sent me a message earlier tonight saying that they voted 5-1 not to sign the document that she presented to them. And I felt that that should be heard, that she's representing that she's got the support of people that I'm hearing completely contradictory comments about.
Okay, so let's just hear though about anything factual about your application. Just, that's what I want to hear about.
Okay, factual about our applications, that we will do everything in our power, and I'm confident that we will be successful in getting the approval on the awning. That was one of the topics that we were discussing last week with them, that we had to table it until we got a meeting with the landlord's attorney, which we have that for tomorrow. It's unfortunate that we weren't able to do that before tonight, but once again, that was beyond our control. And the only other thing that I think is really important is that I feel very strongly that Bleecker Street Bar's presence, its security people, as well as its security cameras, are going to do tremendous benefits to the whole Wendy's problem with all of the derelicts that hang out there for all of their unsavory reasons. I just know from my own experience as someone who's been in the bar business for close to 35 years, that the moment that you put a presence on a street and the moment that you put cameras up, crime goes down. And I know that someone spoke earlier trying to dispute that. I take exception to that. I know from my experience, I've had my hand shook by so many police officers thanking me for the assistance we've been able to give them by giving them access to the footage that shows people breaking into cars after we've been closed. Our cameras run 24 hours a day. So if something happens after we've left the block, we've got it all on film. Police officers have been so grateful that we've been able to help them get things sorted out to keep the neighborhood safe and peaceful. And I couldn't disagree more with the person who disagreed with me about the positive impact that we will have on reducing any of the street crime on the block.
So one of the things we heard about was the hours. So is there any way we can try to come to any compromise on these hours at all?
Well, as you know, Bleecker Street Bar has been a 4 a.m. establishment for over 30 years. And our hope was to be able to stay that place. In the spirit of goodwill, we are willing to make a compromise and make some adjustments as we can afford to. And what we feel we can do is work with the board on some of the nights of the week and come off of the 4 a.m. Would you like to talk about this specifically?
Yeah, I think that would be something to talk about specifically.
Specifically, what I'm willing to agree to today is that we would be willing to close at 2 a.m. on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday night. We would ask to stay open till 4 a.m. on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And we would like to respectfully ask that we get consideration to stay open until 4 a.m. on the evenings before some major holidays that would, for the most part, constitute 3-day weekends. For example, New Year's Eve, we would like to stay open until 4 a.m. Martin Luther King Day lands on a Monday in January, and we would like to stay open till 4 a.m. on the Sunday before that. President's Day, similar situation in February with having Monday be a holiday, and we would like to close at 4 a.m. on that Sunday. Memorial Day, 4th of July.
Okay, so I get it. Any 3-day weekend, you want to be able to stay open till 4 a.m. on Sundays.
With a few exceptions, like 4th of July is a floating holiday.
Let's just see if, I don't need to go through each day. I'd just like to see
Okay.
if we can.
It's a short list. It's only 8 days.
Okay, so they're asking for 12 and 1 and 2. So your compromise to 12, 1, and 2 is 2 and 4. I just want to be clear on that. Would you, 2 o'clock, 7 days a week?
2 o'clock on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
No,
4 o'clock.
I'm asking you if 2 o'clock, 7 days a week is something you could consider.
We
as a
don't
compromise.
feel that that would be a viable business plan for us.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, so there's absolutely no way that you folks would ever agree to 2 a.m. Is that correct?
We don't see a path for success if we concede to that.
Okay, I mean, I think what other people that live right there are saying is their compromise is it should be similar to the brand new bar that's being located right across the street from you.
And those are brand new people that they don't have the 30 years experience in the neighborhood that we do, or the, collective experience in the industry that me and all of my team members do. I mean, we bring a lot of tried and true experience and reputation to the neighborhood that, those young guys who I wish them well, they're new at this game and they're just getting their feet wet. And we're looking forward to just continuing to do the good job that we've done for 30 years. And in fact, we are looking forward to being able to do it in a more comfortable environment that's going to be having a smaller impact on the neighborhood than our previous rendition of ourselves.
Well, I will tell you, Jim, 4 a.m. is a huge impact, and it's a huge impact, and you are in a new neighborhood. It may be still NoHo area, but you're not in the same location. You're going to a new location. And I understand you have significant experience, and that's why we don't think for a second we don't measure the significant experience, but we also measure the amount of impact, and 4 a.m. is a huge impact. So I just ask one more time, is there any chance that you folks would agree to 2 a.m. closing time?
Not at this time.
So at any time you would, or sometime in the future? Why not now compared to some other time?
Well, the reason I would say not at this time is because until we've been open for a few years and really get a feel for the business, we feel that it would be irresponsible of us to, cut ourselves off at the knees right now when we aren't sure how our cash flow is going to happen throughout the night. Do I see an opportunity somewhere in a couple of years to say, I mean, we would do it on our own without even, obviously you don't need board approval to close early, but if we found that there was no financial benefit to us being open late night, we would just spare ourselves all the grief and aggravation of staying there, and we would close early. But until that dynamic makes itself apparent to us, we feel we have to go with what we know. And what we know is that some of our best income has come from the good customers that are our regulars that come in on those late night hours. It is some of the most enjoyable moments that we have as people in the industry. We get to, interact and converse with other industry people that come from bars and restaurants that closed, and they happen to be really well-behaved, intelligent, and good tippers as well. It's part of the bright side of us being in this industry, is having the opportunity to interact with those people during the hours between 2 and 4 a.m.
Okay.
And
Okay. Dr. Smith, did you have a question?
I have a question for the gentleman who was just speaking. What was the decision about the capacity? I wasn't quite clear on that. That seemed to have been a little issue for me. I'm not clear on the issue with capacity.
if I'm not mistaken, the way we left it earlier was that we would agree to 100, and it was either 180 or 190 plus our staff.
And you have a
Rhea?
you have a certificate of occupancy for that?
We do not.
He's going to have to get that.
Yeah, we are working with our architect on moving forward now. It's been a very challenging few months because we've spent a good part of the last 2 months just doing a lot of groundwork with the neighborhood outreach. We felt very strongly that we had made some serious headway with Zella and all of the people that she works with. And then today we're hearing.
James, we're not going to,
Yeah.
you did make headway. We see it in the thing, but we still have these issues, occupancy.
Right.
And hours.
Yeah.
And so maybe the occupancy, Zella was saying 180 patrons instead of 190. Maybe you can at least.
And you know what, just to, in a show of good faith, I will back off of the 190 and I'll speak for the team and I'll say that we will accept 180. And I know that that's not gonna be music to their ears, but our intentions are to compromise and work together to come to a mutually beneficial agreement.
Thank you, James.
You're welcome.
Carter?
I just wanted to chime in, Frank's not here. I don't see him on the call now, but we had a previous applicant who was also his client, which was a removal application, when the features of that were pretty similar to this in many respects. And they had moved across the street, directly across the street. And the community board had opposed it, and local residents had opposed it, and the liquor authority had come out with a compromise. And so I kind of looked to that compromise as guidance, in a situation like this. And that was the hours were 2 o'clock, 7 days a week, and they had previously been 4. And I understand that you guys also want to move forward, but you're not opening anytime soon. Clearly, there's a lot of work if you were to move forward with this. But it doesn't seem that we would find an agreement on what you guys are putting forward on the hours. And it's just something I'm not speaking for the whole committee, but I have a feeling this is going to come up when we do discuss this later in the meeting. And we just want to have a better understanding from you, because obviously that slows the process down if we have a difference, and particularly, if the liquor authority does not go back to the previous process before COVID. If they keep doing this process is very long and drawn out for you guys. And so we just want to, I think, keep that in mind as well as far as the hours. So that's just, so I just wanted to say that and just point it out to you guys is part of this, that's not finding an agreement tonight does have time as a consequence that may or may not be important to you at this point.
Well, it is very important to us, but and thank you for those thoughts. We feel that we are on the cusp of investing a tremendous amount of time, energy, and money to get all of the other issues that need to be addressed resolved. And the meeting tonight was going to be the the jump off place for that. If we're able to get the kind of support that we feel we need to move forward, we've got both barrels loaded, and we've got meetings set up starting tomorrow to try to get this really moving forward in earnest, because it is going to be a very difficult path that we're going to go down, and we have confidence that all of the hurdles in front of us can be cleared. We just know that there are some time commitments involved, as well as some financial price tags along with that. And we ultimately keep coming back to, we're all willing to put in the time, energy, and money necessary to do this. We just have to have confidence that we'll be given the opportunity to make it all worth our while by earning enough money to, feel like our efforts were worth it. And currently the 2 a.m. is something that we haven't even been able to entertain. We've discussed this at length, and we were reluctantly willing to come off of 4 a.m. for the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, with the knowledge that sometimes those last 2 hours on those days can be some of the best hours of that whole day, because of the quality of customer that we have sitting at our bar during those late night hours. They are some of the best customers that show up late at night, as some of the residents even talked about, coming in off of a flight and wanting to just go have some place to go sit and unwind. We were hoping to cultivate a whole lot more of those customers over the next few years by being a place that was appealing to more of the residents in the neighborhood than our old rendition of ourselves was. We want to be more appealing to the people that live in the buildings that we have been speaking of. And once again, I got to go back to feeling strongly that we had people talking about how they were representing every person that lived in all of these buildings, and it's not been our experience. The conversations we're having with residents are very different than what just a few people spoke about so boldly as to say that they speak for 700 people.
Okay.
And that being said, I'm hoping that Frank said that he was trying to get on and was having some.
Yeah, I'm going to send him. I just wanted to point out to everybody here also that Bleecker Street Bar is the place where people went after they finished their work at other restaurants and bars. They're not trying to be, they are. Just many people come and tell us they want to become what you were at your old location, but you actually were in fact that. So just making that clarification.
Wallace
Right.
had a quick question.
Could somebody let Frank in? He said that you guys have
Carter,
to let
I
him in.
believe Carter is trying to do that.
Donna, can I talk?
Yeah, quick question. Keep it.
It's a quick question that takes a quick answer.
Thank you.
When you say 180, that's your compromise, does that include your staff?
No.
It
And
does
how many
not.
people? Okay, so how many people do you have on your staff? Will you be
Well,
having?
The number on our staff is going to change. The number of people that work on any given day changes depending on what day of the week it is. On Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, the number goes up to as high as 10 people.
Give me a number.
10 people.
Give me a number.
10 people.
10 people. That includes your kitchen staff, your wait staff, and your security?
That's the working number we have right now. It could be as high as 15 because security is the variable there, Lois. So if you wanted to talk about security, I would up it to 15.
Okay, so do these people leave at the time that your place closes, or do they stay, say you're open till 4 a.m.? Do they go home at 5 a.m.?
Typically what we do on Thursdays and Fridays and Saturday nights is that people leave, staff members leave at intervals based on the volume of business. It's up to the managers to start cutting people, and typically they will start cutting people, either bartenders, servers, as early as 1 o'clock. So that number stays pretty consistent until 1 a.m. And then at 1 a.m., the opportunity for a manager to start dismissing people begins. I've just always imposed that I wanted to keep all hands on deck until at least 1 a.m. because you never know when a nice group of people might walk through the door, and you don't want to be caught short-handed.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Carter, do we have any luck with Frank? Oh, he's here. He's in the other. Okay. Frank, I've got you. You should be able to speak if you unmute yourself.
I don't see him.
Wait, let me promote him. Hang on.
Oh, I see him. His hair got longer.
Is he?
There he is. I think he's unmuted.
Yeah.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah, that's not my picture. That's my daughter. She's very pretty. She's been helping me. For some reason, Zoom uninstalled mid-meeting.
Great.
Well, what are we up to? I'm sorry. I apologize. What is the discussion?
Hours of operation.
And 4 a.m. 7 days a week is what the committee's leaning towards, Stephen?
Yep.
I think so.
Well, where are we, seriously?
The committee.
I had brought up just, your previous client that we did a removal across the street, and it was two out, and the liquor authority made that final determination, and they had gone with 2 7 days a week. And I just since you represented that, it was the Toad Hall.
Yeah, I thought they went to 4 a.m. 7 days a week. I thought they gave them that.
No, it was two 7
I know
days.
I know the removal never took place.
They never moved. I know the owners there.
Yeah, no, they never moved.
They never moved.
Well, yeah, they didn't, but the liquor authority did make a final determination in that that was not had more similarities, here. I'm was just bringing that up. Obviously.
Well, can I had made notes that I was planning to say as soon as Jim finished speaking, and unfortunately I lost Jim. So if you just give me 2 minutes, and I apologize if it's what Jim's already said, but one neighbor complained about people peeing in the doorway. Well, right now, that area is extraordinarily dark at night. There is no presence there. When Bleecker Street Bar is there and the sidewalk is completely lit up, and there's at least 2 security guards standing outside, no one's gonna be peeing in anybody's doorways anymore. In addition to that, I'm troubled by the amount of neighbors who, especially I think it was Ed, who decided that the minute Bleecker Street Bar decides to move within a certain number of feet from their building, Bleecker Street Bar was the scourge of the neighborhood that woke me up twice a week for 20 years. Bleecker Street Bar enjoys an impeccable record. I don't have to tell you guys this. In fact, Carter, I think this is a better case for the Liquor Authority than Toad Hall. This is actually a cleaner record. This is a neighbor of yours for 30 years. They're not the Palm. They're not some young kids who don't really have. I watched that meeting. I wasn't overly impressed with the whole amount of experience. You can't compare us to the Palm. Someone said we're not zoned properly. This is a use group 6. It's absolutely zoned for this use. At the end of the day, this is not an unknown quantity. You guys know what this bar is. If there was ever an opportunity to say to people, based on your 30 years of history, we're going to go along with the 4 a.m. closing. That's the way. I mean, Carter and Donna and Bob, Lois, you guys always work from the approach of you're an unknown. Prove to us you're a good operator. Come back in a year or two, and maybe we'll increase your hours. Is that right? Well, guys, this isn't
not necessarily.
Not necessarily that you wouldn't say come back, or not necessarily that you wouldn't grant it. I'm not saying you would grant
necessarily
it.
for the names that you called.
Okay.
Sorry.
We
Anyway, my point is that, and you guys know me, you see me almost every month. This is the opposite situation. This is the operator who's already proved himself. This is the operator who we should be saying to, Bleecker Street Bar, for 30 years, you were a good neighbor. You deserve the opportunity at this location to continue that. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So does anybody else from the committee, I think we're done with this. Does anybody else from the committee have anything else? Just to the people in the public that have their hands raised, we take you and then we don't go back for another round. So I just want to acknowledge that. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you all.
And the next application will go back to EK1 New York Newsbar. If you're here, raise your hand if the applicant has shown up. Otherwise, let me get everybody down here. Okay, I will be right with you. Let me. I hope I didn't. Okay. I think Jan Balasek. Yep. You're muted though.
Okay, hi, I'm here.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. And let's see. Okay, is that it? Is it just you?
It's me. I'm hoping Ellen.
There she is. I see a hand. Okay, hang on one second. Did she just get moved up? Okay, Ellen should be up as well.
Okay. Hi.
Okay, welcome back.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. This application is for Newsbar at 107 University Place. He's been operating for the past 4 years, but the Newsbar has been operating here since 2002. Sorry, I have my papers misplaced. He's open 7 days, from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. from Monday to Saturday, and on Sundays 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Right now, he extended the hour 1 hour, so they're closing at 5 p.m. currently. The maximum occupancy is 30 per CO, Proposed is 25, but currently he has 12 seatings, but still less due to the limitation on the pandemic. The governor has told. It's not a table service. The customers will order their food, go to the cashier, pay, and then sit at the table or choose outside or take out. So it's not a waiter service or waitress service. The cashier will check the IDs. This was something that we had discussed. As far as selling to a minor, the cashier will be tips program trained, and she or he will make sure the person, whoever orders any alcoholic beverages, will be 21 or over. The client has to show government photo ID. No student IDs will be acceptable.
Currently, you have, there's some roadbed dining out there, so you'll be participating in the temporary roadbed and sidewalk?
Yes.
And sidewalk or just roadbed?
The roadbed only.
Roadbed only.
Yes.
So the one thing I want to point out from the photos that you showed is that those propane heaters are in the wrong place. They're supposed to be, they can't be out on the curb like that.
Yeah, I already moved them. I already corrected that.
Okay.
Yes, I was warned about it. Yeah, I already moved them
Okay.
to the middle of the sidewalk, pretty much in a proper distance.
Okay. So I guess they're there because of your benches. Are the benches there all the time? Even if we weren't in COVID, is that your normal way of operating with the benches out there?
That's correct. That's correct.
Would you have tables out there then, or no? Then it would be no.
No tables, just a bench. It was always there for the no tables.
So the alcohol service would not be outside when the roadbed is gone, there would be no alcohol service outside.
Yeah, no alcoholic beverages will be served unless he wished to apply for the Sidewalk Cafe, then we'll come back to the board. But for now, if the outside is gone, the service for the alcoholic beverage will not be served as well.
Okay, and then your application says there are 4 tables with 12 seats, but it just shows one long table with 12 seats. So
currently, they were all lined up. So our staff just drew one long table, but it'll be broken down to 4 separate. Whoa, Joy!
My bird is going crazy.
I mean, it was all jammed into one side, and she drew one long table. I'm sorry about that, but we'll separate the tables and show that it's 4 tables.
And your closing is at 4 p.m.?
4 p.m. before, but right now he extended hour to 5 p.m.
So if we're looking at the application, if we said 6 p.m., is that because all patrons need to be out and everything? It doesn't mean you have to be open till 6 p.m., but it means you have that extra hour in there if you want that. Is that?
I spoke to Jen whether he wished to extend the hours. He's never done beyond 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. But the latest in the future without the mask, it will be 9 p.m. the latest. But for now, 6 p.m. we're happy. We're happy with the 6 p.m. cutoff.
And that means all patrons out and everything.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, Jan, you understand, no people are going to be very interested in drinking on those benches, bring a beer outside. I just want to make sure you understand that cannot happen. That will be one of the stipulations, that there's no drinking on the benches.
Okay.
Okay.
But the roadside seating.
That's different. That's different.
That's different. Right.
But what that involves is, anytime you have to serve alcohol, you have to have a waiter. You can't have people buy the beer and walk outside with it. You have to serve them. Right, Miss Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Rafter, you mute.
My bird. Okay, my bird is quiet now. Okay. The stipulations, you're not going to operate as a lounge, a tavern, or a sports bar. You have no televisions?
No TVs.
Okay, there's no backyard garden or?
No, none.
No. And there is no Sidewalk Cafe with this application. It's quiet, ambient music only,
Yes, quiet ambient music only.
and no speakers outside.
No speakers outside.
Are there any open, there's just one door used for patron egress and ingress?
Only one door.
And is it closed all the time, or will you? Close it? Or you leave it
Right
open?
now,
Close
right
it
now
open?
my door is open for.
Right, okay, I'll just
for-
put down, you close it, agree to close it at 6 PM, which is what time you're closing.
Absolutely.
Okay, and you're not putting in any French doors, you're not making any changes to the facade?
No,
Okay, there will be no bottle service of alcohol, well, there is no, okay.
no bottle service.
No bottle service, and no dancing DJs, live music, promoted events. So then we have in here for the roadbed dining, we have any pandemic-related temporary sidewalk or roadbed seating ends by 11 PM. You'll be closed before then.
Yes,
That means all patrons will be cleared, and there are no speakers or music outside, no speakers inside positioned outside. Then all pandemic-related temporary sidewalk and/or roadbed seating will be removed once the program authorizing it expires,
yes,
and will appear before CB2 Manhattan prior to submitting plans for any permanent sidewalk or roadbed dining.
yes, we will.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's it. Does anybody from the committee, we're all good? Bob, you don't have anything else, do you? Or do you? Your hand is up.
Yeah, no, I'll lower it. Nothing else.
Okay, okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay. Next is Isabella, 196 Spring Street, Piccola Cucina. You could raise your hand if you're here. 196 Spring Street. Okay, I don't see them. So we'll go to Moose Goose Holding, the Gray Dog MacDougal.
I see Mike Kelly raise his hand. Maybe it
Got
might
it.
be,
No,
Yeah.
he's for this one.
Okay.
He's for Moose Goose.
maybe we'll just call it later then, Isabella.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Shall I proceed?
Yes.
It is an on-premise liquor license application for Moose Goose Holding, doing business as the Gray Dog, located at 79 MacDougal Street between West Houston and Bleecker. The premises was formerly occupied for the Mighty Mermaid Oyster Bar, which had an on-premise liquor license from 2008 to 2020. They recently closed. David Eaton and Peter Stein own the combined 76% of the company and are in charge of day-to-day operations. An investment company owns the other 24%. They're not involved in the operations. Dave and Peter have two other locations in CB2 at 90 University Place and 244 Mulberry Street. They're a full-service American comfort food restaurant with 18 tables, 51 seats, and a 7-seat bar food counter. They'll have background music only. Hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 12 a.m., 7 days a week. All seating is on the first floor, which occupies approximately 900 square feet. There's only storage in the basement. There's no promoted events, performances, outside promoters, cover fees, private parties. The operation will run like their other restaurants. The operators are well-known professional restaurateurs who will bring their experience to this new location. We have submitted some signatures. They were hard to get, but Dave and his partner did talk to a lot of people walking by.
So let me start. This is an application for an on-premise license.
Correct.
Is that correct? So this was, all right, well, this one wasn't. Okay, so the other ones, are the other ones also? I guess I'll wait till we get to those. But their other locations, do they have on-premise or are
They
they?
have restaurant wine licenses. They're both on the agenda tonight to upgrade to on-premise liquor licenses.
Okay, so and why do they want to, when they've been successfully operating in all these locations with a restaurant wine, why upgrade and change?
Hold on, this is a transfer. Hold on, this is a transfer, Michael.
Well,
You're-
this,
you're-
Bob, 1 second. This one is not the transfer. The other two are, this one is not.
Okay, but you said you're upgrading at the other two locations too,
Yes.
but it's a transfer.
Well, this one had a previous liquor license. We're not buying any assets from the Mermaid Oyster Bar. They already surrendered their license.
All right, well, I guess we'll deal with the other two then.
Right.
Okay,
So,
they've recently opened up another place on West 20th, 26th Street where they did apply for an on-premise liquor license. And they've found that the people are very welcoming to it, especially during their brunch on the weekends. They don't sell a lot of drinks. They do sell a lot of Bloody Marys on the weekends. So they wanted to bring that same thing to here. And this place has been licensed for 12 years.
so that one, Mermaid Oyster Bar closed at 11:30 Monday to Thursday and 12 PM Friday and Saturday. Or Friday to Sunday. It closed at 12 and 11:30, Monday to Thursday. Are they making changes? It said in here there are changes to the facade, but I'm not,
They would be putting up their own sign.
that's it?
Yes.
Okay. There's no page. And is there any sidewalk cafe or roadbed that they're using temporarily?
Not at this location. They're not open yet.
Would they be using it?
Dave?
Yeah, I'll apply for the COVID-friendly seating in the street.
And we wouldn't be able to apply for a sidewalk cafe in the future because it's an R7 zoning.
Right. So you'd agree to all those stipulations that I read off?
Yes.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? I mean, I will say the OP, even though there was an OP here before, you've been operating your other locations without an OP, so I'm not quite sure why you need to make this change to
When
it.
they opened up their new place and they've, people have been asking for drinks and having Bloody Marys mostly on the weekends. And it would help us in the future. It's going to be a tough ride ahead of us. All the other restaurants are struggling right now. And it's, they're closing at midnight. It's not going to turn into a bar scene. Their customers are from the neighborhood. Nobody's leaving there drunk, and we don't see anyone leaving there drunk in the future.
Mike, can I jump in there?
Sure, absolutely.
We never desired to do this before because we were a counter service place. With the onset of COVID, we had to resort to waiting tables for the first time ever. We found that by waiting tables, we were able to spend more time with each customer, and that allowed us at the Flatiron location to increase our check averages by up to $12, particularly, by being able to offer cocktails. So from a profitability standpoint, it made a huge difference. Whereas in the past for counter service, we did maybe 5% alcohol sales. So it's shown to be an increase.
Okay, so at all your restaurants, you just had counter service, you didn't have wait service before?
That's correct.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, I'm just following up on that. So at this location at 79 MacDougal, everything is going to be seated. You're going to have waiters.
Yes, in fact,
So you're changing your method of operation from what you used to be. You're not going to be the Gray Dog anymore. You're at least in name, but you're going to be a restaurant.
I am a restaurant. I've always operated a full kitchen. And I've always had a substantial.
I apologize. I apologize for not saying you're a restaurant, but what I mean is a full service restaurant with waiters and waitresses.
COVID has forced me to adapt because you couldn't come in, you can't operate the same way anymore, right? There is no walking up to a counter to place an order. Just the way you have to space things out, and we've gotten pretty good at it. So I don't see a reason to confuse customers by resorting back to the old way, where this is going to be a new way of operating. We're also not going to be able to have those lines inside the store. That if you would ever come to a Sunday brunch at Grey Dog, there would probably be 50 people online. Those days are gone, at least for the next 2 years. So this is just adapting. But we've always been a restaurant, and we're just getting to be a better restaurant now.
Okay, Lois? Oh, sorry,
I'm sorry.
Bob. No,
Let me just
wait,
follow
Bob.
up if that's okay. So I don't see a menu. Do you have a menu? Is your price point going to be the same as before?
We're operating the same menu that we've always operated.
So your price points are still going to be like $11, $12 for a sandwich?
I think you're a little behind the times from where that was
Okay,
probably
13.
maybe 5 years ago. The average price of a sandwich right now is $13, yes.
Okay.
So the price point stays the same.
Lois?
Hi, welcome to the neighborhood. I'm at least speculating. I don't live too far away. I love Grey Dogs. And my question is that I understand, I think that you do need the OP because you're with Cafe Dante. I know that block very well. It's highly populated for patrons and matrons. And but my question is, it is very crowded. This is highly saturated, and I was wondering how you're going to handle the lines. You might have lines because I know there's still people waiting outside other places on MacDougal Street, waiting to get in. And that's part one. And part two, about your road bed and how you're going to keep that road bed properly done without oversaturating the road bed, and what is your build out going to be?
Well, let me start with the easier one.
Yeah.
The build out is going to be 0.
Okay.
We're going to paint the place. We're going to paint the place. I have to close down a pre-existing Grey Dog because I can't afford the rent. So this place allows me to get a lease that I can afford, and I can't afford to build out a big to-do. So we're going to paint it, and we're going to open up a Grey Dog there. So that's.
And your road bed, what is it going to look like?
The road bed, I think we only have 12 square feet of frontage there. We only have 12 feet of frontage, so we'll build it out similar to, I imagine what Dante's looks like. Same thing, or close to it. Kind of what all mine look like right now. A roof, and based on the number of seats we could get in there, it might just be 2 tables if we have to. Well, no, that's not true. With dividers, probably 4 tables.
And what about people milling about and obstructing the sidewalks when people want to pass, especially little kids with their scooters? I know the block very well.
Yeah, no, I'm not here to make stuff up. I'm not too sure. That's not a problem these days. For my restaurants, we're down 60%. I assume that we will operate a reservation system, which we've never done before either. So we're gonna have to adapt, right? Gray Dog's never taken reservations. And the lines have always been inside our spaces because it was all counter service. So there's going to be a bit of adapting here, and it will probably be reservations at this point.
And we could also take, if people are standing around, we could also take their cell phone numbers and call them when their tables are ready. This way they can walk around and maybe buy some things at the other stores in the area.
Were you planning on putting seats on the sidewalk as well as the roadbed, or just the roadbed?
Just the roadbed.
So the sidewalk won't have seats on it.
So you having the, Donna, excuse me, the compartments, or are you going to have like canopies? Because the weather is getting better. So are you gonna have like canopies over your tables? I'm leading to something here that was a problem on MacDougal Street.
Okay.
I mean, right now, the way we have our outdoor spaces built is we have, I don't want to get the terminology wrong. They sort of look like a dugout, enclosed on two sides with a roof.
Like a lean-to. Okay, so you're not going to close the door. You're not putting in doors
No.
or sliding doors.
No.
Okay, so I just want to bring to your attention that there was a problem and you're coming into the spring and summer. That was a big problem on your block where you're going to go in, that there were bars that were holding up some of the canopies and the rooftops that people, pedestrians and scooters were falling over, especially when the waiters were coming out. And it's not just going to be Gray Dogs. It was Cafe Dante and the other ones that are along that little strip. When the waiters come out from the store to serve, there was a problem of congestion and some people were falling and people in wheelchairs had a lot of problems going through.
Oh, what do you want him to do? I'm just trying to cut to the chase. What do you
To
want
be
him to do?
very aware when the waiters come out and not to put bars to support the canopies, if he puts canopies.
Well, he won't have the seating on the sidewalk, so most of that problem occurs because these bars are holding up the tents on the sidewalk. So we
Tents,
won't have
yes.
that problem because we won't be
You
having.
won't have any seating on
there.
the sidewalk.
So that the bars and the tents don't fall from the roadbed to the sidewalk. That's what happened.
But it'll be a structure in the street. We have to
Okay,
build a
great.
structure with planters.
Nice to see you.
You too.
Hi,
Thank you.
Mike.
The roadbed would be a structure and it has to be 18 inches thick, basically made of wood with sand. So we wouldn't have poles holding it up. It would be
Okay,
built.
well, there was there last summer, but I guess, specifications changed and restrictions came and yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Lois. Bob, did you have something else? Your hand is still up. No. Is there anyone from the community that has anything? Okay, so we are done with this one.
The community.
So you got it in two shots. Okay, so now we'll go on to Mulberry, 244 Mulberry. Moose Goose Holdings, the Gray Dog Mulberry.
Yes. So basically, this is what we would call a transfer and an upgrade.
Right.
Moose Goose Holding is the sole stocker in the sole stockholder in the Gray Dog Mulberry. Moose Goose is owned by Peter and David, who own 76%. The investment company owns the other 24%. They're changing all their entities and having them licensed under one corporation, being Moose Goose Holding Inc. Peter and David still handle all day-to-day operations like they've been doing since 2011 at this location. 24 tables, 50 seats in the service bar. Background music, 7 a.m. to 12 a.m., 7 days a week. And there won't be any other type of operational changes except for the upgrade to an OP. And basically, the newest location at 55th West 66th, which has an OP license, as they tried it there, they see it works for them and they want to expand it to their other locations.
Okay, so I have two questions I have, which is the hours before we're closing at 11 PM and not midnight. So that is one statement. And then the other thing, I know there was an issue before, so I just want to have this clear that you will, because is this the one with the opening
The
doors? on the
open
side?
area
Yeah.
around the building, yes.
So do the doors open to the inside? Is that what happens there? Or I know there was an issue. We have a stipulation that says we'll close all doors by 9 PM. And then I'm not sure if there was some back and forth about you couldn't close the doors because there are tables there. Or can the doors be closed at 9 PM?
David?
Go ahead, Mike.
No, go ahead.
We do have tables on both sides. We have tables there. So I believe last time I was in front of you guys, I said that as customers get up, we would be able to do that, but I don't want to misspeak.
So what I think we put in those stipulations, we'll close all doors and windows at 9 PM or as soon thereafter as reasonably practicable without disturbing a seated patron every night, allowing only for patron ingress and egress. Does that sound acceptable?
That sounds about right.
Okay, and then there's no sidewalk cafe there?
No.
No, and you're going to do the temporary roadbed and or sidewalk?
I have one already there.
You have one there, okay. So the same stipulation with that, once that program ends, you will remove that, and if there's anything permanent going in, you would come back to the community board.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's it for me. Katie? Ordinaro?
Yep, coming off mute.
Yeah, there you go, good.
I'm just wanting to double check how many patron bathrooms are there?
We have 2 bathrooms.
And in looking at at your plan, one bathroom, I come from New England, so I say it differently. One bathroom is in the dining room, and then the other one is in the back. And in order to get to the back, I would want to understand what's in the pathway as the person is proceeding to that back bathroom.
You'll walk by the kitchen, you'll walk by the ice machine, you'll walk by an enclosed trash room.
So as you're walking by the kitchen, I see a counter, but along the wall, is that all closed in along the wall?
It is, yep, it's a pass.
It's a pass. So there's no time when they're near any food preparation.
No.
There's always a barrier between the patron and the food. Is that correct?
The preparation is done in the way back room. So no, there's none.
Okay, just making sure because it's all bird's eye. Thank you.
Bob?
Yeah, I just want to make sure. The questionnaire clearly says this is a transfer application. This is not a transfer application. This is a new application for an on-premise license.
Okay.
Is that correct, Michael?
The tricky part here is the current licensee is the Gray Dog Mulberry Inc. So the new entity coming in is Moose Goose Holding Inc. Moose Goose Holding Inc. actually owns all the stock in Gray Dog Mulberry Inc. So I would guess it would be considered a transfer. And it definitely is an upgrade.
Right, but your 30 days notice doesn't ask for an upgrade. It asks for a transfer and a new application. And your questionnaire clearly says transfer. It says nothing about on-premise or new license or anything of that sort. So this is subject to the 500-foot rule.
Yes.
Would you correct?
Yes.
Okay. But so why does the questionnaire say it's a transfer?
Well, because the current licensee has a restaurant wine license. So when we file our application, we'll be filing for a temporary permit. And we would get a temporary wine permit, not a temporary liquor license. We wouldn't get that until the liquor license was approved. So basically, we have two different entities. One of them being the Gray Dog Mulberry Inc., who currently is licensed. And a new entity coming in is Moose Goose Holding Inc. They do have the same ownership.
Right,
So-
but our questionnaire clearly says if it's an upgrade or, you know, a transfer as a restaurant wine would be restaurant wine to restaurant wine, not restaurant wine to on-premise.
Yes, it would still be considered a transfer to the SLA, just for the wine part.
It's really, you're doing two things. You're transferring, it should have been a transfer and an upgrade.
Yes.
Bob, any?
That's it.
And just to clarify, I think you said this on the last one, but so all your service here is by wait staff now?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so that's that one. And now we'll go on to the next one, which is the same thing, Moose Goose Holding, and that's 90 University Place, the Gray Dog.
It's basically everything's gonna stay the same here with the ownership. They've been in business since 2007. The current licensee is the Gray Dog Inc. Moose Goose Holding Inc. is going to be coming in on a transfer, and they're going to be upgrading to a full liquor license. All the ownership is the same. They have 16 tables, 34 seats in the service bar, background music, 7 a.m. to 12 a.m., 7 days a week. And as in the other ones, we did submit some signatures of support, as many as we can get.
Okay. And
These
so,
are, you know, these are operators that have been operating in Community Board 2 for a long time.
yeah, just not with an OP.
No, just not with an OP.
Okay, let's see.
But if we were coming in new, looking for an OP, there's a possibility we would get it.
Okay, does anybody on the committee have anything?
Just one more
Yeah,
quick follow-up. So on University Place, there's not going to be, I see a service bar in the diagram. Are you saying that you're not going to have a service bar, or it's not going to be run the same way?
No, it's a service bar.
What you're looking at is the coffee bar that has existed there since we opened. It's called the service bar. It's a coffee bar.
The alcohol has to be stored somewhere, and the wine has to be poured, and the beer has to be poured, which is the idea of a service bar.
so
But
there
there'll
are
be
no,
and waitresses.
Yes,
I'm
there's
sorry?
servers.
there are no seats, correct? Am I
At
right?
the
bar?
bar, no.
Right. At the bar, yes.
At
That's
the service bar, no.
okay. Cheryl Grandfield? You should be able to speak.
Okay, thank you. I also live right around the corner from the Gray Dog at 90 University Place. They've been there for a number of years, very popular, attracts a younger crowd with a sprinkling of older patrons. They've had beer and wine service, I think, since they opened. I am sympathetic to the desire of restaurateurs to try and find a business model that allows them to keep operating during very difficult times. That said, this location sits in a corridor of alcohol licenses. It is 2 doors away from Taqueria, a Mexican restaurant with a full OP. It is 2 doors away in the other direction, south, from a Mexican restaurant, El Cantinero, with a full OP and a 4 a.m. close. Old license, goes back to the day. And it is a half a block away from Reservoir Bar between 11th and 10th Street with a full OP and a 4 a.m. close. The risk from a neighborhood perspective is that it sits in the middle of the New York University dormitories. And depending how this operator handles a full OP, this has the potential to turn into a very different establishment. I would offer the commentary that as it is now, it's a valued neighborhood addition and well patronized. I understand that the forced termination of indoor service has battered the business model for it and many of its neighborhood or neighbors in the same business. So I'm not unsympathetic to that, but I will also offer that it is routine for the Gray Dog to have a sandwich board sign out on the sidewalk touting its wine. And I would ask that no sandwich boards touting the spirit drinks be offered so that this turns into a drinking establishment. We've got plenty in the neighborhood already. And the patronage that they attract is very different from the clientele that the Gray Dog has traditionally attracted. And so this is not an objection to the requested upgrade or change in the license to an OP license. It is a plea to the owner that he pay attention to his business model and his clientele to prevent this from becoming an appealing destination for a lot of young people of the sort that already patronize his Mexican restaurant neighbor and the Reservoir Bar neighbor just a little bit further south. And that's it.
Okay, thank you
I
very
think
much.
our closing hours of 12 will dissuade the place from becoming a hangout for young people who are looking to come out and get drunk, since most of them are probably coming out at 11 o'clock at night. And, you know, there are the other places, as she mentioned, that close at 4. We're keeping our closing hours at 12 because we want to keep our same clientele. We don't want to turn into a place where they don't want to come back to.
To that, I will say the closing hours before were 11. Just pointing that out. Katie, do you have something?
Yes. I'm trying to understand where the kitchen is.
The kitchen's in the basement.
Okay, because in your plan, it's marked as storage, but so it's storage and kitchen.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. And Donna, are sandwich boards allowed in any event?
So when I investigated this for one that was bothering me, I believe sandwich boards are allowed if they're right next to the building, which they never, in most instances, are not. But I'm no expert on this. So that's my recollection. And I guess it's would you agree to not, no drink specials, not putting that on a sandwich board? Is there something we can work with there?
I think for for what we've been doing, we've had we sell Bloody Marys there already, but they don't have real alcohol in them. They have it's a wine-based alcohol. This allows me to sell, we're primarily a brunch place, right? And we've advertised on our sandwich board happy hour. I think if you went out there right now, it probably says happy hour. So it hasn't produced the kind of drinking crowd that would be fearful for anybody. Nobody's ever gotten drunk at Gray Dog. It's never turned into that type of place. But we've already got those advertisements you're talking about. They've existed for years.
Okay. So our stipulation, now that I'm relooking at this, because it can't be the same stipulation as it was before, because it's not a restaurant wine. So has a line in it that says will not have unlimited drink or unlimited food and drink specials, will not have boozy brunches, and no pitchers of beer. Is that agreeable?
Let's go line by line.
So it will not have unlimited drink,
Yes, we're not ever gonna do unlimited drinks.
unlimited food and drink.
Can you give me an example of what that would be?
Boozy brunch.
Well, no, boozy brunch.
45 bucks, 45 bucks for brunch, and all you can eat and drink for a set time would be an example of that.
Yes, you got my word. I won't do that.
Okay, then there's the boozy brunches,
Same thing.
same thing.
Well,
And then there's the pitchers of beer.
the pitchers of beer,
Yeah.
we currently do pitchers of beer already. and
Okay,
it
that's why I'm
hasn't-
asking, because that's, okay.
It's
so
never
you-
resulted in a problem.
Okay. Actually, that's interesting, because according to your last stipulations, I believe it said no pitchers of beer on it.
I don't recall, how many years ago was that?
That was not actually, see, this one's not, I think that this was actually not that long ago.
Yeah, it was a corporate change also on Carmine Street too.
Right.
That was Carmine Street, not University. I don't think I've ever been.
Oh, maybe, you may be right. No,
Yeah,
you were
that-
here, it was a corporate change for this one too at the same time. We heard all three. So,
I have no recollection of ever being in front of you guys for a corporate change. It's probably something that it probably did happen. I probably didn't need to appear for it. But we've been doing pictures since we opened at that location.
okay.
Is that a limit on how many pictures would be able to be sold at the table at any sitting?
That,
I don't know how you would enforce that.
yeah.
Can I follow up on something?
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm looking to see.
Okay,
Go
so in terms of, there's no drink menu, there's nothing in what you presented here tonight as to what, I mean, are you gonna have shots? What is it that you're going to have people drink that didn't exist before? I mean, what's different on the drink front?
Well, I try and go with my menu that I have at the Flatiron location on 26th Street. So it's completely different. It's a real drink menu. You could get an Aperol Spritz which is your classic brunch drink, which you can't do with a beer and wine license, right? I sell a lot of Aperol Spritzes. There's a whole host of daytime brunchy cocktails out there. I want to be good at it, right? And if somebody wants to get a whiskey on the rocks at nighttime, well, I mean, that's what we're doing at Flatiron. We don't sell a lot of them, but we're professional. I'm trying to run a professional operation and do it well.
You're not gonna try to push people to drink shots at a table?
It's not that type of place, right? It's never been that type of place.
Yeah, no, I guess that the concern is that we keep it the same type of place. That's, I think, what we're discussing here in terms, that's why I'm asking that question.
It would be really nice to go back to, 2019 when it was a really, when it was that type of place, right? Right now, I don't really know what a table service model is going to do for our income. I suspect what I've witnessed is It's allowed us to have higher check averages and have a closer contact with the people we're serving, right? I very much like the counter service, but it's not going to work for another 2 years. So I don't have that choice, if this answers the question, right? We're not going to become a college bar because we're not creating a bar. There's no seating at the bar, right? When you have a coffee machine and an espresso machine as your primary tools back there, it's never going to look like a drinking hotspot, right?
So, yeah, so it's not going to have a stand-up bar then. A stand-up bar would be one where you have 5 or 6 people seated up against a bar, and behind there is a bartender making drinks.
Correct.
There'll be no alcohol sold over the bar. If if somebody orders it at the table, the server would pick it up at the service bar and bring it to the table. No one's going to be standing at the service bar ordering drinks because you're not allowed to. Even though we're able to get a sit-down bar, he's not going to turn the service bar into one.
Right, but just to be clear, guys, there's still going to be the opportunity for takeout at all my restaurants. So you will be able to go in and get a cup of coffee or order a sandwich for takeout there. It's just you're not going to have a typical bar situation.
So all alcohol services by wait staff to seated patrons.
That's yes.
And we can
Right.
stipulate to that.
Right. If you go down what my path right now,
Right.
it's all order at the counter. It's always been order at the counter. Now it's all wait service.
Okay.
The Flatiron location, which has the first Grey Dog on premise, right? It's wait service. We don't, even that place with the on premise, we don't have stools at the bar. Right?
Okay.
We haven't created that atmosphere.
Okay, so we can stipulate to that all drink service will be to seated patrons by wait staff.
At this location, yes.
Yeah, not at 79 because you got a bar at 79.
Correct. That's going to be the first time that I get to explore that. Yes.
So at the other locations on Mulberry and on University, there could be a stipulation, say no stand-up bar.
At this point, yes.
Okay.
Right. I can't tell you where we're going to go from here if it turns out to be in a year that, hey, we'd like to, renovate. But right now, there's no money to renovate. There's just the opportunity to increase our check averages.
So you'll have to come back. Okay, and just to let you know, when you were here, it was for corporate change in 2019.
Okay.
That's when it was.
And you may remember there was a problem on Carmine Street, people drinking at a little table on the outside there.
Yes, I do remember when there's a problem, those stick in my mind, right? When there's not a problem, like a corporate change, I don't remember. I'm not trying to pull anything over here. I remember seeing you for that one.
Yeah.
And we took your recommendations and fixed it immediately. And I'm sure you checked on it and it never happened again.
Yeah, I didn't check on it, but I believe you.
Okay, Susan Wittenberg.
This popped into my mind earlier. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask it. I know on the Grey Dog on University, I walk by there all the time, and there's really loud outdoor speakers with music. And I just wondered if that was somehow something that was going to be happening at other locations as well, or I just didn't remember that in the steps for that location.
They're gone.
They're gone. Okay, so I just haven't maybe been there in a week. Thank you. It's
Okay, so there will be a stipulation that says no speakers outdoors on all of these, just to make you aware of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Susan. Okay, is that it? I think that does it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No, I had my
Katie,
hand
I'm
up.
sorry. Okay, Katie, I thought it was still up. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I know. I realized that. So what's the story on, pictures where are we landing with that? Because we're generally pretty strict about that. And I want to be clear where we've wound up on that aspect in this instance.
Are you asking?
I guess, well, you were not supposed to be doing them. I mean, the stipulation forms from 2019 say no pictures of beer, no unlimited drink, no unlimited food, will not have boozy brunches, no pictures of beer, no bottle service, except for bottles of wine.
Well, honestly, I don't remember, like I
You
was saying.
signed it. I know you signed it.
Well,
I-
yeah, I think so.
I don't know, Mike, can I have pictures of beer? I mean, that seems like a realistic ask.
Well, if you signed a stipulation saying you weren't gonna do it, you shouldn't be doing it now.
I mean,
The menu in Flatiron doesn't show pictures of beer. If I'm looking at that correctly, it just shows.
Yeah.
But if you're already doing it, I mean, nobody's had a stink about it. You're not a sports bar. You're operating the same way you've been operating.
we don't have TVs, we don't, we don't,
Right.
I didn't know that I had signed something that said no pictures of beer. We don't sell a lot of pictures of beer. I know my manager Blaine my GM is probably on this call. He could probably attest to how many pictures we do sell.
Right.
You could hardly find them when you need one. But if you wanna I'd prefer to have it. I don't want to lose
Okay.
something that's not causing a problem.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
the reason why the stipulation is there is because there have been places that have basically taken advantage of the pitchers of beer, done very cheap pitchers of beer for NYU students, and have it turns up maybe a small Japanese restaurant into something that it never said it was going to be, and that's where the pitchers of beer concern has come in. But I don't think that is necessarily the case with you, and you're here, and that's why we're bringing it up, because that's the reason why those things exist, not necessarily because you've abused it. So
I get it.
That's my explanation.
Right, I totally understand. I don't anticipate turning into one of those places. I think there's a difference between having a stand-up bar where you're walking up and you're ordering, but I don't know. I'd like to get that back if I can. It certainly hasn't caused any problems, and it's been available for quite some time.
Okay. I guess I don't see it's a problem if you've already been doing it and you have no TVs, and it's hard to become a sports bar without the TVs. So, but that's just me. So I guess we'll talk about it in the committee and see what the committee thinks.
Okay.
I think Patricia's got her hand up too.
Patricia?
Who's Blaine McCullum in the chat?
He's the general manager at my Mulberry location. He'd be able to tell you exactly, what our pitcher situation
He says
is.
in the chat, we sell 0 pitchers, currently have 0 64-ounce pitchers to do it. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, it's very infrequent. So like I said prior, it's when somebody wants to order one, it's hard to find one of those pitchers. Generally, somebody's drinking water out of it in the kitchen. So, I mean, it doesn't happen much, but if I can sell it, I'd like to.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Patricia. Okay, so I think we're done with that. That's it.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Okay, the next one, I will try one more time for Isabella, 196 Spring, Piccola Cucina. If you're here, raise your hand. I still don't see them. So now we will go to the Spot Barbershop, Bond and Bowery, 332 Bowery. You could raise your hand. Okay.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Harry Callahan here. I'm the attorney for the Spot. I'm representing them today in this process. Their general, you know what? It looks like
Is he?
The general counsel of the Spot is and partner. She's on as well. Her name's Sally. I think Sally's on there. She might be logged in as my name down there as well.
Let's see.
I'm right here. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
she's there. Okay.
Hi, Sally.
Can you turn your video on, or does that not? Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Hi, Sally. Let me know when you're ready.
So who is Sally? Because I can't see. Can you give me the full name?
Her name's Sally Voss, V-O-S.
Okay, she was on the application, I believe.
Sally's the general counsel of the Spot, and she's a partner in business as well, but she's the general counsel for the business.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the Spot Barbershop is, they are a barbershop concept. They currently operate 19 locations in Florida. And they are interested in coming to New York City at 332 Bond Street. And this application is for a liquor license as simply an amenity to the business. This is a 100% minority-owned business, and it's also a substantial minority-owned women-owned business. So it's a barbershop concept, and they focus on hiring people from underserved minority communities. Obviously in barbershops, they all get their own barbering license, and they all run their own chair. So they're in all of their locations in Miami and also in Florida, they are focused on giving an opportunity for individuals in the underserved community to build their own business within their their barbershops. So at this location, this application for a liquor license is purely for an amenity where their customers can hang out before their grooming services, or their spouse or their partner can come and wait and have a drink while they're getting their services done. There are just some blocking and tackling quickly. So we had reached out to the NoHo Bowery neighbors, and we spoke to Miss Zella, and we also I'm assuming they're going to have their own commentary on this application. We also spoke to the NoHo Neighborhood Association, and they seem to be in support of the application. I believe there were some letters written in support of the application on their behalf, but I'm assuming that they'll have some comments as well. So just some blocking and tackling, obviously because of DOH requirements. The bar portion is bifurcated, so there's a clear glass partition between the barbering area and the bar area. This is all it's charcuterie, it's prepackaged sandwiches. There's only 8 seats at the bar. Again, this is just an amenity. It's all reservations for people waiting for their services. The hours are 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. And 9 p.m. is the hard close. So their last men's service reservation is at 8 p.m. So that means all customers out by 9 p.m. So they're primarily a retail business. They have a retail component of the business. So they sell men's grooming lines, hair care, retail products, clothing, things like that. And that is in that front section as well, that bar portion. They donate the proceeds from that. All of those the retail proceeds to the Spot Orphanage. Spot Orphanage is an orphanage that they started in Haiti. It's an educational facility as well. So they're very focused on educating. Again, they're empowering individuals in underserved communities to build their own businesses through barbering. And they're very focused on educational empowerment and through their orphanage. And so all of the retail sales go towards that. So, well, I don't want to misspeak. I don't know what portion of it, but a large portion of those retail sales goes towards that. And so, you know, it's one other piece of blocking and tackling. This is a landmark building. The landlord is a very well-known and well-liked landlord, and there are residential units, very high-end residential units. This is a landmark building, and so they're using the building's architect, and so they obviously have to follow, they very strictly follow the guidelines with respect to landmarks. And additionally, the maximum occupancy is going to be 74. But we had indicated the proposed occupancy is 74. It's actually 45 because they have the 12 barbering chairs, and they're going to have the men's grooming and facial, and then obviously the customers, one customer per chair, and then the 8 seats at the bar, and then the 2, the staff member who runs that, and then another staff member for prep and of the food component. There's no HVAC, there's no fumes, there's no, we actually, we talked through that, talked about that issue with NoHo Neighborhood Association, and we made that clear, and they, they wanted us to make sure that, I think that's the application. I mean, you have it in front of you. It's a 2,000 square foot space. Again, closes at 9 p.m. This is exactly, while everybody's moving to Florida, out of New York, these guys are coming from Florida to invest money in New York City. And as, we want to build retail focused businesses, this is an amenity, having a liquor license for them, so people can sit and sip a bourbon or have have beer while they wait for the grooming service. So that's the application.
Okay, so the first question, there are 12 stations, and then there's 2 other seats in that area that are seats.
So those are we mistakenly called those. We thought those were well, initially they were going to be men's manicure stations, but you need, because of DOH requirements, you require special fans and things like that, which wouldn't be be compliant with DOH requirements. So those are facial chairs and like other types of services, beard trimming, things like that.
Okay, and then there's the 8 seats in the front. So I'm just trying to understand where the 45 comes from, because that's 25.
So it's 12. It's 12 barbering seats. It's those 2 other seats. So each of those seats has a staff member, has a barber, and then so that's 24. Then there's the 8 seats, and then leaving room for staff.
So really, in terms of your clientele, it would be 25 people about.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And then in terms of the retail area, that is where you'd have the drinks. So can somebody come in off the street and, just be looking around like they would in any other retail store and sit down and get a drink?
They could, they don't foresee that. I mean, you don't normally just go into a salon to, look. I mean, you could go in and, if you're going to buy products, they obviously you could do that for sure. But generally speaking, it would be for the customers who are waiting for their service, or their spouse or their partner.
Right. And you'll have sandwiches. It says on here, sandwiches and
yes, correct. Yep, sandwiches, charcuterie. They'll have special, beef jerky, things like that, and then they'll have a coffee machine for espressos and drip coffee, and they'll have cookies for kids, things like that.
Okay. And then are there televisions? Or monitors or something?
I believe there's one television, so you can, this is obviously a men's, grooming, it's a men's care salon. So, there will be a TV, and it's, the kind of ethos of it is for men to sort of talk and to gather and come, they can bring go with a coworker, hopefully when people are back in the office, go with a coworker and, have a coffee or have a drink, and then, watch sport and then get their beard trimmed or get their hair cut. That's kind of it.
Okay, I think that does it for me. Katie?
I have a number of questions. So you said that it's by reservation. So if someone has a reservation, but their spouse comes along, is that part of the reservation process? How does the spouse get to hang out if you have to make a reservation?
Well, I mean, it would be as may I respond?
Yes,
okay.
Please.
It would be as if, in the same, if you went with your wife to get her nails done and the man is waiting, the man has the reservation, or whoever has the reservations, obviously they're not going to exclude anybody, but the person would have a reservation. If their spouse came with them, they would wait there while they do the reservation. So you don't have to.
I'll let you. I understand. I'll introduce you to my husband. He'll discuss that with you. He's not going to any beauty salon with me. What about price points? I saw a very sketchy menu, but I didn't have an understanding of what your thought was on price.
Sally, do you have any information on the price points?
So what we're doing is prepackaged sandwiches mostly, and then like snacks. So we're still trying to like get a hold of the pricing. Yeah, we're still early in the construction process, so that hasn't really been an issue, since we kind of just went straight to like, this is what we're gonna do. So we're kind of just looking around to see where we can get the prices from, if we can lower them or whatever. So
yeah.
And the drinks? Do you have any sense of the drinks? The price of the drink?
Not yet.
The drinks will be, again, they're doing all high-end product. I mean, they're all top shelf. So it's going to be, it's not going to be a Jack and Coke. They're not going to do that. They're going to do like a high-end bourbon poured neat. That's what somebody will drink. And the sandwiches they're talking, I know that they said they're talking to Sullivan Street Bakery. They're talking to some other people around Balthazar, some other people who are bread purveyors, they're sandwich purveyors. They're all going to be sort of high end. So they'll be, they're not necessarily looking to make money on that, on the food component. It's, it's obviously an amenity. This is, we don't want to mistake. This is not a restaurant. Obviously, this is this is an amenity to the barbershop.
Thank you.
Bob?
Yeah, so why are we, if the drinks are complimentary or a part of the service that you're providing someone for a haircut, why do you need an on-premise license?
Well, they're not complimentary. You have to purchase them, but you're not allowed to serve alcohol in New York State without a liquor license. I mean, some people do that. They'll have a barbershop where they just pour somebody. That's the SLA has provided guidance on that, and that's not legal. You're not allowed to give alcohol away. You have to have a liquor license.
Well, we just heard an application for a watch store where they wanted to give complimentary drinks, and they got a specific type of license called a club license for that very specific purpose. And it wasn't on premise. Why are you going for an on-premise license here when the goal here is to give complimentary drinks as a way of getting people to come in for grooming experiences?
Well, the drinks aren't complimentary. They're not giving them away. And for a club licensee, you have to be a member of the club, and you have to publish your guest list, and you have to, I mean, there's a whole
bottle club license, not a club license.
Sorry, bottle club.
Right. You have to, the members have to have their, they drink alcohol that is in their locker, and it's just a different type of business. This is actually a retail on premise, people are going to be purchasing the alcohol. They're not going to be giving it away.
Okay, so you mentioned there's some sort of membership?
No, there's no membership.
Okay.
I mentioned reservations for the services.
Okay, in this particular location, how many floors is it?
This location is, there's a ground floor and then there's a basement, and the basement is just for storage purposes.
Yeah, how big is the basement?
You know, I don't know. I think it's not included. It's not going to be included in the licensed premises. It's not. They're not going to store alcohol down there. They're not going to. You know, nothing is. There's going to be no alcohol down there. So, I think the basement is. I think it's 600 or 700 square feet, and we would provide that information to you. But that's not part of the licensed premises.
Well, I'm reading an article that was published in Miami or Southern Florida that was specific about the spot. Barbershop announces major expansion for 2021, and it says the expansion plan includes Soho, New York City will feature styles resembling that of a speakeasy, an exclusive 2,400 two-story shop with a private cellar directly beneath it. This will be transformed into a private lounge and club for members to congregate while enjoying premium spirits. That's part of the plan?
That's not part of the plan.
Yeah.
That's not part of it.
Why would that be in a newspaper if that's not the plan?
It's not part of this application.
But there happens to be a basement?
There is a basement, yes.
And you folks would not be interested in a beer and wine license to go along with your barbershop?
No.
No, because you need hard alcohol, so you need spirits?
Yeah, like bourbon, Macallan.
Yeah, you need, I mean, you know, when people are waiting for their service, they want to, you know, they're going to want a bourbon, they're going to want a Macallan. I mean, you know, it doesn't work with their business model.
Okay, so the article in the newspaper was, I mean, where do you think they got that information? This is dated January 8th, 2021.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I think that might have been prior to the initiation of us actually getting things started, and they might have overshot it.
It's actually it came from Ricky Patel. Our goal is to be the Starbucks of barbershops, says CEO Ricky Patel.
Well, that's still in the plans, trying to be the Starbucks of barbershops. But having the basement be used, that's completely out of the picture. We're not trying to do that at all.
Okay. Carter?
Yeah, so my question is, you're combining services where typically people come to a neighborhood and patronize a few different shops, and you're bringing everything under one roof. How's that in the public interest for the existing coffee shops, the little bars, you know, that are in this area? How's that beneficial to them? And especially right now when, you know, retail is really struggling to put everything under one roof.
Well, I mean, I don't think they're trying to take business away from, you know, anybody else. They're trying to run a barbershop operation. It's a very unique concept that is, you know, it is in the public interest benefits because of its uniqueness. They're obviously not trying to take business away from bars or, you know, restaurants. I mean, they close at 9 p.m. They're trying to be an amenity during the daytime. You know, and it's an ancillary amenity to the barbershop. I mean, I understand the question and the point is well taken, but I don't think I don't think people are going into business about, you know, considering how their, you know, how their other businesses are planning their operation. Other businesses are their businesses. This is this business, and it is, you know, it is unique. You know, it's a unique concept. I mean, people have done things where they, you know, they've done blind barber, they've done things like that where they have sort of bar in the back kind of thing, but that's, you know, that's not what this is. This is a real barbershop. They have 19 locations. This is what these guys do.
And also, so the restroom is located all the way in the back.
Correct.
So people have to transit through the whole shop to get there. And is that something that is problematic with the liquor authority? I mean, is that?
Well, the whole premises is licensed. So, you know, it's part of I mean, this is all, I mean, obviously this is part of this is the business. It's a barbershop. So, you know, people, again, the people using the restroom are going to be the people waiting for their services or their spouse. So this is not, people aren't going to just hang out there, you know, that's not the business. The business is for the people who are getting their services or their, you know, or their spouse, or partner, or, you know, the person who's waiting with them, if that happens. But primarily it's the people who are getting the services done, waiting for their services. They go to the restroom and come back. Yeah.
Why do you need to have the whole place on the license if people aren't permitted to bring their drinks into the area behind beyond the partition?
Well, it's a contiguous space. I mean, it's bifurcated for the purposes of the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, and that's who licenses them in terms of their FSE permit. But in terms of the liquor authority, it's contiguous premises. There's the bathroom there. That's where the plumbing in. There's storage in the back. I mean.
But I mean, are those used though for the licensed premises?
The area in the back, yeah, the storage and the bathroom, yes.
And your clients aware they can't bring drinks in there, correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay, those are my questions.
Lois?
It sounds like a movie set. However, here's my questions. Can a young man under 21 get a haircut there?
Yes.
And can any woman get a haircut or get their nails done? Okay,
Well,
so my next.
Offering manicure services for men or women because of.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of your sentence.
We're
Say
not,
it again.
I'm sorry, we're not offering manicure services for men or males or females because of what was it?
Yeah. There's no manicure services. They're not doing any manicure services.
Okay, maybe
but
I
yes,
heard
a woman
that
can
wrong.
get services. Yes, women can.
Okay.
Yes.
And what about the young men and women under 21? Can they get their hair cut there and hang out there as well?
They can. Yes, they're not permitted to drink alcohol.
Okay, and do you need to get a haircut to buy a drink?
You don't have to buy a haircut to get a drink, but that's where the customers are coming from. I mean, they're not. You don't have to be getting a haircut, but the people who are there are waiting for their services or their partners. That's the intent. Yes.
Well, yeah, it's very nice for you to say a partner or a spouse or whatever, but you know, people do go for haircuts or get a drink and they bring 2 or 3 or 4 other people with them to hang out while the person gets their haircut, the way your situation is set up. But here's my question, and they'll all buy
True.
drinks.
People
most
bring
likely.
4 or 5 people to get a haircut. That in my
The way you
experience
have
with barbershops, people don't bring 4 or 5
great.
people.
You're talking over each
Yeah,
Excuse me.
because they're not serving
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
alcohol.
Sorry.
You're not serving alcohol. So, but you're serving alcohol. Okay, so who's mixing the drinks?
There's a bartender.
That's my next question.
Mhm.
Okay, and what's your price point on your cocktails?
They haven't determined that yet, but again, they're not going to be making, you know, Jack and Cokes and things like that and martini.
I like Jack and Coke, by the way. So go on.
It's going
So
to be.
they're not going to make rum and cokes? They're not
I mean,
making rum and cokes?
to be honest with you, they're not going to have a soda gun. That's my understanding. They're going to have, you know, the little bottles of the Mexican Coke and mix it with rum. So I'm sure you could get a rum and Coke, but it's going to be, you know, it's going to be very top shelf spirits. It's
Top shelf rum and Coke
Yeah.
and daiquiris and things like that?
No, it's not
Blended
gonna,
drink?
it's not, there's not gonna be, you know, mixed drinks um,
Or frozen drinks or anything in that matter. It's gonna be
No
very,
frozen drink.
no.
So what are they drinking? What are you serving?
so it's going to be things like high-end bourbons, you know, high-end scotches, high-end whiskeys, high-end mezcals, you know, things like that. They'll drink, you know, this is they
Straight
don't
up type drinks?
sorry. I'm sorry, say it again.
Straight up type drinks? Straight up type drinks, you know, without orange juice or the way you're describing it, maybe a little bit ice, maybe scotch and soda or something. And do you have to wear Western boots?
The average customer, the average customer, I mean, the regular customer will have one drink. I mean, while they wait, that's the business model. It'll be one drink before they're cut, and that's it. They don't expect people to be having, you know, 4 or 5. You know, that's not. Again, it's not a. It's
So
not
is
a
that,
bar.
okay, go back to that, please. You one drink per customer or one drink per haircut?
I mean, that's you're asking what the plan and the estimation is. I mean, that, you know, something they don't restrict what people can have, you know, but likely it'll be. You're asking about what the business is and what the plan is. People will have one.
I'm asking about the alcohol.
People will have one bourbon while they wait for their haircut, so it'll, you know, something like that.
But you just
Or a
said there
beer
might be
while they wait.
limited
I'm
one
sorry?
drink limitation. I'm very confused.
He just said that people usually have just one drink. He didn't say he was limiting
Yeah,
it.
but that's what he said, but you can have 1 or 2 or 3 drinks if you want to.
Sure.
Okay. And what are the children going to do while their moms and dads get their haircut?
I don't really understand the question. What are the children going to do? What children?
Well,
You mean if
what
they
time
accompany
do you
their
open
parents?
up?
If their children,
Yeah, what time are you open?
I don't think any. I don't think. So they open at 9. They close at 9 p.m. I don't know if somebody brings their child to get their haircut.
Of course.
I mean, I don't think the child. I don't know the answer. They'll just wait for them. But I don't know the answer to your question, to be honest.
Of course you bring your kid when you get your hair cut. That's kind of rite of passage kind of thing. Go with daddy or mommy. Anyway, let other people ask questions, but I thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you.
Okay, Katie?
Okay, so I have 3 areas that I want to talk about. A, are you going to store alcohol in the basement?
No.
Well, be that as it may, most people who, every other application we've heard today, if they've rented the basement, they put it on the questionnaire. We know how much space you're renting. So, you know, I would want an answer to that. Second, Sally, what is your relation? What's your title in all of this? What's your corporate title, if that's the correct term? I don't understand you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm the general in-house counsel.
General in-house counsel. Thank you. Finally, Bob, I didn't have to look in for a press release. In Florida, they are on your website. You advertise parties in private spaces inside your barbershops, bachelor parties, private DJ events, live music, large groups. And this is a franchise operation. So I don't think that I don't feel comfortable with the answers that I've heard about the business model, because the business model is clearly involved with these private events, and the space where you could hold it, you haven't really come clean with us about. So I'm very uncomfortable with the presentation as it's been presented. And I'm a member of the committee and I'm going to vote on this. So you're not,
Should I
this
respond?
isn't
or-
sitting well. You can ask the chair when she's ready for you to respond.
You can, Katie, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you may respond.
So, you know, this is the ownership of this is structured. Ricky and Shaheen are the primary owners, but Freddie and Juan Carlos, they're all part of the ownership structure. They, with respect to, you know, they have 19 locations. There are locations where they do, you know, private events. They do, you know, this is a barbershop. They do different kinds of things in different locations, but this location is exactly what we've presented. They are very aware of, you know, all of the stipulations. Again, their closing hours are their hours of operation are 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Those are stipulated. Those are included on their license. This is exactly the type of operation that the community board always wants. You know, there are nuanced arguments about 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. These guys close at 9 p.m. All of the, you know, that's to, you know, to respond to that. With respect to the basement, there is no alcohol storage in that. This is not, the basement is not part of the licensed location. They're not going to be using it. It's for, the storage of all the alcohol is in that back room, which is indicated on the diagram next to the bathroom. So, you know, this is not a bar. This is not a nightclub. And again, there's no discussion here about midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. This is 9 p.m.
The other places are restaurants, you're a barber shop. That's the only thing I would turn around and say, you can't, you're not comparing two things that are in alignment here. So, okay, I'm gonna go to the public. William Watkins.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for hearing me. I would just like to thank the community board for their efforts and also for always staying up till God knows when to discuss these decisions. My wife and I and our neighbors live directly next to this location. It was a high-end retail store that, you know, went out of business because they were selling $100 coffee mugs. That didn't fly. I don't really understand why you're going for a 74 occupancy when the most people you think you're going to be serving is 45. I have a couple of other questions. You got to realize too, this has never been a licensed location. There's never been a liquor license here. And we have a thing in New York called a Trojan horse, and I smell one. I think this is not going to actually be what you say it's going to be. I went to your website. I saw a lot of photographs of a lot of people standing inside, someone actually standing on the bar and giving a speech. I'm also a little concerned that, will I be able to go in there at 9 o'clock in the morning and get myself a neat high-end bourbon? Because that's the one good thing about the place that I can, you know, find. Are you really going to be serving booze at 9 a.m.?
Okay, keep going. Is that it? Is that?
No, that's not it. I'd also like to know, why is God is good plastered all over everything? Is this place really a nonprofit? Are you a church? Do you have some sort of affiliation with a church? Are your barbers going to be independent contractors or employees? These are a lot of questions here that have to do with the stipulations that are becoming and going. And I'm sure that there are some legal ramifications about this in terms of independent contractors. I'm not sure you can even have independent contractors serving booze. Is your bartender going to be an employee? And the franchise issue really disturbs me. Where do the owners of this particular location reside?
Okay.
Should we respond?
Yes, I'm just gonna, you should respond to the questions. We're not doing it back and forth. So William, just before you respond, William, is that all of your questions?
Well, I guess it is. I really don't understand.
So he'll answer the questions. I just wanted to make sure because we're not gonna, this is not a dialogue, just before he starts speaking. I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Okay, I just want to say that we are living right next door. And we have bars and restaurants all up and down this place. The last thing we need are people going in, having a drink, getting a haircut at 9 o'clock in the morning. That is not something that this neighborhood nor anyone else that I know in this building deems acceptable nor desirable.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and answer.
So if I could, I'll respond to the last point first. With respect to 9 a.m. alcohol, I've never heard of the earlier being a problem, but that's not the plan. And they won't be, likely. There won't be many customers drinking at 9 a.m. Probably zero. It's an amenity, in the afternoon and beyond. To the best of my knowledge, the problem with licenses has always been the late night stuff. If now we're saying that the daytime and beyond is a problem too, then well, it is what it is. With respect to the distinction between independent contractors and employees, I don't know whether this is the forum for that, but I can explain how it works in terms of the Department of Licensing Services in New York State. They get a master barbering license and an appearance enhancement license for the business. And then each of the individual barbers get their own, they are each individually licensed. And that's how it works in any hair salon or barbershop. They each have their own individual license, and they can operate it. Either they can be employees of the salon or they can run their own independent business and pay a sort of rental fee. That's how appearance enhancement businesses go. Nail salons, every single nail salon, massage place, hair salon or barbershop, that's how they operate. The staff members serving drinks, those are employees. Obviously the distinction, which I just explained with respect to independent contractors and employees, but each of these barbers, runs their independent business. That's how barbershops work. There will be employees of the business as well, and there is a corporate overhead, and there is a corporate oversight, and each store has its own manager. The guys in charge of this one are Ricky and Shaheen, and they're in New York. The owners of the brand are in Florida, and that's Juan Carlos and Freddie, and they are, like I said, this is in a 100% minority-owned business. 100%, I'm going to stress this, 100% minority-owned business. This community needs more minority-owned businesses. To answer the rest of their questions, this is not a Trojan horse. The God is Good is just part of their logo. There is no religious affiliation. This is not a 501c3. This is a private enterprise. There is no affiliation with any type of religious organization. That happens to be their sort of their call to action, and one of their logos. And again, that God is Good. The God is Good portion also, all of their barbershops are drop-off locations for food and clothing for their orphanage in Haiti. So this is not a Trojan horse. They're not going to be coming from Florida, investing all this money, building barbering chairs, and building this out in order to create a Trojan horse. That is not the intention, and that is not that's clearly not part of the plan. Their diagrams are filed. They have to get appearance enhancement licenses. They have to go through a lot of hurdles in order to license this business, just as a barbershop. This, again, the liquor license is an amenity. It's an ancillary. It's an ancillary amenity to this business. So,
okay,
it's not a Trojan horse in any way, shape.
But I just want to say, though, you can understand why there are questions. It's not unfair to ask those questions, given the media that you guys have put out yourselves. I mean, that you're discussing with media the very valid concerns that people would have in the community, and those are not unfounded. I mean, they come from articles where they're, reaching out to your clients directly for input.
All questions are fair and they're well taken. The point is well taken. That is not, this is a barbershop. This is what it is.
That's not what they said in articles in which your clients were quoted.
Their plan when coming to New York was different than the execution of this. I would suspect their next location may be more robust, and for that they will find a more appropriate location. If they are going to do things like that, they will find a more appropriate location to pursue that. But in this location, this is exactly what it is. When they want to do a space, whether the economy can support that right now, but when they want to do, when they've built a client base and when they have some brand recognition in New York, I would suspect they would go to a place like, where there's bigger spaces, where there's capacity for events, where there's, full kitchen and venting and things like that, where they could perhaps pursue that. But right now, this location doesn't accommodate that. So the point is well taken, but I'm just providing an answer to that. This is not a Trojan horse in any way.
Okay, let me.
And I forgot to mention, we also discussed with the NoHo Neighborhood Association that
Let me just finish. I still have another person in the
Yes, go ahead.
community who wants to speak. So I want to get who is the neighborhood association. So
Could I mention the last thing? The last thing is they're willing to stipulate that, and we understand it's previously unlicensed, and so there's obviously statutory, people have concerns about certain dynamics with the SLA, but they are willing to stipulate that there won't be any transferring of the license when it's issued, so that, at least that mitigates that sort of Trojan horse worry. We understand when you license it previously.
I really want to go and finish hearing from the community.
Sure. Yep.
Stella Jones, you can speak.
Here I am. You
Thank
hear
you.
me?
Yes.
All right. So let's start from the top here. And NoHo has open arms for any minority-owned business, and we have many of them. I am the major concern here, and the committee has voiced this in a couple of different ways, is that this location has never been licensed before. It is in the middle of 27 other full OP licenses, probably the densest area, certainly in NoHo. And adding another location is very, very serious business. I appreciate that the applicant is willing to say they won't transfer a license, but that doesn't protect the neighborhood. I am very confused. The introduction to this application mentioned a number of charity purposes involved in this, and yet the applicant is not a 501c3, as Mr. Callion had said. And number two, I find it kind of curious that there was some statement about this being a woman-owned business, catering primarily to males. All of us women we've spent a lot of years catering to males, but this is a curious way of dealing with it. So I would really appreciate having some definition of how many men and how many women are corporate executives in this. The third really, really important point, particularly to the applicant, is I don't think there's been much homework regarding this location. I suspect that it is because of the rent or the lease that's available, because there isn't anything, nothing at all in NoHo that is open at 9 a.m. And the reason they're not open at 9 a.m. is because there's nobody out there. Absolutely none. I have dealt with every single retail location along the Bowery. Four galleries that thought they were going to open at 10 a.m. and have all sorts of customers. They open at 2 p.m. because they have no customers. We have no breakfast joints because nobody has breakfast. The only possible clientele you're going to get on that stretch or within 4 blocks of that stretch that will even go by that location are college students on their way to class from the dormitories on the east side. And they are not prime customers for shots of bourbon. This is not making any sense at all. I really, really implore you to explain to your client that this is a hugely stupid location for you to start off in. Every single retail along the last 3 retailers bummed out. They had high-end stuff. They couldn't make it. They couldn't make it before COVID. There's just no patronage of the type that you're describing here. There isn't. So then that leads me to believe that whatever goes in there with a license is going to have to cater to the lowest common denominator. And that tells me that granting a full liquor license in that location is a very unwise procedure. Now, I could be generous and hint to this committee that a beer and wine license would be okay for the sake of there being a minority business, for the sake of there being majority women principals in this corporation. Outside of that, this is a really, really unwise decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I quickly respond to 2 points, just very quickly? We never said this was a 501c3. This is a private enterprise. They are affiliated with a 501c3, which they created, and that's how they have their orphanage, and that's how they have their charitable endeavors. But there's no 501c3 here. Additionally, this idea of a least common denominator is very, very loaded language. So let's be careful with that type of language. Least common denominator is loaded language. In New York City, these guys are running a very, very clean business. They wouldn't have 19 stores and they wouldn't have been in business this long. Least common denominator is a very, very loaded term.
Robin?
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to go back to the independent contractor topic for a second, which was a couple of questions back. So my understanding is that the barbers at this establishment would be independent contractors. Is that correct?
The distinction is, well, there's 2 ways to go about it with an appearance enhancement business. They're either employees of the business of the master barbering license, but they each have to have their own independent barbering license. So there's
I understand that.
They have to each have their own seat. So they're right.
Will they be hired as independent contractors or will they be full-time employees?
The barbers will most likely be independent contractors. I don't know the answer to that question. They could be employees in some states. They're employees in New York. Generally, for a barber shop, they're independent contractors who rent the seat, and they have their license, and their station becomes.
Well, hold on. Yeah, no, I understand. So the reason I'm asking the question is the business model able to accommodate a full-time employee circumstances? If you were required to have the barbers be full-time employees and they were not legally allowed to be independent contractors, is your business model, can it handle that without having to raise prices on liquor or sell more liquor or anything like that?
Yes. I mean, it all kind of has to, obviously the employment, there's payroll taxes, other things like that. Right. But there are full-time employees of the business. I mean, there's there's service assistants. Those are the ones who sweep and clean. There's the bartender. There's and the bartender also does the retail sales. There's the
Right.
manager.
Well, the reason I'm asking specifically about the barbers is only because there's a bill going through Congress shortly having to do with potentially having independent contractors being reclassified as full-time employees. We're gonna find out about this in the next few weeks because it's going to go through the House next week and the Senate soon after. And it's gonna be a very close vote. It's a very hot topic. So I just want to make sure that if in fact, because it's not so much, I don't think the bartenders and the floor sweepers are going to be considered. It's going to be the barbers specifically because they are should be technically under this law if it were to become law full-time employees, whereas the other people may not. But in any case, my point is I just want to make sure that you guys will be able to still run your business if in fact you had to hire all the barbers throughout all your franchises as full-time employees with payroll taxes and all the other required legal things that are required.
So like I said, can I answer your question?
Sure.
Okay, great. Appreciate the question. It's an important one. They will have their own full-time staff, but with respect to, obviously if independent contractors who are barbers or, these types of service providers are reclassified as employees, they'll obviously comply with that. And yes, the business model is built for that. To be perfectly honest, I deal with this regularly. Making people employees actually is cheaper in the long run for businesses. So, the business takes the income and then, pays the employee. They just pay them at a higher rate. There's obviously other, there's a lot of, it's all over California with all the different third-party delivery services and so on. So they're arguing that that they shouldn't be classified as this. So it's a sort of global issue, but yeah, the business is built for that. But it's an important question for sure.
Susan Wittenberg.
Thank you. I want to go back to something Zella said and change the wording a little bit perhaps and ask you the question of, since you're not exactly from this location, if someone who represents the interests of the community in the area and knows it well, if they say to you, there is no business at 9 a.m. in this area, the businesses in this area all open later, many apparently not until afternoon, why do you feel opening at 9 a.m. Is a wise choice?
Well, if I can respond, they're a barbershop, so they're obviously they're not a breakfast place, they're not a restaurant, they're a barbershop. So people make barbering appointments in the morning. That's what they do. They go, and at that time they would expect somebody to come in and have a coffee. That's what they would expect. With respect to saying that there's no business at 9 a.m., well, people said the Wright brothers couldn't fly planes. I mean, you can build something and bring people at that hour. I mean, I would assume that if we could get customers down to the Bowery at 9 a.m., then that would be great. I mean, I've been on the Bowery for 20 years. I know it very well. If you can bring customers down there, then you would enhance the area. You would bring more commerce. You have more sales tax. You have more property tax. You have more payroll tax. You'd pay more employees. That's sort of limiting. I understand that, and it's a good question, but they think that they can draw people there to get haircuts and to create activity.
But that's fine. But alcohol at that hour of day is another issue.
Right, but they're not planning to serve alcohol at that. I mean, their license is 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Their hours are 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. But if you have a restaurant, that serves alcohol, you don't see people just going up to the bar and just they have the barber amenity. I mean, the barbershop is the business. So
Would you be willing to state that you wouldn't be serving alcohol before 11 a.m.?
Yes, they would stipulate to that.
Susan, I didn't mean to cut you off. Is that?
Not a problem.
Okay. Mar?
Hi. First, Hari and Sally, I would like to apologize that you had to come here and be subjected to being called stupid and coded language and dog whistles and blatant racism. I am very upset about the language that was allowed from a member of the public to this applicant. So I apologize to you. And that's all I'm going to say about this application. I'm disgusted that that was allowed.
If I can respond, I appreciate that. And that's a very important point. I hope everyone recognizes that, and we don't take offense to it. We're saying things like least common denominator is not appropriate language. Not anymore. You may want to hold on to the old New York, but that's why the protests happened in the first place. The world is changing. New York City is changing. We don't use that kind of language.
It's never been appropriate.
Well, this community, yes, Dr. Smith, I've known you for many years. I have great respect for you. You're exactly right. But that kind of coded language has been used in this community board for a very long time. So I appreciate you defending us but let's focus on the application because thank you.
Thank you, Mar. I should have said something about that. You're absolutely correct on that. No, we shouldn't be speaking that way. He's an applicant here for us to hear his application, and it's inappropriate. And I should have said something. Lois, do you have something?
Donna, thank you, Donna.
Yes, thank you. This is Lois. Oopsie. This is Lois again. Okay, I want to talk health here. Okay, I don't have your diagram in front of me right now, so you're going to have to explain how you're going to cut the hair and all the hair going all over the place and serving food and eating food and drinking. Could you just explain what you're going to do for that?
It's in a separate area. It's enclosed by glass. It has to be divided.
Wait, could the applicant explain this, please?
But it's on the
Thank you.
application and he went through it. Can you explain it?
I can explain it very quickly. So there are plexiglass with iron folding doors that close. I'm sorry, they close they open, I believe they swing. I don't know exactly how but they are
Okay, I got it.
So
what's in the front? What's in the front?
The front is the retail with the bar and the coffee counter and the 8 seats. And then you go, there's 2 big doors with glass windows, and then you go through that, and that's the barbering section.
Okay, so now my last and final question is, where are you going to store the clothes that people bring in that you're going to send to the orphanage?
So all of if I can respond, all of the spot locations, they are drop-off locations for all of those.
Yeah.
That's what that basement is for that type of storage. The only all the alcohol and storage will be in the back room. If you look at the diagram, at the very back by the bathroom, there's an area there that's the storage, and that's where they put the hot towels and that all happens there. All of the food prep happens behind behind the bar, so on the back counter there. So if you'll see, they have the bar there, and then there's a food prep, there's going to be a panini press, that's where all of that happens. And again, there's not fruit juices and sticky things like that there. It's all one pours of things for people. So there's they're very, very focused on health and sanitation, and obviously they will abide by the the COVID rules. The salons are still at limited capacity, and again, there's no outdoor. The windows are fixed. They don't open. There's no noise going out. They don't have a parklet or anything like that. This is it's all
And the health procedures for goodwill, so to speak, goodwill close and things like that. You'll follow all those rules and
Yeah,
regulations.
Yeah, that's again, like I said, this is not a 501c3, but they have a 501c3, which is part of the business, which has the spot orphanage. So they follow all of that through their 501c3.
Okay, it sounds very hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois.
Dr. Smith?
Thank you, Donna. Harry, let me ask you this question. Since this is a venue that really has not been licensed before, could your business model accommodate a beer and wine as opposed to full OP?
No, they're not going to make it in New York City with that. They've gone through this. They've done the numbers. Their customers want a high-end bourbon, want a Macallan. That's what they want. That's part of their business model. They're not going to make it in New York City as a barbershop without this is part of their business, albeit that they don't foresee this being alcohol sales to be a large part of their business, but they want the amenity. I mean, it's part of the look and feel. And to be honest, somebody having a bourbon at 4 p.m. before their haircut is not something that community, I don't want to give instruction here, but there are people fighting for 4 a.m. and night, bars and this and that. This is closing at 9 p.m. And again, and I believe we discussed this as well, and I did discuss this. They are willing to move the last service of alcohol to 8 p.m. because that last service is at 8 p.m. So they'd be willing to move that hour of alcohol service to 8 p.m. Because that last service is 8 p.m. and they're shut by 9. It's not last call by 9.
Thank you.
So just to clarify that, because I asked another question earlier, so there's no alcohol before 11 and last call is at 8.
Yes.
Okay.
Meaning last service, the last service.
Yeah, right.
Correct.
Okay. Is there anybody else that has anything?
I just had a follow-up question for the business model. I noticed from looking at all of your sites in Florida, there are clearly very different regulations in Florida than there are in New York. And all those locations seem to mix where you can bring a drink with you into the back. These bars the service areas are situated centrally in each of those locations, or at least the ones that I looked at. I didn't look at all of them. And this is a huge departure from that model in New York. And it's hard to understand how they wouldn't bring drinks back into the other area for exactly the reasons that you were bringing up before, is that the time component, you're not able to have a haircut and have a drink at the same time. And that seems to be incredibly disruptive to the whole model of why you go get your haircut, particularly in New York where time is an issue. And it just seems like you run into a lot of potential problems with this type of model. And this isn't the first application that we've heard similar to this. We had one on Carmine Street, and I think we had another one prior to that or after that. But it just seems like it's hard to mix these models given the laws in New York State and have it work where the drinking is a necessary, the alcohol service is a necessary component. It just seems very, very different.
Yeah, so Carter, that's a good question. So just to answer it, so you're right, Florida has different state and municipal requirements, and you are permitted to serve alcohol if you're not charging anything for it, which is different than New York State. So the reason is specifically because of different regulations and different rules with the SLA, and the SLA says you cannot even give away alcohol in a commercial enterprise, even if you're not charging for it. And it also says you have to have it because of the DOH. I mean, this is New York City, but Suffolk has similar requirements. I don't know about any other counties, but the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene requires that you specifically bifurcate the food service area and the appearance enhancement side of the business. So they've gone through this, and they actually issue a special letter that says, okay, we've inspected and it's bifurcated. So the reason is because, I mean, Florida hasn't had any mask regulations since the beginning of COVID. So there's different regulations and different rules. So they are abiding by the regulations and rules of New York City. They're bringing the brand here. I mean, they have no interest in breaking any of the rules here. They're following the rules and regulations of New York State and New York City, and that's why it's a different model. But still aligned with the same, it's the same business, but a different, adhering to different rules and regulations.
Yeah, I guess it's just sort of the time aspect, and it just seems very different. Additionally, with the regulations in mind, in splitting the businesses, as far as everything, and I'm just out of curiosity, because everybody rolls up to the ownership structure rolls up from both sides, I assume. How does that, from a perspective of employing people, if you don't have anybody who's purchasing any beverages or doing anything, because it's a model based on that, are there times where the front portion of the business would be closed when the barbershop is still open? I guess that's one. And then the other just point is that it's a bottle club license. I do believe allows you to give away alcohol, which is not it's what people get charged with right now if they're that their charge is running an illegal bottle club, right? If they're giving away alcohol and not selling it. So that we've seen that once, just as a point, that was used by the watch store on 9th Avenue. Is it 9th Avenue? I think it was on 9th Avenue, that to not have a full OP. So.
Yeah, so to answer your question, this is just, the bottle club license has different nuances to it, and they're selling drinks by the glass to customers across a point of sale. That's how, a lot of times people will get a bottle club license if they're trying to, this is exactly what they're saying it is. Now, I'm sorry, what was your first question?
The first part was, can the front be closed? Can it be open, if nobody's buying anything? I mean, and that's just a question, because you've got two different businesses. It's an accessory, how does that work? Because obviously you're employing somebody, and maybe that's where you have different opening times, or I don't know if there's like coffee or self-service coffee or other things like that. I'm just trying to have a little better understanding of what, how these work together, because it's a little different in the accessory side, because it's got, the price point is a little different in the offering that service. The skill set. I'm thinking, it's like a bartender is what I was thinking of.
Yeah. So it's a bartender and retail employee, but they're also the sort of welcoming concierge when somebody comes in. I mean, they may have to play with the model, that person serves the coffees and things during the day, and then they serve, they'll serve. Again, it's not, and then they have a separate employee who prepares, who gets the sandwiches and does that and cleans up and is the porter. The business is run, it's one business. So it's sort of that's, again, this is it's a novel concept. They're trying something that's unique, and it's a great business model. I mean, they're trying to use the excess capacity. They have a way to activate the space starting in the morning. The service person will come in and serve the you know, served coffees and check people in and have them wait. And, you know, I can't speak to that entirely, but the businesses run together. You know, I don't think that I don't think maybe they won't have all the barber chairs staffed. If it's 9 a.m., there's only 2 cuts on or something, you know, they schedule the appointments with, you know, like any kind of salon, they schedule with their service provider. And, you know, so I would say, if anything, the front section will be open at all hours, and then the barber chairs will be, you know, they'll be staffed. I'm assuming in the afternoon they'll be fully staffed throughout the day, but in the morning maybe it won't be as, you know, it won't be as busy, just based on how barbershops, you know.
Mara, go ahead.
I wanted to say that people get their hair cut at 9 a.m. That's something I think people would do at 9 a.m. So I think this argument of nothing's open at 9 a.m. is ridiculous. When I go to get my hair done, I go at 9 a.m. So I have the rest of the day ahead of me. Usually you get your hair cut when you have something to do after work. That's a silly argument, in my opinion. The other thing is, you know, when I do go to get my hair done or my nails done or any sort of beauty service, I'm offered a glass of champagne, several. You know, it's there. It's part of the service. It's part of the experience. It's become the norm for grooming, in my opinion, and in my experience. And there are several barbershops, including those with memberships attached, all over the city, tons in Brooklyn, many just across town on the Lower East Side, and they all serve booze, all of them. I just did a quick Yelp search. There's actually a search for cocktail and a haircut.
Mm-hmm.
This is a thing. This is not unheard of. There is precedent. There's precedent right here in New York City. Now, I know that my nail salon and my beauty parlor do not have liquor licenses, but it is part of the service. It has been for as long as I can remember. You know, even in the 70s, you go in for a beauty service. Would you like a glass of champagne? And it doesn't matter, even if it is 9 a.m. And of course, I'm not condoning, you know, liquor before 11. I agree with that. But honestly, like, it's not unheard of by a long shot what's happening here. I don't know why we're all sitting here acting like this is an alien concept. That's all.
Well, I can answer that, Mara. The reason is because there's not a class of license that properly addresses this situation. And as a result, we're constantly forced into exactly this situation where you have a type of license that's not used for this and is exactly the same license that is for, you know, a monster club is the same as for a small accessory. That's the same as a restaurant, even though there are some nuances in the law, but that's why. And there's also, you know, no permits for where you could simply do that, where most places can pour a glass of wine or have something. There's simply not a license class, and it's like no reason we work. All their alcohol service is illegal because they were not able to figure out how to get a proper license in order to serve that. And, you know, you see it a lot of large businesses, the same thing in their food areas. They're not legally serving beer where they will have stuff on tap, you know, and it's because we don't have the right license classes. And so we're put in these situations where everybody's trying to shoehorn things in. And just like, you know, Harry was saying, they can't give it away because that's not legal under the law. You know, having to go through this is obviously more expensive, but we're left with a very narrow range of options for everybody, you know, and it's something that we've asked there to be consideration for other license classes, because it's also the operation can be all over the place with this license class, whereas if there were a narrowed down license class, we wouldn't be even having, you know, the conversation, because you wouldn't be able to extend it to some other area. So that's sort of, and then there's, and you know, as we hear at a lot of our committees, there's a lot of concern, and I raised the question before, of competition within different types of businesses by putting every experience under one roof, where you then don't have what used to be an excursion to an area where you went to other stores or did other things. And that's something that we hear about all the time as well. So this is a lot of mixed in issues. And I think you hear all of those coming out in lots of different ways here. And I don't disagree with you on it, but that's what we're forced into this box, you know, that we have to, that we're having this conversation. So I think that's,
Yeah, I understand that part of it, but I wonder, you know, these people have come, you know, they could do what everybody else is doing, which is just serve liquor to their customers while they're getting their service, but they're not. And it almost feels like now they're being penalized for actually following the law. Just, I don't know. I mean, just on that, I wonder, how do we advocate for the SLA to give us the kinds of licenses we need? Because this has come up a few times, not this particular thing, but there have been issues where there wasn't an appropriate license for the business before us.
It's the elected officials who make the laws, not the SLA. The SLA doesn't create the license classes. That's created through legislation.
Okay, I'll talk to them.
That's where, and we've talked, yeah, I mean, you know who to talk to with that. It's just you know, I think that obviously that, you know, as much as Florida may be antiquated on their health laws, you know, New York is antiquated in its own laws in other areas. And, you know, liquor is one of those. And then it has a very unique subsets in a lot of areas that are very rigid, where they aren't. And, you know, but this is something that, you know, obviously it's a different discussion, but that's why it's complicated to do this, because, you know, and why the questions are so seemingly don't fit, but when you realize what you're trying to fit them into, the questions make more sense.
Yeah, and Carter, you're exactly right. I mean, there's, you know, they just have these broad licenses, and there's no way to, I mean, the same license applies here that applies to a Big Mac Club. You're exactly right. You know, and again, everybody who's doing that is doing it illegally. So they sought the council, and this is the legal way to do it. And so they're going through the process. You know, lots of places don't. They just go ahead and serve it and roll the dice.
Yeah, not so easy to do it legally. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much. And I apologize again, really. But thank you, and see what happens.
Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate it. And I'd also like to say thank you for all the work you guys do in the community board. I know I don't appear here very much, maybe once or twice a year, but appreciate everything you guys do and keeping everything running smoothly. So thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Good night. Okay, the last one is going to be AW Hospitality, 244 West 14th Street. If you could raise your hands, if you're still here. Let's see. I think, let's see. Did I?
Yeah,
Kevin,
I
are
saw
you?
Kevin.
I'm trying. I don't.
Yeah.
I thought I had raised him. I was having a hard time doing it. So there he is.
Yeah, I think
May take a little bit because the older.
He's on. He's there. He's there.
Good.
Kevin, can you unmute yourself? And turn your video on, if that will work. Kevin? I see you're here, but okay, Kevin, now you might need to unmute yourself. You're still muted, I don't think. Let's see, okay, let's see. Jonathan, did you look there?
Hello, can you guys hear
Okay,
me?
yeah, there you are, good.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
For some reason, it kicked me off and then it said I was promoted to the panel and it took a little while.
Something.
But
Okay, well, it works, so there you go.
is Jonathan on?
And Jonathan is on.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Right.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Hi, guys. My name is Kevin Ushangi. First, I want to thank you for all your patience tonight and thank you for hearing us out. I am the managing member of AW Hospitality, LLC. We are looking at the space 244 West 14th Street. Currently, I'm the proprietor of two other businesses in New York City. They're called American Whiskey and American Whiskey Tribeca. We are looking at this space to name it American Whiskey Chop House. We want to be an elevated restaurant with a full bar. In the application, we've stipulated for certain hours. We do not want to have TVs in this venue. We are looking for the opportunity to have a DJ and live music in the form of a jazz trio or something like that, only for private events, birthday parties, holiday parties that might book. We're looking for 41 tables of approximately 166 seats. We're looking to extend the kitchen out and have 2 bars with a total of 20 seats. There are 5 bathrooms on premise. And I believe that's all for now. I welcome any of the questions and any of the thoughts you guys have, and hopefully I could answer them with the information I have.
Okay, so the first thing I just want to say is you had sent an email that there was a photo booth on the plans that's left over. Is that there or?
That doesn't exist. No, we rushed these plans to get to the meeting and they just didn't take those out. That's going to be storage, and there was also a karaoke room that we're going to use as an office. We have no intention of having either of those things on premise.
Okay, so can you just explain a little bit? You're going to have this, where you're going to hold your events. Is the steakhouse going to be on, are both floors the restaurant? And then just if you have an event, or how is this, how is it running?
That's exactly it, Ms. Raftery. The both floors are the steakhouse. They're the restaurant. In the event that someone wants to book a birthday party, if someone wants to book a holiday party, we want to have the opportunity to provide those things for them. We don't want a DJ booth. We don't have a DJ booth in any of our restaurants. It's more or less the option to provide it to compete with any other elevated restaurant that would do a party like that, but not for our normal dining service.
Okay, so your hours are 12 to 12, 12 to midnight, Sunday through Tuesday, and then 12 to 2 a.m. Wednesday through Saturday. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and so how will your wait staff be getting between the two floors? The kitchen,
The kitchen is going to be on the main floor, and
Mhm.
there's two sets of stairs that they could take. Most likely, we're going to make one of those set of stairs only for staff, so that they could have ease of access to both floors.
okay. And then where would the live music be? How often would you be doing that? Is that?
We might never do it. It's more or less if someone says I want to have an engagement party and I have a specific jazz trio, or I have a specific DJ or playlist and I want to play that music for it, we want to be able to say yes to that, as opposed to having to deny them purely based on that fact and losing the business to another restaurant.
So it's only for the event. It's not for the operation of your restaurant.
Only for the events.
And is there a designated area for the events, or would it depend on the size of the event?
It would completely depend on the size of the event. We've talked about using the downstairs as a private dining room if we got a request like that. But it would be a case-by-case basis at this point in time.
So for your normal operating, you will be having I think it's 90 seats upstairs and 76 seats downstairs, about
approximately, yes.
For your normal operating.
Yes.
On a daily basis.
Yes.
Okay, are there any stand-up bars?
No stand-up
No
bars.
stand-up bars. And I think that's not it, but that's it for me right now. So does anybody on the committee have any questions?
Yes, Donna?
Yes.
Yes, I just want to go over the requested hours again, please.
It's go ahead.
Sunday through Tuesday, noon to midnight. Wednesday through Saturday, noon until 2 a.m.
That's a little bit of a big ask, maybe. I mean, Wednesday at 2 o'clock, 2 a.m. closing.
It used to be open till, I'm just going to say, it had very late hours before.
Yes, I understand that, but now this is a restaurant, and restaurant hours might be. Wednesday at 2 a.m. seems a little late, maybe, and Thursday too is not consistent for us. So maybe you can think about those hours.
Okay, Mar?
My question is, how often are you doing private events at your other spaces, and how much of your revenue does that constitute? What percentage?
Thank you for the question. Both spaces are a little bit different. The Midtown space is very close to Penn Station, as well as Madison Square Garden. We get more revenue from that space. The Tribeca space, there is very little in terms of private events happening. It's more birthday parties. There's a large family component, so it could be anything from baby showers to engagement parties. I would say percentage-wise, and again, one location hasn't been open in a year, and the other location has only been open for outdoors in the past year. So I can only give you what the past has done. And I would say the Midtown location, approximately 25%, and the Tribeca location, a ballpark off the top of my head, 12%.
So how many, you probably put it on your application, but it's late. How many private events a month are you asking for?
I didn't ask for, I didn't put it on the application. Honestly, I don't know what to expect from this location. I know the area very well. I went to college and graduate school within the boundaries of the community board, but I don't know what to expect in terms of private events, particularly considering the pandemic and how the opening is going to go, if there are going to be further restrictions. So I would feel I don't want to give you the wrong number.
That's fine.
Thanks.
That's fine. Two more things. The 2 a.m. closing. I know that the space has always been open late, but because it's always been a nightclub, right? And this is not a nightclub, this is a restaurant. And you're telling us it's a, there's a big family component. And I don't imagine that 2 a.m., families are out at 2 a.m., big family dinners on a Wednesday and a Thursday. But what are you going to do, if you do have big family events and you're right across from the bus stop at 14th Street, right? And I remember when Black Strap was right next to Up and Down, and they actually rented space under the awning so that that people could line up. It created a huge obstruction in the street. What plans do you have for crowd control? I mean, it's a big space. You're going to have large groups to, fill it. What are your plans for that?
Well, we don't intend to have a line or anything like that. We intend to have, if walk-ups come, there will be a waiting area inside. They can also sit at one of the two bars while they wait. We also have built into our reservation system, we take their phone number and we can text them to let them know when their table's available and encourage them to maybe go to one of the other restaurants or bars in the neighborhood and have a drink. Crowd control is really something we take seriously. And in all of our restaurants, our managers are bonded. They're security bonded, more or less, not because they're bouncers or anything like that, but they understand how to control the crowd and what is expected within the neighborhood and community. Genuinely, I do not expect a line at this place. It's a very large space, and we feel like even if we're extremely busy, we don't think people are going to congregate. We can take their phone number and they can go somewhere else and give them a realistic expectation of when their table will be available.
Dr. Smith?
Yes, can you talk more about your music? You mentioned you would have music. Is that going to be at all of your events, or how will it work in your space? The jazz you mentioned.
Well, the music we're gonna have in the space is background music. It's just going to be played. It's going to be a standard loop. The jazz trio I mentioned, or a flamenco guitarist, or an acoustic trio would only be if a client asked for it, if they requested it. And really the only reason we even ask for that that stipulation is so that we can say yes and not lose it to another business. But we don't intend for live music to be a part of the normal business, if that makes any sense.
Thank you.
Okay, so the seating, you didn't break down the seating, and you have there's a large occupancy for that space.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to narrow down the number of seats or some kind of occupancy for each floor, so that we have some occupancy that's not what's on the CBO, because that's not how you're going to be using it.
I would ask what you think would be acceptable, because we
I'm going to say one thing right now. You're coming to me and you're presenting an application. I want to hear your application. I'm not here to present an application. You are the
Okay.
applicant, and I'm
Fair
asking
point.
you in your application.
That's a fair point. We don't need the full occupancy for our concept. I also, off of a rendering where the architect didn't get two things correct, I don't want to commit to 166 total seats. I'd like a little bit of buffer in there. So I mean, I would guess 200 seats would probably be the most we could handle, to be totally honest with you.
Okay, and the holding, the area, is this the area in the front that I see where people can wait? Is there a vestibule in the front area where people can wait?
There's a vestibule in the entire front area, and then there's a holding area inside of the past the vestibule. There's like a foyer, or I'm not sure what the correct term for that space would be.
Will you be having any dancing?
We do not plan to have any dancing, no.
And no performances, it's strictly a restaurant and bar?
Yes.
Unless you're having an event, which is, okay. Dr. Smith, your hand is up. Do you have another question, or did it just not go
I'm
down?
sorry, I'll take it down. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, Katie? Do you have a question?
Yes,
okay.
Can you explain what you mean by a holding area in the front? I see your commercial entrance exit. I see a lot of little walls. I can't visualize this holding area. I'm looking at the proposed first floor plan that you submitted.
I'm gonna get it. I'm getting it in front of me right now.
Sure. Yeah.
So
maybe I'll blow it up a little.
Past the commercial entrance and exit, there's an area in there where I can't read this, it's so small, but there's an area where we plan to have a past the entry where we plan to have a host stand. It comes before the bar, and in that area, if you see before the first few tables, we intend to mark some of that off so that people can stand there, as well as in the bar area.
Okay, thank you for explaining.
You're very welcome.
Then how do the people get downstairs? Is that, there's another doorway when I'm looking at this to the right of the building is another doorway entrance, I believe. Is that?
Yeah, I don't think we would plan to use that one. My understanding after seeing the space a few times would be we would take them through the back. A host would take them through the back downstairs to their table.
Right, all the way to that back stairway.
That's from the initial viewings of the place. Again, I haven't explored it enough to know for sure. If it's a busy restaurant, you might not want to take them through the entire restaurant.
What I was going to say, if you're planning on using the downstairs, and ideally for your business, having both floors be operating, I would imagine for your business model, you wouldn't want the whole downstairs not being filled up and busy. So it just seems awkward to me to be taking people all the way to the back to go downstairs for another almost 100 people. That's a lot of people going back and forth, disrupting the diners on the top floor.
I think that's a fair point. And if those stairs are fit to take people down, we'll take them down the front stairs.
That's a separate entry.
Well, I think aren't there also stairs in the main entry?
I think there are.
It's 4 doors in the front.
Yeah, I think there are stairs in that main entry. Yeah. Okay. That's it. Nobody else? Katie, you're done? Your hand is still up. I just want to make sure you're done. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, guys.
Okay. We'll take a 3-minute break and then reconvene, if that's all right.
You want to just call the one that is missing?
Oh, yeah, I'll call them again. So that's Isabella 196 Spring LLC, Piccola Cucina. Did you show up? No show.
Just as a note, right, if there's any confusion, people should also check on Thursday or check our calendar in the next day or two.
To see if they just, okay.
They weren't, just if anybody's here for that in the public. So check the calendar again Thursday if you are in fact here for that. We may add it to that if there was confusion.
Okay, great. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So I guess the first thing, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so I guess there's 10.
Sorry, I think we've got 11.
Do we have 11?
Yeah, you and me, Robin, 3, Mar, 4, Lois, 5, Patricia, 6, Susan, 7, Shirley, 8, Katie, 9, Anthony, 10. Oh, there's 2 Katies. That's my problem.
That always happens.
Yeah.
And then I think, I just have to find Susan and Mar, which one they joined on. If it was on Maman, or were you here for Newsbar, Susan?
I was here for Newsbar.
Okay. Mar? You're muted, Mar.
I was here for, what was it? Is it a May or a Mama?
Maman, okay.
Mama? What? Okay.
Okay, so we had 9 for Newsbar and 10 starting at Maman. Okay. Okay, so the first one, are we ready? Is Lois back? Is Katie back?
I'm back. This is Katie. I'm back.
Okay, Anthony?
Yep, right here.
Okay. Dr. Smith?
Yeah.
Okay, Patricia's, I just saw your little thing go green. Okay. All right, so Simo Pizza was the first one. They presented to us before at the end of 2019. Nothing's any different. We signed stipulations with them at that time. So are we still okay?
Yeah, everything's the same.
What was the question about the neighborhood?
But one at a time, I can't.
I didn't know, so maybe we should raise our hands then and we won't have this.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah, instead of calling out.
Okay, so Katie, go ahead.
So what was the question the community had about the seating? Was that resolved about the outdoor seating?
Somebody help me.
Because the outdoor seating had been on the balcony before, not on the sidewalk.
No, that's for another one. That's for another.
Okay, that's
application.
fine. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's for yeah, that's the gray dog probably.
Okay, so that's 8, deny unless 8-0.
Deny unless.
Donna,
Yeah.
I wasn't
Yeah.
here for this one. I came in.
You
at the
weren't
tail
here?
end.
Okay, so you weren't here for that one. So did you come in at Newsbar?
Yes.
Okay, so 7-0. Okay, so Newsbar was the next one, previously unlicensed space.
Donna, may I speak, please?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Can you read the stipulations for the pizza, please?
Yes, I may do that. Let's see. So they will be, it's a restaurant wine. Hours are 11 to 11, 7 days a week. They're really not, yeah, they're 11 to 11. It's a full service restaurant, specifically a pizza restaurant with the kitchen open and full items available until closing. Will not operate as a lounge, tavern, or sports bar. Will not have televisions, will not operate a backyard or any outdoor area. There is no sidewalk cafe. Quiet, ambient, recorded background music only. No music will be audible in any adjacent residences. Will close all doors and windows at 9 p.m. every night. Will not install or have French doors, operable windows, or open facades. Will not make changes to the existing facade except to change signage. Will comply with New York City Department of Buildings regulations. Keep current to all permits. Will not have unlimited drink, unlimited food and drink specials. Will not have boozy brunches. No pitchers of beer. There will be no bottle service or the sale of bottles of alcohol except the sale of bottles of beer and wine. Will appear before CB2 prior to submitting any changes to any stipulation agreed to herein. Will not change any principles prior to submission of original application to SLA. Will not have dancing, DJs, live music, promoted events, any event where a cover fee is charged, scheduled performance, velvet rope, security. Any pandemic-related temporary sidewalk or roadbed ends by 11 PM. Everybody's out, no music played outdoors, no interior speakers outside. All pandemic-related temporary sidewalk roadbed seating will be removed once the program authorizing it expires and will appear before CB2 Manhattan prior to submitting plans for permanent sidewalk or roadbed dining.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we're still good? Katie, your hand is up. Do you mean to have it up? I assume that's not. Okay, so the next one is Newsbar, which there. That's a previously unlicensed space. And they will be doing the roadbed dining, no sidewalk cafe. The only question I had about the space, they have the benches that run right alongside the building. They've had them there for forever. They're not going to be serving at them. Bob made that clear, but I don't know is that okay to have them? Is that legal? Are the benches legal?
The benches are up against the wall, which is
Yeah.
where they should be.
Okay. So their hours are 8 AM till 6 PM. Or 7 AM to 8 AM on Sunday, and the rest of the days it's 7 AM, and they said 4 PM, but we're doing till 6 PM, so they get an extra hour. So in there,
Deny unless.
Well, they might be coming back in the future for 9, they said.
Right, or they might come back for a sidewalk cafe, but really right now, I mean, they had on their application 4, so
So how many is it for this one? Is it
so
all
this
10
one,
or-
I have 9, because Mar, you joined at Maman, right? Mar, you was not here for this one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next one is the Maman one, where Katie has her question. So those
Wait a
were,
minute. Oh, this is. Yep.
this is the one with the sidewalk cafe that was not, you know, it was in the overhang, I guess, before.
Yeah, this was the Lucky
Lucky
the Chinese
Lee.
restaurant.
Lucky
Yeah.
Lee. So what does everybody think
That was
about
the
that
objection
one?
we heard, was the objection was to this, to the tables on the sidewalk, right?
Yes, that was the objection. Now, they did agree that they would come back to us, you know, so they can do the sidewalk with the temporary right now. And they agreed they would come back to us before anything was made permanent.
Okay. Okay.
The hours are 7:38 to 11 PM. Close the doors at 10. Is that a deny unless?
Deny unless.
Okay. So we're good with that.
But that's 10. Is that, but that's 10.
Yes,
Zero,
Mars
right?
for that one. That's 10-0.
Okay.
Okay. So then the next one is good old Bleecker Street Bar. Anybody? What to do?
I think it's the 4 AM, and
It's the 4 AM.
that was that. I was really surprised to hear that was their position. I thought
I was too.
they would say 3 AM, but I was surprised that, yeah.
You know, one of the things, this actually is a place where they do make revenue from the people who work at other places who come there in the evening. And, you know, and that's, everybody says they're gonna be that, but these guys actually are that. And that's an interesting element, you know, when you look at every place needs some place that's, you know, every area has some place that's open later. That's what their business is to some extent. And, you know, or a component of their business that they're known for. and the people have gone, and granted they've been, will have been closed for some time before they reopen, that is just a part of their business model. And so, when you're saying, when somebody's looking at their numbers and saying, can we make this work? That's a component of that. And it's interesting because that's not normally the case when we evaluate businesses. And I think it makes it very difficult to look at when we talk about having earlier closing times, because I don't think, my recollection is not that they're very full when they're open later, it's that they were just open later. And so just something to put out there. And then also what I had said earlier as well, with respect to the characterization of the area, while it hasn't been recently, there were places that were along Broadway, and the reason they left is because they're so big that the price per square foot became untenable once the rents started to go up and their leases ran out. So places left and they were never replaced. And as most people may know, that this particular stretch has really large floor plates that are there that are very difficult to divide up. So, for example, the place that they're moving into now, you can't make it a front and back. There's no access to the back to make the space smaller. It's a pretty big size. And, and that's this similar story in most of the other buildings along the stretch of Broadway. That's all I have to say for now.
Susan?
Oh, wait, am I muted?
Yeah, you're unmuted.
I guess the problem for me is not analyzing their business model, which I'm willing to accept completely, but it's the change in the location. And even though there was maybe a club there 5 years ago, I keep hearing, there's hundreds of people who live there now who didn't live there. And they all moved there because it was a quiet spot for them. And now that will transform. And, when we have the representative of the 3 or 4 co-ops that represent 300-400 apartments, it's hard to not respond to that when we all know what happens when the club moves in and the restaurant. And that's why I tried to ask him a little bit about how it would change in the evening. I mean, they want to be more successful. I think adding the food component is great for them. I think it'll bring in other people who don't want to just go to a bar. But, I know everybody wants to says, oh, go to the Bowery or go someplace else, where there are more bars. And then you feel like you're dumping another bar in an area that's oversaturated with bars. But a lot of people, said this is going to ruin their lives when this comes to their quiet corner. And that really is a hard one to not listen to.
Yeah. Dr. Smith?
Susan said it so eloquently. I would have said pretty much the same thing about the impact of the neighbors at least for those late hours, for 4 o'clock.
More?
I feel like so many people, first of all, I feel like, the way that the letters in opposition were framed were not at really factual, because if you really read it, it said, well, out of everybody, only 3 people felt this way, right? And then here are the things we all agreed on in red, and there were only like 2 things. So I think there are levels of comfort and discomfort amongst the immediate residents. I will also say, I heard so many different things, like, is the neighborhood, because of the Wendy's, like a, filled with drug addicts, urinating drug addicts, or is it high end because Adidas is down the street? I couldn't figure out where these people thought that they lived, right? That wasn't clear. If they had said, maybe this is what we aspire to be, that would have been a different conversation. But, I felt like a lot of them were new to the neighborhood. And, you know, to me, new to the neighborhood is you got here in the last 25 years, but even newer, many of them, like one of the physicians that spoke. But I don't have a problem with these guys. I feel like they are just so experienced and really know what they're doing and really came from a place of respect. They've met repeatedly with the neighbors. What was 9 meetings they had? I mean, nobody, how often do we hear that, you guys? Never. They have gone above and beyond, and I really believe that they're going to do their best to be good neighbors. And I bet if anything happens, they're going to be the first ones to make changes or roll back to accommodate. So I'm going to vote, you know, yes on this one.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, I guess I was just very, very surprised that they were not. I mean, when I 2 months ago, I asked Frank, are you guys willing to compromise in the hours? And he said, oh, yes, definitely. And we couldn't get into it because there was so much more discussion. And then they met with everybody, and yeah, there was a lot of effort to meet, but they never once conceded on the hours of operation, which was the main focus of what the concern was for people that, you know, that a 4 a.m. bar was moving in next door, previously unlicensed location. So I have a hard time with the lack of compromise. I wanted to, I really did want to work things out. But you know, there really were 3 main sticking points. They tried to, you know, we kind of directed them in a way that they could try to work out all the details, but the 3 main areas was the capacity of the place. The second main issue was the hours. And the third main issue was currently there's no certificate of occupancy that allows it, although they could carve a way to figure that out. But you know, those are the 3 main sticking points, but the other things kind of all got worked out, but it was all about the hours. So I'm not going to go along with 4 a.m. I think if they came in and agreed to a 2 a.m. across the board, I think that would have been a great compromise. And you know, they don't come back to us and say, oh, we want to reduce our hours. No way. It doesn't work that way. So the law is designed so that it's just the opposite. So, you know, what was suggested was, you know, there's a new location. It's an existing bar. You know, let's try to move in and figure it out and try to work it out. And I was just very surprised that at the end of the day, after all that effort, they were not willing to do that.
They did say they'd go to 2 a.m. Sunday to Tuesday, right? Isn't that what they said?
They did say
I think.
I mean, I'm really torn on this one because I agree with Marv with the 25 years. I mean, most of these people were saying 10 years and stuff. And just because you lose a bar, you know, this is not a quiet residential neighborhood. The way a lot of people were speaking, you would think they were talking about a little quiet, narrow street in the West Village and not Broadway in a mixed use M15 neighborhood. They may have lucked out by not having a bar there for the past 3 years when they came in, but you know, I live in meatpacking, and so it's an interesting. I'm very torn too, because you see how things can change a neighborhood, but on the other hand, you're living in an M15 neighborhood. The beauty of that is the mix, is you know, the whole thing. So I like, do we want more Adidas or everything else? Yet you have a lot of people in the community, you know, speaking. They've been there. They are a known entity. They are not similar to the Palm Place that you know, the Palm Place is actually an event space. It will draw groups of people at a time. This is a bar that, you know, it's not an event, it's a bar with that's your local hangout, that they've been a local hangout. And you know, I used to work nights. I know how nice it is to be able to go someplace at 2 o'clock in the morning when everybody thinks you should be in bed and not able to grab something to eat. So I really, yeah, unsure. Patricia,
Don, what did they stick to with the hours? Did they say 2 a.m.?
No, for Sunday to Tuesday, they said 2 a.m. and then 4 a.m. Wednesday through Saturday. Which is what they were 7 days a week, 4 a.m. around the corner. I'm just thinking of like one of the places near me that's a local bar open till 4 a.m. I don't live right there, so I can't really attest to everything. But if they have security, the security will help keep the people quiet. I feel like there were two things that really bothered me. One, that Crosby, and I'm not sure if that little alleyway, that's like of course bad stuff was going to happen there all the time. That's not on them. That's on what was there in my mind. And having a Wendy's next door with nothing else around and no security, to blame them because people are using their doorway as a toilet, they're not there. So having some lights on, I'm kind of the thing that having a few lights on and activity actually does make neighborhoods safer. I mean, I used to work on Crosby Street before Baltazar was there. And let me tell you something, it was dark and nothing was happening there when you came out. And I didn't feel safe until Baltazar was there, because at least there were lights on and people. I don't know.
And they did say they would cut down the occupancy to 180. I thought he did agree to that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did agree to that. And it's 2 pool tables. There was some conversation about the pool tables. And the occupancy was a big issue, because I do believe when they were talking to the community, they kept saying something about adding on a mezzanine, and then that would push the occupancy up. So at least we got some hard numbers on an occupancy.
But he also said that at least 15 people, depending on the time, could have 15 staff and wait staff members.
Yeah, but they're not, but the waits to
include the 180.
Yeah, to me, that doesn't really count as much, because that wait staff is not what's causing disruption or anything in the neighborhood. It's the patrons that I think cause more of that.
But I'm speaking to occupancy, not so much the, yeah.
Yes, he agreed to 180 patron occupancy.
Yeah, I asked that question.
Yes, yes. Carter, are you, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, the other thing which I forgot to brought up is that this is a removal application, and there is not a business replacing what was another licensed premises, is not replacing what was in their previous location. And I think that what Mr. Firestein brought up, is a sound expert, that we've heard from over, I've heard from at least over 10 years or longer than that. He was talking about their previous location being a quiet location. I mean, these are the arguments that would be made to the liquor authority as well. And I think that they're strong arguments, and we really need to understand the difference in removal of an existing business. It's been there for over 30 years. It's a member of the community. It's a neighbor that's been there longer than most of the people who have moved here. And it's a business that, for whatever reasons, their other location hasn't worked anymore. And they're moving into a location that was vacant for 5 years with the pop-up businesses in there. I mean, these are all arguments that are very strong arguments to be making in favor of being approved at the liquor authority. And I think it's something that we need to really take under consideration. Most of the discussion points did not address, the issues that Commissioner Ford and Chairman Bradley actually weigh when they're making their decisions in the right way. And that's we want to afford this business the proper review on our part that's a reflection of what and recommendation that reflects the reality of what would happen when they get to the liquor authority. So I just, it's not a new business. It's just moving around the corner. It's moving in on Broadway. you know, the micro issues, trust me, I've argued them before. They just don't fly at the Liquor Authority with the removal application they brought up before. And so I think that we need to think about that a bit and weigh that as well when we're making a recommendation.
Bob?
Yeah, just to Carter's point, I mean, we did have that kind of application before. And just like this one, there was significant opposition by the people most affected by it that live close. Our board recommended to deny it because they had a location across the street and they had 4 a.m. and they wanted to go across the street to another location, which was very disruptive. In this situation, you have a very similar situation to that. Under those same circumstances, the State Liquor Authority came in and said, you should be a compromise at 2 a.m. And, you know, because it is a new location and it's previously unlicensed. So, you know, if you go to the actual 500-foot rule, the impacts are what is measured. And this significant impact, 4 a.m. Now, should, you know, it is Broadway. They should be compromise, you know, it should work. And it was very unfortunate that it wasn't, but I do think we have precedent on this front. And I think 2 a.m. is a much better compromise.
Katie, your hand is still up. I don't know if you have.
No, it's a new up. It's a newly up. One of the things that they said was they wanted 4 a.m. on a Sunday before a Monday holiday.
Yeah,
now,
you're right.
Right. Now, they didn't talk about, I guess Wednesday before Thanksgiving would be okay. And they didn't talked about New Year's Eve. They wanted New Year's Eve 4 a.m. I guess no one wants Christmas Eve 4 a.m. And he was trying to enumerate them. I don't know if we got an enumerated list.
I cut them off because it was just going on so long. I figured
Long weekends, Halloween,
right.
New Year's, you know, I mean, it's the national holidays that fall on Monday. New Year's, Halloween.
Labor Day, probably, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and you did mention July 4th, but I can tell you there's nobody in the neighborhood on July 4th.
Right.
Not immediate area. I've looked many a years. There's like 2 people in every place, you know, so.
I think if he went to 2 a.m. on Wednesday, if he would do the 2 a.m. on Wednesday, I would feel better about it. I would feel that was much more of a compromise. You know, and you know, and I would be okay with the holiday situation because it's very delineated. But I agree with Bob. It would be good to have a little more compromise on the hours.
Can we call the question? 12:20.
Okay.
Has everyone had a chance to talk?
I'm checking.
There are no other hands.
There's no other hands up. Okay.
But what are we calling to question?
Oh, right. So that's what we're going to figure out. So help me out with this. Are we?
We didn't discuss any of the long list of stipulations that they agreed and didn't agree on as well.
Yeah. Okay, Carter, hang on.
The details.
Hang on. Yeah. So. All right. So the hours, that's the first thing. I'm almost inclined to propose an extended compromise of what they offered as 2 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday and 4 a.m. Thursday to Saturday with holidays. Yeah, I'm just writing that down. So no unlimited drink offers, discounted shots, or what did they say about that? I don't remember. Did we discuss that with them? I mean, they don't I don't know. Okay. They agreed to, I think they agreed to the no bottle service that's there, didn't they? Aside from, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
I have it written down.
I mean, there were certain things that they would have bottle service to, but they're not serving bottles of hard liquor. That's what like usually, yeah, they said pictures of beer. They wanted pictures of sangria. They probably agree to no pictures of beer if we really, if that's the thing. No dancing, that everybody agrees to. Events, I sort of feel with events, if we put something in about any crowd control with an event, in other words, just how are you getting people in? So there's not a crowd outside, as long as the events are following the same level of sound as their daily operation, which is what they agreed to. What difference does it make if it's an event or a non-event? I mean, to me, the impact of an event is everybody comes at one time and everybody leaves at one time, not the sound inside, as long as they're agreeing to the same sound. Anybody have a comment?
I don't think they're very eventy, so I don't think it's a real.
Right. I
big
mean, I
problem.
don't think there's any, I guess what I'm saying is I don't think there's any reason to limit the events, is just make sure we have some stipulation in there about some kind of crowd control. That they
Okay,
stick
that's
to the
good.
same- That they stick to the same decibels as their normal operating. Capacity, we have a capacity. Carter, how much of this do I need to, I'm just trying to,
Well, I don't
There
know
it
if
is
everybody had a
there.
chance to review them. We want to put in all the things, I guess, where there's mutual agreement to make sure that those are reflected. And
exactly.
then we also want to understand and give guidance on the items where they have not found.
So the awning, we want to make sure that we encourage them to work with the landlord, encourage the landlord to look into that, because it's a big help. It's out of their control. I mean.
Yes, but we want
You
to
know, look,
encourage
it's in
it.
their interest if this is solving problems, and so we should be
Right.
encouraging that until
Right, so that we want to encourage.
the vestibule idea. I don't know if that's included. That's an important component.
The vestibule, everybody seemed to agree. I mean, yeah, so I'm not sure.
We have the
We
smokers
could speak to the vestibule
being
because,
recommended to go north for the smokers.
yeah,
I'm not sure where that's reflected.
They agreed to no lines on the sidewalk and the interior vestibule doors. This is where all the security and IDing would take place inside.
right. And same thing
And-
with leaving.
And they didn't agree to pictures. They needed pictures of beer. And so but they did agree to no bottle service except wine.
Right.
And they agreed not to have lighted signage near the entrance.
Right.
You also mentioned the safety for the neighborhood with the cameras that they're gonna have
Right.
as well.
24 hours.
Yeah.
I think that,
What was that long list of things we got? Was that, did we get a long list from Zella of things,
Yeah.
or was that from the was that
no,
from the
it
neighboring
was from
building?
Stella with who was working with everybody.
Okay, so garbage pickup place, or I
Yeah, the
remember-
garbage is in there, and is the garbage still in here? The whole thing about the HVAC system,
Yeah.
basement use, community liaison. Yep.
The community liaison request was a little weird to me. I mean, it feels like, well, it doesn't even feel like we had a retired cop come on and say, you know, these people are known to me, known to us. He had information about the Wendy's, current information about the Wendy's situation that he was ready to share. Which I would have liked to hear, because, you know, the residents kept bringing it up. So obviously they felt it was relevant to the application. But the space, the operators clearly have a relationship with the police already. So if there's an issue that requires that kind of oversight, I think that it can, you know, they can handle that. I don't know that they need a community liaison, but, you know, I wouldn't stipulate to that. If that's something they choose to do, fine, but I wouldn't say you have to do that.
I wouldn't be surprised if their security aren't all retired cops.
Exactly.
We do ask.
Or maybe even active cops.
One of the things we often stipulate to with anybody is that they provide the contact of a manager or something so that people have a way to get in touch with somebody and
Sure.
to have meetings. I think that's what this goes towards.
On our questionnaire, guys, the community context right on every single questionnaire. So it's not a.
Right. The way that it's phrased is a little more formal than that.
Well, I mean, I've always been a proponent that I think there should be a point person, because often what ends up happening is somebody comes in, makes a complaint to somebody and the owner doesn't find out. And that's why you want to have a point person so that, you know, everything funnels through to the top and, you know, there's not the finger pointing in the end, or I didn't hear about this, I didn't know, you know, the responsibility you always want to encourage to roll up, and having one person as a contact generally works out really, really well. You know, whenever we've done it.
Yes,
So.
a phone number sounds great.
Right.
And a one person
Right.
that they
That's
can
what
call
say.
if they need to.
They say at least one person who will be available to speak with the officers, which is me, which is no, what?
It's on every STIP form that we have.
Yeah,
We require that for every application.
Yes.
Also, Dr. Smith, to your point, a New York City police officer, I don't believe is allowed to work at any licensed premise in any capacity.
I know they're not supposed to, but believe me, they do.
Yeah, and I don't think that
It's
they're
illegal. I'm not saying that this will be the case with this application, but
yeah, I mean, I know
that has
guys,
happened.
I know the guys by sight. I don't know if they are retired cops or not, but I think one of the guys I know is there a long, long time. A few of them actually. And they said that they'd be the same guys working there.
Right. And I think that pretty much covers most of it.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote.
So where do we fall on this? So with those stipulations, with the change in hours, 2 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 4 a.m. Thursday to Saturday.
Yeah, I'm against unless they agree to 2 a.m. across the board.
I cannot in good conscience vote for them for 4 a.m. as well because of the neighbors.
So
I'm against.
Why don't we just do it this way? Why doesn't everybody who's against, if you could raise your hand, how would, like,
Well, we
Deny,
can
right?
say it's not that many of us. You could roll call.
no,
Or,
I don't know if it's how many it is.
but I'm saying it's not many of us on the call, and I've already voiced my opinion, and so did Bob. So it's not many more that has to
So
answer.
deny on
Looks
what?
like Anthony.
No.
No,
I
deny with a
deny-
pass. Deny with a pass.
Deny unless.
Katie, will you allow people to speak?
That's why I wanted the hands raised, guys. Let's go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Let me just talk for 1 second. I have Bob, Dr. Smith, Katie, Lois on a deny, Anthony on a deny.
But I want.
Katie, what do you want? Go ahead, speak.
I want deny with a pass.
Okay, Katie
And-
wants to deny with a path. And
Yeah.
go ahead. What is that path?
The one that you've outlined with the. I'm okay with the the path that we outlined with allowing 4 AM Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
So I guess
And
that's
the holiday.
basically what I'm saying, is that path, you know, how do we, because it's a path. I mean,
Mhm.
I'm not,
Can you just clarify what you guys are voting on? Because
I'm sorry, Carter. Okay, so,
completely foreign to me what we're,
right,
you took one vote, or you're taking a vote on the application as presented? With, you know, because obviously they've agreed to all those things that you laid out, plus the occupancy, plus the 2, and, you know, was it through Wednesday and then 4 Thursday, Friday, Saturday? I'm just rattling these off.
so they were through Tuesday. The only thing we're changing and what they
No,
gave.
but I'm just saying, did you vote first on the application presented, just to see what that was?
You kind of have to vote on the application as presented
Okay,
first.
so let's just vote on the application presented.
You have my vote.
You have my vote as well.
You have my vote as well.
No.
What are we gonna do?
Hold on, can we just finish?
Yeah, let them finish.
I don't know what to vote for, Carter. There are 3 things.
All right,
Deny,
right now-
unless, or deny
right
with a
now
pass.
we're voting- So we're voting on the application with. Presented, meaning the hours are closing at 2 AM Sunday to Wednesday, 4 AM Thursday to Saturday, a patron occupancy of 180, plus we'll set some decibel.
And holidays.
No, we're not voting on Wednesday. Are we voting on what they presented?
Yes.
I'm sorry, and it's getting so late. I'm getting like.
But let Donna just finish reading it.
Holidays.
Okay, sorry.
So Susan just pointed out, Donna, that about there's 8 holidays, right?
That's ridiculous.
I'm not, look at, guys, seriously, can I just talk through what this is? And if somebody needs to correct me, step right up and correct me. But other than that, can I just speak and not have everybody interrupting me? Because this is.
Thank you. Thank you.
So what we're voting on right now is the application that was presented. It is Sunday to Tuesday. They close at 2 AM. Thursday to Saturday, they close at 4 AM. And then we'll get the list of whatever, how many days it was when there's a 3-day holiday, that's a Monday holiday, it seemed like, but we will get that list from them when they also are open on Sunday until 4 AM. What did I miss on that?
Just Wednesday, that's all. Wednesday.
No, Wednesday isn't in this. We are voting on the application they presented. This has nothing to do with Wednesday.
Just said in the chat, we'll accept 2 AM on Wednesday.
Except or AC.
Wait, are we even supposed to be acknowledging what's in the chat?
No.
If we
No,
were in
no,
person,
it's what
don't
was
even look at the
presented.
chat.
What was
Sorry.
presented?
This
My
is,
mistake.
I'm
No,
sorry.
not what was in the chat.
Sorry.
so if anybody could just tell me
They were talking.
who wants to vote. Let's just take the no's on, so we're voting on who wants the application. Why don't we do it that way? Who wants the application as presented? Who's good with that? I don't see any hands and nobody's talking. So that means right now, nobody is okay with the application presented. Okay, great. So now the new application, which is I guess, deny with a path. Because help me out with whoever's the parliamentarian here. I'm not sure. So somebody can help me with this part. But the next thing we're voting on, Carter, what?
Well,
It's, you know, what is it that you guys, well, I'm just saying, it's like whatever, people obviously had some ideas about what it should be. As far as the hours seem to be the main thing, right?
yes.
So,
That's the compromise is. So the one I threw out was 2 AM across the board. If other people want to do something different than that.
Yes,
or
so the
both
next thing we're
I
gonna
think-
vote on then.
so one of them is 2 across the board. why don't we just hear what other people might suggest as far as hours, and then
Exactly.
discuss it. So without jumping through these things, right?
So
So
is
are
there,
we discussing two across the board?
No. Does anybody else have any other time
Anything different?
throw
Yeah.
out? Just
Yeah.
so everybody
I-
knows what you're talking about. You got to figure out what your options are first and then discuss them, right? So,
Okay, that's fine. And I'm sticking with my position. I'm okay with the
but
Sunday,
that's not
Monday,
what we're
Tuesday,
asking for,
Wednesday, too.
Katie. We're not
No.
asking
Oh, okay.
for-
I don't understand that. I'm
What are
sorry.
the other hours that people want to discuss? Bob has said
That's
2.
what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. The other hours. I was just putting Wednesday in the 2 a.m. and I was accepting Thursday, Friday, Saturday at 4. It's just one day different.
Oh.
Plus, I was okay with the holidays.
Maura, you
sounds
actually
good to
raised your
me.
hand. Just let me call on you because you actually raised your hand.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Maura.
Thank you, sorry. Yes, what Katie said, the 2 a.m., but I actually would like to ask, can we take the concession from the chat or can we not? Because if we were in person, sometimes at the end of a meeting, they'll say, oh, we'll do that. And we do take it for a resolution.
So
I'm just saying.
I will put this forward. It can be voted on however we vote. And if the applicant accepts what we put forward, even if it's a deny with a path and they agree to everything on the path, the application can be written to that since they've agreed to our recommendation, right? So I suggest that we put together everything first because, I don't know if there's anything else anybody wants to
there's
change.
nothing else, the hours, it's just the hours.
Okay, so that's.
I mean, it's sort of what we did with actually the place everybody else is talking about, which is the Palm Place, where we denied with the path and they agreed with the path, so it ended up a denial list.
Because what we want ultimately as a outcome is that we would like to have our own written agreement that's signed by all parties instead of having this decided later on. And there is no signed set of stipulations if it leaves with a path from us and then it were to go to the liquor authority. So that's the reason is what we want is the signed set of stipulations. Then we have a mutual understanding of what everything will be and how things will be operated.
Okay, so what's being presented now is Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 4 a.m. The rest is 2 a.m. That's what Katie has suggested. I think Mara is interested in that. Is that okay? Can we present that? Because I think there might be some,
And the
I'm
holiday.
not going to be for that one, so you can say no to me on my.
Yeah, you can say no to me as well.
1 second, Patricia has her hand up.
Okay,
I'm agreeing with Mar and Katie on the deny with a path. Does that make sense? Is that what's on the table
yes,
right
it
now?
does. It does.
Yeah,
That's where we're at.
yeah.
So that's why I had my hand raised.
Okay. So I guess then we'll raise the hands with who else? I'm gonna go with that one.
Or you guys are voting then, just to be clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Deny I'll go with the path.
Robin's going with the path.
Anthony, what are you doing? Did Anthony vote?
Anthony,
No, I didn't vote for this one.
Or what do you mean? That's for you?
are you voting for this one?
No.
That's lucky.
No, you're not voting for it.
And Lois, what about you?
I still think they should have 2 a.m. across the board.
Okay, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you guys 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 to 4. Oh, wait a second. Hold on, Katie. What? Let me do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 to 4.
Right.
Okay, can we move on, people? It's.
Yes.
Well, as long as I have the numbers right. Okay. Next one. Is, yes, we did. So what is it, the MacDougal?
Yes, the three,
The 3 of the gray dogs.
yeah.
I just want, it was, what was the final vote then on that?
5 to 4.
Okay, but you have more people.
No, Anthony didn't vote.
No, we
No,
did.
no,
So we need 10. So
Okay,
it's
1, 2, 3, 4, and then I have 1, 2,